Chapter 1. Reason in Exile. The young man boards the bus as it leaves the terminal. He wears an overcoat. Beneath his overcoat, he is wearing a bomb. His pockets are filled with nails, ball bearings, and rat poison. The bus is crowded and headed for the heart of the city. The young man takes his seat beside a middle-aged couple. He will wait for the bus to reach its next stop. The couple at his side appears to be shopping for a new refrigerator. The woman has decided on a model, but her husband worries that it will be too expensive. He indicates another one in a brochure that lies open on her lap. The next stop comes into view. The bus doors swing. The woman observes that the model her husband has selected will not fit in the space underneath their cabinets. New passengers have taken the last remaining seats and begun gathering in the aisle. The bus is now full. The young man smiles. With the press of a button, he destroys himself, the couple at his side, and 20 others on the bus. The nails, ball bearings, and rat poison ensure further casualties on the street and in the surrounding cars. All has gone according to plan. The young man's parents soon learn of his fate. Although saddened to have lost a son, they feel tremendous pride at his accomplishment. They know that he has gone to heaven and prepared the way for them to follow. He has also sent his victims to hell for eternity. It is a double victory. The neighbors find the event a great cause for celebration and honor the young man's parents by giving them gifts of food and money. These are the facts. This is all we know for certain about the young man. Is there anything else that we can infer about him on the basis of his behavior? Was he popular in school? Was he rich or was he poor? Was he of low or high intelligence? His actions leave no clue at all. Did he have a college education? Did he have a bright future as a mechanical engineer? His behavior is simply mute on questions of this sort, and hundreds like them. Why is it so easy, then, so trivially easy, you could almost bet your life on it easy, to guess the young man's religion? A belief is a lever that, once pulled, moves almost everything else in a person's life. Are you a scientist, a liberal, a racist? These are merely species of belief in action. Your beliefs define your vision of the world. They dictate your behavior. They determine your emotional responses to other human beings. If you doubt this, consider how your experience would suddenly change if you came to believe one of the following propositions. 1. You have only 2 weeks to live. 2. You've just won a lottery prize of $100 million. 3. Aliens have implanted a receiver in your skull and are manipulating your thoughts. These are mere words, until you believe them. Once believed, they become part of the very apparatus of your mind, determining your desires, fears, expectations, and subsequent behavior. There seems, however, to be a problem with some of our most cherished beliefs about the world. They are leading us, inexorably, to kill one another. A glance at history, or at the pages of any newspaper, reveals that ideas which divide one group of human beings from another, only to unite them in slaughter, generally have their roots in religion. It seems that if our species ever eradicates itself through war, it will not be because it was written in the stars, but because it was written in our books. It is what we do with words like God and paradise and sin in the present that will determine our future. Our situation is this. Most of the people in this world believe that the creator of the universe has written a book. We have the misfortune of having many such books on hand, each making an exclusive claim as to its infallibility. People tend to organize themselves into factions according to which of these incompatible claims they accept, rather than on the basis of language, skin color, location of birth, or any other criterion of tribalism. Each of these texts urges its readers to adopt a variety of beliefs and practices, some of which are benign, many of which are not. All are in perverse agreement on one point of fundamental importance, however. Respect for other faiths, or for the views of unbelievers, is not an attitude that God endorses. While all faiths have been touched here and there by the spirit of ecumenicalism, the central tenet of every religious tradition is that all others are mere repositories of error, or, at best, dangerously incomplete. Intolerance is thus intrinsic to every creed. Once a person believes, really believes, that certain ideas can lead to eternal happiness, or to its antithesis, he cannot tolerate the possibility that the people he loves might be led astray by the blandishments of unbelievers. Certainty about the next life is simply incompatible with tolerance in this one. Observations of this sort pose an immediate problem for us, however, because criticizing a person's faith is currently taboo in every corner of our culture. On this subject, liberals and conservatives have reached a rare consensus. Religious beliefs are simply beyond the scope of rational discourse. Criticizing a person's ideas about God and the afterlife is thought to be impolitic in a way that criticizing his ideas about physics or history is not. And so it is that when a Muslim suicide bomber obliterates himself, along with a score of innocents on a Jerusalem street, the role that faith played in his actions is invariably discounted. His motives must have been political, economic, or entirely personal. Without faith, desperate people would still do terrible things. Faith itself is always and everywhere exonerated. But technology has a way of creating fresh moral imperatives. Our technical advances in the art of war have finally rendered our religious differences, and hence our religious beliefs, antithetical to our survival. We can no longer ignore the fact that billions of our neighbors believe in the metaphysics of martyrdom, or in the literal truth of the Book of Revelation, or any of the other fantastical notions that have lurked in the minds of the faithful for millennia, because our neighbors are now armed with chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons. There is no doubt that these developments mark the terminal phase of our credulity. Words like God and Allah must go the way of Apollo and Baal, or they will unmake our world. A few minutes spent wandering the graveyard of bad ideas suggests that such conceptual revolutions are possible. Consider the case of alchemy. It fascinated human beings for over 1,000 years, and yet anyone who seriously claims to be a practicing alchemist today will have disqualified himself for most positions of responsibility in our society. Faith-based religion must suffer the same slide into obsolescence. What is the alternative to religion as we know it? As it turns out, this is the wrong question to ask. Chemistry was not an alternative to alchemy. It was a wholesale exchange of ignorance at its most rococo for genuine knowledge. We will find that, as with alchemy, to speak of alternatives to religious faith is to miss the point. Of course, people of faith fall on a continuum. Some draw solace and inspiration from a specific spiritual tradition, and yet remain fully committed to tolerance and diversity, while others would burn the earth to cinders if it would put an end to heresy. There are, in other words, religious moderates and religious extremists, and their various passions and projects should not be confused. One of the central themes of this book, however, is that religious moderates are themselves the bearers of a terrible dogma. They imagine that the path to peace will be paved once each of us has learned to respect the unjustified beliefs of others. I hope to show that the very ideal of religious tolerance born of the notion that every human being should be free to believe whatever he wants about God, is one of the principal forces driving us toward the abyss. We have been slow to recognize the degree to which religious faith perpetuates man's inhumanity to man. This is not surprising, since many of us still believe that faith is an essential component of human life. Two myths now keep faith beyond the fray of rational criticism, and they seem to foster religious extremism and religious moderation equally. One, most of us believe that there are good things that people get from religious faith. For example, strong communities, ethical behavior, spiritual experience, that cannot be had elsewhere. Two, many of us also believe that the terrible things that are sometimes done in the name of religion are the products not of faith per se, but of our baser natures, forces like greed, hatred, and fear, for which religious beliefs are themselves the best, or even the only, remedy. Taken together, these myths seem to have granted us perfect immunity to outbreaks of reasonableness in our public discourse. Many religious moderates have taken the apparent high road of pluralism, asserting the equal validity of all faiths. But in doing so, they neglect to notice the irredeemably sectarian truth claims of each. As long as a Christian believes that only his baptized brethren will be saved on the day of judgment, he cannot possibly respect the beliefs of others, for he knows that the flames of hell have been stoked by these very ideas, and await their adherents even now. Muslims and Jews generally take the same arrogant view of their own enterprises, and have spent millennia passionately reiterating the errors of other faiths. It should go without saying that these rival belief systems are all equally uncontaminated by evidence. And yet, intellectuals as diverse as H.G. Wells, Albert Einstein, Carl Jung, Max Planck, Freeman Dyson, and Stephen Jay Gould have declared the war between reason and faith to be long over. On this view, there is no need to have all our beliefs about the universe cohere. A person can be a God-fearing Christian on Sunday and a working scientist come Monday morning, without ever having to account for the partition that seems to have erected itself in his head while he slept. He can, as it were, have his reason and eat it too. As the early chapters of this book will illustrate, it is only because the Church has been politically hobbled in the West that anyone can afford to think this way, in places where scholars can still be stoned to death for doubting the veracity of the Quran. Gould's notion of a loving concordat between faith and reason would be perfectly delusional. This is not to say that the deepest concerns of the faithful, whether moderate or extreme, are trivial or even misguided. There is no denying that most of us have emotional and spiritual needs that are now addressed, however obliquely and at a terrible price, by mainstream religion. And these are needs that a mere understanding of our world, scientific or otherwise, will never fulfill. There is clearly a sacred dimension to our existence, and coming to terms with it could well be the highest purpose of human life. But we will find that it requires no faith in untestable propositions. Jesus was born of a virgin. The Quran is the Word of God. For us to do this. The myth of moderation in religion. The idea that any one of our religions represents the infallible word of the one true God requires an encyclopedic ignorance of history, mythology, and art even to be entertained, as the beliefs, rituals, and iconography of each of our religions attest to centuries of cross-pollination among them. Whatever their imagined source, the doctrines of modern religions are no more tenable than those which, for lack of adherents, were cast upon the scrap heap of mythology millennia ago. For there is no more evidence to justify a belief in the literal existence of Yahweh and Satan than there was to keep Zeus perched upon his mountain throne, or Poseidon churning the seas. According to Gallup, 35% of Americans believe that the Bible is the literal and inerrant word of the Creator of the universe. Another 48% believe that it is the inspired word of the same, still inerrant, though certain of its passages must be interpreted symbolically before their truth can be brought to light. Only 17% of us remain to doubt that a personal God, in his infinite wisdom, is likely to have authored this text, or, for that matter, to have created the earth with its 250,000 species of beetles. Some 46% of Americans take a literalist view of creation. 40% believe that God has guided creation over the course of millions of years. This means that 120 million of us place the Big Bang 2,500 years after the Babylonians and Sumerians learned to brew beer. If our polls are to be trusted, nearly 230 million Americans believe that a book showing neither unity of style nor internal consistency was authored by an omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent deity. A survey of Hindus, Muslims, and Jews around the world would surely yield similar results, revealing that we as a species have grown almost perfectly intoxicated by our myths. How is it that, in this one area of our lives, we have convinced ourselves that our beliefs about the world can float entirely free of reason and evidence? It is with respect to this rather surprising cognitive scenery that we must decide what it means to be a religious moderate in the 21st century. Moderates in every faith are obliged to loosely interpret, or simply ignore, much of their canons in the interests of living in the modern world. No doubt an obscure truth of economics is at work here. Societies appear to become considerably less productive whenever large numbers of people stop making widgets and begin killing their customers and creditors for heresy. The first thing to observe about the moderates' retreat from scriptural literalism is that it draws its inspiration not from Scripture, but from cultural developments that have rendered many of God's utterances difficult to accept as written. In America, religious moderation is further enforced by the fact that most Christians and Jews do not read the Bible in its entirety, and consequently have no idea just how vigorously the God of Abraham wants heresy expunged. One look at the book of Deuteronomy reveals that he has something very specific in mind should your son or daughter return from yoga class advocating the worship of Krishna. If your brother, the son of your father or of your mother, or your son or daughter, or the spouse whom you embrace, or your most intimate friend, tries to secretly seduce you, saying, "Let us go and serve other gods," unknown to you or your ancestors before you, gods of the peoples surrounding you, whether near you or far away, anywhere throughout the world, you must not consent, you must not listen to him, you must show him no pity, you must not spare him or conceal his guilt. No, you must kill him. Your hand must strike the first blow in putting him to death, and the hands of the rest of the people following. You must stone him to death, since he has tried to divert you from Yahweh, your God. Deuteronomy chapter 13, verses 7 through 11. While the stoning of children for heresy has fallen out of fashion in our country, you will not hear a moderate Christian or Jew arguing for a symbolic reading of passages of this sort. In fact, one seems to be explicitly blocked by God himself in Deuteronomy chapter 13, verse 1. Whatever I am now commanding you, you must keep and observe, adding nothing to it, taking nothing away. The above passage is as canonical as any in the Bible, and it is only by ignoring such barbarisms that the good book can be reconciled with life in the modern world. This is a problem for moderation in religion. It has nothing underwriting it other than the unacknowledged neglect of the letter of the divine law. The only reason anyone is moderate in matters of faith these days is that he has assimilated some of the fruits of the last 2,000 years of human thought: democratic politics, scientific advancement on every front, concern for human rights, an end to cultural and geographic isolation, etc. The doors leading out of scriptural literalism do not open from the inside. The moderation we see among non-fundamentalists is not some sign that faith itself has evolved. It is rather the product of many hammer blows of modernity that have exposed certain tenets of faith to doubt. Not the least among these developments has been the emergence of our tendency to value evidence and to be convinced by a proposition to the degree that there is evidence for it. Even most fundamentalists live by the lights of reason in this regard. It is just that their minds seem to have been partitioned to accommodate the profligate truth claims of their faith. Tell a devout Christian that his wife is cheating on him, or that frozen yogurt can make a man invisible, and he is likely to require as much evidence as anyone else, and to be persuaded only to the extent that you give it. Tell him that the book he keeps by his bed was written by an invisible deity who will punish him with fire for eternity if he fails to accept its every incredible claim about the universe, and he seems to require no evidence whatsoever. Religious moderation springs from the fact that even the least educated person among us simply knows more about certain matters than anyone did 2,000 years ago, and much of this knowledge is incompatible with Scripture. Having heard something about the medical discoveries of the last 100 years, most of us no longer equate disease processes with sin or demonic possession. Having learned about the known distances between objects in our universe, most of us, about half of us actually, find the idea that the whole works was created 6,000 years ago, with light from distant stars already in transit toward the Earth, impossible to take seriously. Such concessions to modernity do not in the least suggest that faith is compatible with reason, or that our religious traditions are in principle open to new learning. It is just that the utility of ignoring or reinterpreting certain articles of faith is now overwhelming. Anyone being flown to a distant city for heart bypass surgery has conceded, tacitly at least, that we have learned a few things about physics, geography, engineering, and medicine since the time of Moses. So it is not that these texts have maintained their integrity over time. They haven't. It is just that they have been effectively edited by our neglect of certain of their passages. Most of what remains, the good parts, has been spared the same winnowing because we do not yet have a truly modern understanding of our ethical intuitions and our capacity for spiritual experience. If we better understood the workings of the human brain, we would undoubtedly discover lawful connections between our states of consciousness, our modes of conduct, and the various ways we use our attention. What makes one person happier than another? Why is love more conducive to happiness than hate? Why do we generally prefer beauty to ugliness and order to chaos? Why does it feel so good to smile and laugh? And why do these shared experiences generally bring people closer together? Is the ego an illusion? And if so, what implications does this have for human life? Is there life after death? These are ultimately questions for a mature science of the mind. If we ever develop such a science, most of our religious texts will be no more useful to mystics than they now are to astronomers. While moderation in religion may seem a reasonable position to stake out, in light of all that we have and have not learned about the universe, it offers no bulwark against religious extremism and religious violence. From the perspective of those seeking to live by the letter of the texts, the religious moderate is nothing more than a failed fundamentalist. He is, in all likelihood, going to wind up in hell with the rest of the unbelievers. The problem that religious moderation poses for all of us is that it does not permit anything very critical to be said about religious literalism. We cannot say that fundamentalists are crazy, because they are merely practicing their freedom of belief. We cannot even say they are mistaken in religious terms, because their knowledge of Scripture is generally unrivaled. All we can say, as religious moderates, is that we don't like the personal and social costs that a full embrace of Scripture imposes on us. This is not a new form of faith, or even a new species of scriptural exegesis. It is simply a capitulation to a variety of all too human interests that have nothing in principle to do with God. Religious moderation is the product of secular knowledge and scriptural ignorance, and it has no bona fides, in religious terms, to put it on a par with fundamentalism. The texts themselves are unequivocal. They are perfect in all their parts. By their light, religious moderation appears to be nothing more than an unwillingness to fully submit to God's law. By failing to live by the letter of the texts, while tolerating the irrationality of those who do, religious moderates betray faith and reason equally. Unless the core dogmas of faith are called into question, that is, that we know there is a God, and that we know what he wants from us, religious moderation will do nothing to lead us out of the wilderness. The benignity of most religious moderates does not suggest that religious faith is anything more sublime than a desperate marriage of hope and ignorance, nor does it guarantee that there is not a terrible price to be paid for limiting the scope of reason in our dealings with other human beings. Religious moderation, insofar as it represents an attempt to hold on to what is still serviceable in orthodox religion, closes the door to more sophisticated approaches to spirituality, ethics, and the building of strong communities. Religious moderates seem to believe that what we need is not radical insight and innovation in these areas, but a mere dilution of Iron Age philosophy. Rather than bring the full force of our creativity and rationality to bear on the problems of ethics, social cohesion, and even spiritual experience, moderates merely ask that we relax our standards of adherence to ancient superstitions and taboos, while otherwise maintaining a belief system that was passed down to us from men and women whose lives were simply ravaged by their basic ignorance about the world. In what other sphere of life is such subservience to tradition acceptable? Medicine? Engineering? Not even politics suffers the anachronism that still dominates our thinking about ethical values and spiritual experience. Imagine that we could revive a well-educated Christian of the 14th century. The man would prove to be a total ignoramus, except on matters of faith. His beliefs about geography, astronomy, and medicine would embarrass even a child, but he would know more or less everything there is to know about God, though he would be considered a fool to think that the earth is the center of the cosmos, or that trepanning constitutes a wise medical intervention. His religious ideas would still be beyond reproach. There are two explanations for this. Either we perfected our religious understanding of the world a millennium ago, while our knowledge on all other fronts was still hopelessly inchoate, or religion, being the mere maintenance of dogma, is one area of discourse that does not admit of progress. We will see that there is much to recommend the latter view. With each passing year, do our religious beliefs conserve more and more of the data of human experience? If religion addresses a genuine sphere of understanding and human necessity, then it should be susceptible to progress. Its doctrines should become more useful rather than less. Progress in religion, as in other fields, would have to be a matter of present inquiry, not the mere reiteration of past doctrine. Whatever is true now should be discoverable now, and describable in terms that are not an outright affront to the rest of what we know about the world. By this measure, the entire project of religion seems perfectly backward. It cannot survive the changes that have come over us, culturally, technologically, and even ethically. Otherwise, there are few reasons to believe that we will survive it. Moderates do not want to kill anyone in the name of God, but they want us to keep using the word God as though we knew what we were talking about. And they do not want anything too critical said about people who really believe in the God of their fathers, because tolerance, perhaps above all else, is sacred. To speak plainly and truthfully about the state of our world, to say, for instance, that the Bible and the Quran both contain mountains of life-destroying gibberish, is antithetical to tolerance as moderates currently conceive it. But we can no longer afford the luxury of such political correctness. We must finally recognize the price we are paying to maintain the iconography of our ignorance. The shadow of the past. Finding ourselves in a universe that seems bent upon destroying us, we quickly discover, both as individuals and as societies, that it is a good thing to understand the forces arrayed against us. And so it is that every human being comes to desire genuine knowledge about the world. This has always posed a special problem for religion, because every religion preaches the truth of propositions for which it has no evidence. In fact, every religion preaches the truth of propositions for which no evidence is even conceivable. This put the leap in Kierkegaard's leap of faith. What if all our knowledge about the world were suddenly to disappear? Imagine that 6 billion of us wake up tomorrow morning in a state of utter ignorance and confusion. Our books and computers are still here, but we can't make heads or tails of their contents. We have even forgotten how to drive our cars and brush our teeth. What knowledge would we want to reclaim first? Well, there's that business about growing food and building shelter that we would want to get reacquainted with. We would want to relearn how to use and repair many of our machines. Learning to understand spoken and written language would also be a top priority, given that these skills are necessary for acquiring most others. When in this process of reclaiming our humanity, will it be important to know that Jesus was born of a virgin, or that he was resurrected? And how would we relearn these truths, if they are indeed true? By reading the Bible? Our tour of the shelves will deliver similar pearls from antiquity, like the fact that Isis, the goddess of fertility, sports an impressive pair of cow horns. Reading further, we will learn that Thor carries a hammer, and that Marduk's sacred animals are horses, dogs, and a dragon with a forked tongue. Whom shall we give top billing in our resurrected world, Yahweh or Shiva? And when will we want to relearn that premarital sex is a sin, or that adulteresses should be stoned to death, or that the soul enters the zygote at the moment of conception? And what will we think of those curious people who begin proclaiming that one of our books is distinct from all others, in that it was actually written by the creator of the universe? There are undoubtedly spiritual truths that we would want to relearn, once we manage to feed and clothe ourselves, and these are truths that we have learned imperfectly in our present state. How is it possible, for instance, to overcome one's fear and inwardness and simply love other human beings? Assume for the moment that such a process of personal transformation exists, and that there is something worth knowing about it. There is, in other words, some skill or discipline or conceptual understanding or dietary supplement that allows for the reliable transformation of fearful, hateful, or indifferent persons into loving ones. If so, we would be positively desperate to know about it. There may even be a few biblical passages that would be useful in this regard, but as for whole rafts of untestable doctrines, clearly there would be no reasonable basis to take them up again. The Bible and Quran, it seems certain, would find themselves respectfully shelved next to Ovid's Metamorphoses and the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The point is that most of what we currently hold sacred is not sacred for any reason other than that it was thought sacred yesterday. Surely, if we could create the world anew, the practice of organizing our lives around untestable propositions found in ancient literature, to say nothing of killing and dying for them, would be impossible to justify. What stops us from finding it impossible now? Many have observed that religion, by lending meaning to human life, permits communities, at least those united under a single faith, to cohere. Historically, this is true, and on this score religion is to be credited as much for wars of conquest as for feast days and brotherly love. But in its effect upon the modern world, a world already united, at least potentially, by economic, environmental, political, and epidemiological necessity, religious ideology is dangerously retrograde. Our past is not sacred for being past, and there is much that is behind us that we are struggling to keep behind us, and to which it is to be hoped we could never return with a clear conscience. The divine right of kings, feudalism, the caste system, slavery, political executions, forced castration, vivisection, bear baiting, honorable duels, chastity belts, trial by ordeal, child labor, human and animal sacrifice, the stoning of heretics, cannibalism, sodomy laws, taboos against contraception, human radiation experiments. The list is nearly endless, and if it were extended indefinitely, the proportion of abuses for which religion could be found directly responsible is likely to remain undiminished. In fact, almost every indignity just mentioned can be attributed to an insufficient taste for evidence, to an uncritical faith in one dogma or another. The idea, therefore, that religious faith is somehow a sacred human convention, distinguished as it is both by the extravagance of its claims and by the paucity of its evidence, is really too great a monstrosity to be appreciated in all its glory. Religious faith represents so uncompromising a misuse of the power of our minds that it forms a kind of perverse cultural singularity, a vanishing point beyond which rational discourse proves impossible. When foisted upon each generation anew, it renders us incapable of realizing just how much of our world has been unnecessarily ceded to a dark and barbarous past. The burden of paradise. Our world is fast succumbing to the activities of men and women who would stake the future of our species on beliefs that should not survive an elementary school education. That so many of us are still dying on account of ancient myths is as bewildering as it is horrible, and our own attachment to these myths, whether moderate or extreme, has kept us silent in the face of developments that could ultimately destroy us. Indeed, religion is as much a living spring of violence today as it was at any time in the past. The recent conflicts in Palestine, Jews versus Muslims, the Balkans, Orthodox Serbians versus Catholic Croatians, Orthodox Serbians versus Bosnian and Albanian Muslims, Northern Ireland, Protestants versus Catholics, Kashmir, Muslims versus Hindus, Sudan, Muslims versus Christians and animists, Nigeria, Muslims versus Christians, Ethiopia and Eritrea, Muslims versus Christians, Sri Lanka, Sinhalese Buddhists versus Tamil Hindus, Indonesia, Muslims versus Timorese Christians, and the Caucasus, Orthodox Russians versus Chechen Muslims, Muslim Azerbaijanis versus Catholic and Orthodox Armenians, are merely a few cases in point. In these places, religion has been the explicit cause of literally millions of deaths in the last 10 years. These events should strike us like psychological experiments run amok, for that is what they are. Give people divergent, irreconcilable, and untestable notions about what happens after death, and then oblige them to live together with limited resources. The result is just what we see, an unending cycle of murder and ceasefire. If history reveals any categorical truth, it is that an insufficient taste for evidence regularly brings out the worst in us. Add weapons of mass destruction to this diabolical clockwork, and you have found a recipe for the fall of civilization. What can be said of the nuclear brinkmanship between India and Pakistan if their divergent religious beliefs are to be respected? There is nothing for religious pluralists to criticize but each country's poor diplomacy, while in truth, the entire conflict is born of an irrational embrace of myth. Over 1 million people died in the orgy of religious killing that attended the partitioning of India and Pakistan. The two countries have since fought 3 official wars, suffered a continuous bloodletting at their shared border, and are now poised to exterminate one another with nuclear weapons, simply because they disagree about facts that are every bit as fanciful as the names of Santa's reindeer. And their discourse is such that they are capable of mustering a suicidal level of enthusiasm for these subjects without evidence. Their conflict is only nominally about land, because their incompatible claims upon the territory of Kashmir are a direct consequence of their religious differences. Indeed, the only reason India and Pakistan are different countries is that the beliefs of Islam cannot be reconciled with those of Hinduism. From the point of view of Islam, it would be scarcely possible to conceive a way of scandalizing Allah that is not perpetrated each morning by some observant Hindu. The land these people are actually fighting over is not to be found in this world. When will we realize that the concessions we have made to faith in our political discourse have prevented us from even speaking about, much less uprooting, the most prolific source of violence in our history? Mothers were skewered on swords as their children watched. Young women were stripped and raped in broad daylight, then set on fire. A pregnant woman's belly was slit open, her fetus raised skyward on the tip of sword, and then tossed onto one of the fires that blazed across the city. This is not an account of the Middle Ages, nor is it a tale from Middle-earth. This is our world. The cause of this behavior was not economic, it was not racial, and it was not political. The above passage describes the violence that erupted between Hindus and Muslims in India in the winter of 2002. The only difference between these groups consists in what they believe about God. Over 1,000 people died in this month-long series of riots, nearly half as many as have died in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in more than a decade. And these are tiny numbers, considering the possibilities. A nuclear war between India and Pakistan seems almost inevitable, given what most Indians and Pakistanis believe about the afterlife. Arundhati Roy has said that Western concern over this situation is just a matter of white imperialists believing that blacks cannot be trusted with the bomb. This is a grotesque charge. One might argue that no group of people can quite be trusted with the bomb, but to ignore the destabilizing role that religion plays on the subcontinent is both reckless and disingenuous. We can only hope that the forces of secularism and rationality will keep the missiles in their silos for a while yet, until the deeper reasons for this conflict can be finally addressed. While I do not mean to single out the doctrine of Islam for special abuse, there is no question that, at this point in history, it represents a unique danger to all of us, Muslim and non-Muslim alike. Needless to say, many Muslims are basically rational and tolerant of others. As we will see, however, these modern virtues are not likely to be products of their faith. In Chapter 4, I will argue that insofar as a person is observant of the doctrine of Islam, that is, insofar as he really believes it, he will pose a problem for us. Indeed, it has grown rather obvious that the liabilities of the Muslim faith are by no means confined to the beliefs of Muslim extremists. The response of the Muslim world to the events of September 11, 2001, leaves no doubt that a significant number of human beings in the 21st century believe in the possibility of martyrdom. We have, in response to this improbable fact, declared a war on terrorism. This is rather like declaring war on murder. It is a category error that obscures the true cause of our troubles. Terrorism is not a source of human violence, but merely one of its inflections. If Osama bin Laden were the leader of a nation, and the World Trade Center had been brought down with missiles, the atrocities of September 11th would have been acts of war. It should go without saying that we would have resisted the temptation to declare a war on war in response. To see that our problem is with Islam itself, and not merely with terrorism, we need only ask ourselves why Muslim terrorists do what they do. Why would someone as conspicuously devoid of personal grievances or psychological dysfunction as Osama bin Laden, who is neither poor, uneducated, delusional, nor a prior victim of Western aggression, devote himself to cave-dwelling machinations with the intention of killing innumerable men, women, and children he has never met? The answer to this question is obvious, if only because it has been patiently articulated ad nauseum by bin Laden himself. The answer is that men like bin Laden actually believe what they say they believe. They believe in the literal truth of the Quran. Why did 19 well-educated, middle-class men trade their lives in this world for the privilege of killing thousands of our neighbors? Because they believed that they would go straight to paradise for doing so. It is rare to find the behavior of human beings so fully and satisfactorily explained. Why have we been reluctant to accept this explanation? As we have seen, there is something that most Americans share with Osama bin Laden, the 19 hijackers, and much of the Muslim world. We, too, cherish the idea that certain fantastic propositions can be believed without evidence. Such heroic acts of credulity are thought not only acceptable, but redeeming, even necessary. This is a problem that is considerably deeper and more troubling than the problem of anthrax in the mail. The concessions we have made to religious faith, to the idea that belief can be sanctified by something other than evidence, have rendered us unable to name, much less address, one of the most pervasive causes of conflict in our world. Muslim extremism. It is important to specify the dimension in which Muslim extremists are actually extreme. They are extreme in their faith. They are extreme in their devotion to the literal word of the Quran and the Hadith, the literature recounting the sayings and actions of the Prophet. And this leads them to be extreme in the degree to which they believe that modernity and secular culture are incompatible with moral and spiritual health. Muslim extremists are certain that the exports of Western culture are leading their wives and children away from God. They also consider our unbelief to be a sin so grave that it merits death whenever it becomes an impediment to the spread of Islam. These sundry passions are not reducible to hatred in any ordinary sense. Most Muslim extremists have never been to America or even met an American, and they have far fewer grievances with Western imperialism than is the norm around the globe. Above all, they appear to be suffering from a fear of contamination. As has been widely noted, they are also consumed by feelings of humiliation. Humiliation over the fact that while their civilization has foundered, they have watched a godless, sin-loving people become the masters of everything they touch. This feeling is also a product of their faith. Muslims do not merely feel the outrage of the poor, who are deprived of the necessities of life. They feel the outrage of a chosen people who have been subjugated by barbarians. Osama bin Laden wants for nothing. What, then, does he want? He has not called for the equal distribution of wealth around the globe. Even his demand for Palestinian statehood seems an afterthought, stemming as much from his anti-Semitism as from any solidarity he feels with the Palestinians. Needless to say, such anti-Semitism and solidarity are also products of his faith. He seems most exercised over the presence of unbelievers, American troops and Jews, in the Muslim Holy Land, and over what he imagines to be the territorial ambitions of Zionists. These are purely theological grievances. It would be much better for all concerned if he merely hated us. To be sure, hatred is an eminently human emotion, and it is obvious that many Muslim extremists feel it. But faith is still the mother of hatred here, as it is wherever people define their moral identities in religious terms. The only salient difference between Muslims and non-Muslims is that the latter have not proclaimed their faith in Allah and in Muhammad as his prophet. Islam is a missionary religion. There is not likely to be an underlying doctrine of racism or even nationalism animating the militant Muslim world. Muslims can be both racist and nationalistic, of course, but it seems all but certain that if the West underwent a massive conversion to Islam and perforce repudiated all Jewish interests in the Holy Land, the basis for Muslim hatred would simply disappear. Most Muslims who commit atrocities are explicit about their desire to get to paradise. One failed Palestinian suicide bomber described being pushed to attack Israelis by the love of martyrdom. He added, "I didn't want revenge for anything. I just wanted to be a martyr." Mr. Zidane, the would-be martyr, conceded that his Jewish captors were better than many, many Arabs. With regard to the suffering that his death would have inflicted upon his family, he reminded his interviewer that a martyr gets to pick 70 people to join him in paradise. He would have been sure to invite his family along. As I have said, people of faith tend to argue that it is not faith itself, but man's baser nature that inspires such violence. But I take it to be self-evident that ordinary people cannot be moved to burn genial old scholars alive for blaspheming the Quran, or celebrate the violent deaths of their children, unless they believe some improbable things about the nature of the universe. Because most religions offer no valid mechanism by which their core beliefs can be tested and revised, each new generation of believers is condemned to inherit the superstitions and tribal hatreds of its predecessors. If we would speak of the baseness of our natures, our willingness to live, kill, and die on account of propositions for which we have no evidence should be among the first topics of discussion. Most people in positions of leadership in our country will say that there is no direct link between the Muslim faith and terrorism. It is clear, however, that Muslims hate the West in the very terms of their faith, and that the Quran mandates such hatred. It is widely claimed by moderate Muslims that the Quran mandates nothing of the kind, and that Islam is a religion of peace. But one need only read the Quran itself to see that this is untrue. Prophet, make war on the unbelievers and the hypocrites, and deal rigorously with them. Hell shall be their home, an evil fate. Quran, chapter 9, verse 73. Believers, make war on the infidels who dwell around you. Deal firmly with them. Know that God is with the righteous. Quran, chapter 9, verse 123. Religious Muslims cannot help but disdain a culture that, to the degree that it is secular, is a culture of infidels. To the degree that it is religious, our culture is the product of a partial revelation, that of Christians and Jews, inferior in every respect to the revelation of Islam. The reality that the West currently enjoys far more wealth and temporal power than any nation under Islam is viewed by devout Muslims as a diabolical perversity, and this situation will always stand as an open invitation for jihad. Insofar as a person is Muslim, that is, insofar as he believes that Islam constitutes the only viable path to God, and that the Quran enunciates it perfectly, he will feel contempt for any man or woman who doubts the truth of his beliefs. What is more, he will feel that the eternal happiness of his children is put in peril by the mere presence of such unbelievers in the world. If such people happen to be making the policies under which he and his children must live, the potential for violence imposed by his beliefs seems unlikely to dissipate. This is why economic advantages and education, in and of themselves, are insufficient remedies for the causes of religious violence. There is no doubt that many well-educated, middle-class fundamentalists are ready to kill and die for God. As Samuel Huntington and others have observed, religious fundamentalism in the developing world is not principally a movement of the poor and uneducated. To see the role that faith plays in propagating Muslim violence, we need only ask why so many Muslims are eager to turn themselves into bombs these days. The answer? Because the Quran makes this activity seem like a career opportunity. Nothing in the history of Western colonialism explains this behavior, though we can certainly concede that this history offers us much to atone for. Subtract the Muslim belief in martyrdom and jihad, and the actions of suicide bombers become completely unintelligible, as does the spectacle of public jubilation that invariably follows their deaths. Insert these peculiar beliefs, and one can only marvel that suicide bombing is not more widespread. Anyone who says that the doctrines of Islam have nothing to do with terrorism, and our airways have been filled with apologists for Islam making this claim, is just playing a game with words. The believers who stay at home, apart from those that suffer from a grave impediment, are not equal to those who fight for the cause of God with their goods and their persons. God has given those that fight with their goods and their persons a higher rank than those who stay at home. God has promised all a good reward, but far richer is the recompense of those who fight for him. He that leaves his dwelling to fight for God and his apostle, and is then overtaken by death, shall be rewarded by God. The unbelievers are your inveterate enemies. Quran, chapter 4, verses 95 through 101. Outright prestidigitation with the articles of faith regularly produces utterances of this sort. Islam is a religion of peace. The very word Islam, after all, means peace. And suicide is forbidden in the Quran, so there is no scriptural basis whatsoever for the actions of these terrorists. To such magicians' patter, we might add that the phrase dirty bomb does not appear anywhere in the text of the Quran. Yes, the Quran seems to say something that can be construed as a prohibition against suicide. Do not destroy yourselves, chapter 4, verse 29. But it leaves many loopholes, large enough to fly a 767 through. Let those who would exchange the life of this world for the hereafter fight for the cause of God. Whoever fights for the cause of God, whether he dies or triumphs, we shall richly reward him. The true believers fight for the cause of God, but the infidels fight for the devil. Fight then against the friends of Satan. Say, trifling are the pleasures of this life. The hereafter is better for those who would keep from evil. Quran, chapter 4, verses 74 through 78. When the above invitations to martyrdom are considered in light of the fact that Islam does not distinguish between religious and civil authority, the twin terrors of Quranic literalism spring into view. On the level of the state, a Muslim aspiration for world domination is explicitly enjoined by God. On the level of the individual, the metaphysics of martyrdom provides a rationale for ultimate self-sacrifice toward this end. As Bernard Lewis observes, since the time of the Prophet, Islam has been associated in the minds and memories of Muslims with the exercise of political and military power. The metaphysics of Islam are particularly inauspicious where tolerance and religious diversity are concerned, for martyrdom is the only way that a Muslim can bypass the painful litigation that awaits us all on the Day of Judgment and proceed directly to paradise. Rather than spend centuries moldering in the earth in anticipation of being resurrected and subsequently interrogated by wrathful angels, the martyr is immediately transported to Allah's garden, where a flock of dark-eyed virgins awaits him. Because they are believed to be nothing less than verbatim transcripts of God's utterances, texts like the Quran and the Bible must be appreciated and criticized for any possible interpretations to which they are susceptible, and to which they will be subjected, with varying emphases and elisions, throughout the religious world. The problem is not that some Muslims neglect to notice the few references to non-aggression that can be found in the Quran, and that this leads them to do terrible things to innocent unbelievers. The problem is that most Muslims believe that the Quran is the literal word of God. The corrective to the worldview of Osama bin Laden is not to point out the single line in the Quran that condemns suicide, because this ambiguous statement is set in a thicket of other passages that can be read only as direct summons to war against the friends of Satan. The appropriate response to the bin Ladens of the world is to correct everyone's reading of these texts by making the same evidentiary demands in religious matters that we make in all others. If we cannot find our way to a time when most of us are willing to admit that, at the very least, we are not sure whether or not God wrote some of our books, then we need only count the days to Armageddon, because God has given us far many more reasons to kill one another than to turn the other cheek. We live in an age in which most people believe that mere words, Jesus, Allah, Ram, can mean the difference between eternal torment and bliss everlasting. Considering the stakes here, it is not surprising that many of us occasionally find it necessary to murder other human beings for using the wrong magic words, or the right ones for the wrong reasons. How can any person presume to know that this is the way the universe works? Because it says so in our holy books. How do we know that our holy books are free from error? Because the books themselves say so. Epistemological black holes of this sort are fast draining the light from our world. There is, of course, much that is wise and consoling and beautiful in our religious books. But words of wisdom and consolation and beauty abound in the pages of Shakespeare, Virgil, and Homer as well. And no one ever murdered strangers by the thousands because of the inspiration he found there. The belief that certain books were written by God, who, for reasons difficult to fathom, made Shakespeare a far better writer than himself, leaves us powerless to address the most potent source of human conflict, past and present. How is it that the absurdity of this idea does not bring us hourly to our knees? It is safe to say that few of us would have thought so many people could believe such a thing, if they did not actually believe it. Imagine a world in which generations of human beings came to believe that certain films were made by God, or that specific software was coded by him. Imagine a future in which millions of our descendants murder each other over rival interpretations of Star Wars or Windows 98. Could anything be more ridiculous? And yet, this would be no more ridiculous than the world we are living in. Death, the fount of illusions. We live in a world where all things, good and bad, are finally destroyed by change. The world sustains us, it would seem, only to devour us at its leisure. Parents lose their children, and children their parents. Husbands and wives are separated in an instant, never to meet again. Friends part company in haste, without knowing that it will be for the last time. This life, when surveyed with a broad glance, presents little more than a vast spectacle of loss. But it seems that there is a cure for all this. If we live rightly, not necessarily ethically, but within the framework of certain ancient beliefs and stereotyped behaviors, we will get everything we want after we die. When our bodies finally fail us, we just shed our corporeal ballast and travel to a land where we are reunited with everyone we loved while alive. Of course, overly rational people and other rabble will be kept out of this happy place, and those who suspended their disbelief while alive will be free to enjoy themselves for all eternity. We live in a world of unimaginable surprises, from the fusion energy that lights the sun to the genetic and evolutionary consequences of this light's dancing for eons upon the earth. And yet, paradise conforms to our most superficial concerns with all the fidelity of a Caribbean cruise. This is wondrously strange. If one didn't know better, one would think that man, in his fear of losing all that he loves, had created heaven, along with its gatekeeper, God, in his own image. Imagine that you have gone to your doctor for a routine checkup, and he gives you terrible news. You have contracted a virus that kills 100% of those it infects. The virus mutates so often that its course is totally unpredictable. It can lie dormant for many years, even decades, or it can kill you outright in an hour. It can lead to heart attack, stroke, myriad forms of cancer, dementia, even suicide. In fact, there seems to be no constraints upon what its terminal stages might be. As for strategies of avoidance, diet and health regimes, sequestration to one's bed, nothing avails. You can be certain that even if you live with no other purpose than to keep the progress of this virus in check, you will die, for there is no cure for it in sight, and the corruption of your body has already begun. Surely, most people would consider this report to be terrible news indeed. But would it be news, in fact? Isn't the inevitability of death just such a prognosis? Doesn't life itself have all the properties of our hypothetical virus? You could die at any moment. You might not even live to see the end of this paragraph. Not only that, you will definitely die at some moment in the future. If being prepared for death entails knowing when and where it will happen, the odds are you will not be prepared. Not only are you bound to die and leave this world, you are bound to leave it in such a precipitate fashion that the present significance of anything, your relationships, your plans for the future, your hobbies, your possessions, will appear to have been totally illusory. While all such things, when projected across an indefinite future, seem to be acquisitions of a kind, death proves that they are nothing of the sort. When the stopper on this life is pulled by an unseen hand, there will have been, in the final reckoning, no acquisition of anything at all. And as if this were not insult enough, most of us suffer the quiet discomposure, if not frank unhappiness, of our neuroses in the meantime. We love our family and friends, are terrified of losing them, and yet are not in the least free merely to love them while our short lives coincide. We have, after all, ourselves to worry about. As Freud and his descendants never tired of pointing out, each of us is dragged and sundered by diametrical urges, to merge with the world and disappear, or to retreat within the citadel of our apparent separateness. Either impulse taken to the extreme seems to condemn us to unhappiness. We are terrified of our creaturely insignificance, and much of what we do with our lives is a rather transparent attempt to keep this fear at bay. While we try not to think about it, nearly the only thing we can be certain of in this life is that we will one day die and leave everything behind. And yet, paradoxically, it seems almost impossible to believe that this is so. Our felt sense of what is real seems not to include our own death. We doubt the one thing that is not open to any doubt at all. What one believes happens after death dictates much of what one believes about life. And this is why faith-based religion, in presuming to fill in the blanks in our knowledge of the hereafter, does such heavy lifting for those who fall under its power. A single proposition, you will not die, once believed, determines a response to life that would be otherwise unthinkable. Imagine how you would feel if your only child suddenly died of pneumonia. Your reaction to this tragedy will be largely determined by what you think happens to human beings after they die. It would undoubtedly be comforting to believe something like, "He was God's little angel, and God took him back early because he wanted him close to Jesus. He'll be waiting for us when we get to heaven. If your beliefs are those of a Christian Scientist, obliging you to forego all medical interventions, you may even have collaborated with God by refusing to give your child antibiotics. Or consider how you would feel if you learned that a nuclear war had erupted between Israel and its neighbors over the ownership of the Temple Mount. If you were a millennium-minded Christian, you would undoubtedly view this as a sign of Christ's imminent return to earth. This would be nothing if not good news, no matter what the death toll. There's no denying that a person's conception of the afterlife has direct consequences for his view of the world. Of course, religious moderation consists in not being too sure about what happens after death. This is a reasonable attitude, given the paucity of evidence on the subject. But religious moderation still represents a failure to criticize the unreasonable and dangerous certainty of others. As a consequence of our silence on these matters, we live in a country in which a person cannot get elected president if he openly doubts the existence of heaven and hell. This is truly remarkable, given that there is no other body of knowledge that we require our political leaders to master. Even a hairstylist must pass a licensing exam before plying his trade in the United States, and yet those given the power to make war and national policy, those whose decisions will inevitably affect human life for generations, are not expected to know anything in particular before starting to work. They do not have to be political scientists, economists, or even lawyers. They need not have studied international relations, military history, resource management, civil engineering, or any other field of knowledge that might be brought to bear in the governance of a modern superpower. They need only be expert fundraisers, comport themselves well on television, and be indulgent of certain myths. In our next presidential election, an actor who reads his Bible would almost certainly defeat a rocket scientist who does not. Could there be any clearer indication that we are allowing unreason and otherworldliness to govern our affairs? Without death, the influence of faith-based religion would be unthinkable. Clearly, the fact of death is intolerable to us, and faith is little more than the shadow cast by our hope for a better life beyond the grave. The world beyond reason. As we will see in the last chapter of this book, there is little doubt that a certain range of human experience can be appropriately described as spiritual or mystical, experiences of meaningfulness, selflessness, and heightened emotion that surpass our narrow identities as selves and escape our current understanding of the mind and brain. But nothing about these experiences justifies arrogant and exclusionary claims about the unique sanctity of any text. There is no reason that our ability to sustain ourselves emotionally and spiritually cannot evolve with technology, politics, and the rest of culture. Indeed, it must evolve if we are to have any future at all. The basis of our spirituality surely consists in this: the range of possible human experience far exceeds the ordinary limits of our subjectivity. Clearly, some experiences can utterly transform a person's vision of the world. Every spiritual tradition rests on the insight that how we use our attention from moment to moment largely determines the quality of our lives. Many of the results of spiritual practice are genuinely desirable, and we owe it to ourselves to seek them out. It is important to note that these changes are not merely emotional, but cognitive and conceptual as well. Just as it is possible for us to have insights in fields like mathematics or biology, it is possible for us to have insights about the very nature of our own subjectivity. A variety of techniques, ranging from the practice of meditation to the use of psychedelic drugs, attest to the scope and plasticity of human experience. For millennia, contemplatives have known that ordinary people can divest themselves of the feeling that they call I, and thereby relinquish the sense that they are separate from the rest of the universe. This phenomenon which has been reported by practitioners in many spiritual traditions, is supported by a wealth of evidence, neuroscientific, philosophical, and introspective. Such experiences are spiritual or mystical, for want of better words, in that they are relatively rare, unnecessarily so, significant, in that they uncover genuine facts about the world, and personally transformative. They also reveal a far deeper connection between ourselves and the rest of the universe than is suggested by the ordinary confines of our subjectivity. There is no doubt that experiences of this sort are worth seeking, just as there is no doubt that the popular religious ideas that have grown up around them, especially in the West, are as dangerous as they are incredible. A truly rational approach to this dimension of our lives would allow us to explore the heights of our subjectivity with an open mind, while shedding the provincialism and dogmatism of our religious traditions in favor of free and rigorous inquiry. There also seems to be a body of data attesting to the reality of psychic phenomena, much of which has been ignored by mainstream science. The dictum that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence remains a reasonable guide in these areas, but this does not mean that the universe isn't far stranger than many of us suppose. It is important to realize that a healthy scientific skepticism is compatible with a fundamental openness of mind. The claims of mystics are neurologically quite astute. No human being has ever experienced an objective world, or even a world at all. You are at this moment having a visionary experience. The world that you see and hear is nothing more than a modification of your consciousness, the physical status of which remains a mystery. Your nervous system sections the undifferentiated buzz of the universe into separate channels of sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, as well as other senses of lesser renown: proprioception, kinesthesia, enteroreception, and even echolocation. The sights and sounds and pulsings that you experience at this moment are like different spectra of light thrown forth by the prism of the brain. We really are such stuff as dreams are made of. Our waking and dreaming brains are engaged in substantially the same activity. It is just that while dreaming, our brains are far less constrained by sensory information or by the fact-checkers, who appear to live somewhere in our frontal lobes. This is not to say that sensory experience offers us no indication of reality at large. It is merely that, as a matter of experience, nothing arises in consciousness that has not first been structured, edited, or amplified by the nervous system. While this gives rise to a few philosophical problems concerning the foundations of our knowledge, it also offers us a remarkable opportunity to deliberately transform the character of our experience. For every neuron that receives its input from the outside world, there are 10 to 100 others that do not. The brain is therefore talking mostly to itself, and no information from the world, with the exception of olfaction, runs directly from a sensory receptor to the cortex, where the contents of consciousness appear to be sequestered. There are always one or two breaks in the circuit, synapses, giving the neurons in question the opportunity to integrate feedback information or information from other regions of the brain. This sort of integration, contamination of signal explains how certain drugs, emotional states, or even conceptual insights can radically alter the character of our experience. Your brain is tuned to deliver the vision of the world that you are having at this moment. At the heart of most spiritual traditions lurks the entirely valid claim that it can be tuned differently. It is also true, however, that people occasionally have experiences that are rightly characterized as psychotic. As it turns out, there are many ways to deconstruct a self, to extract apparent meaningfulness from the deliverances of one's senses, and to believe that one knows how the world is. Not all visionary experiences are created equal, to say nothing of the world views derived from them. As in all things, some differences here make all the difference. These differences, moreover, can be rationally discussed. As we will see, There is an intimate connection between spirituality, ethics, and positive emotions. Although a scientific approach to these subjects is still struggling to be born, it is probably no more mysterious that most of us prefer love to fear, or regard cruelty as wrong, than that we agree in our judgments about the relative size of objects, or about the gender of faces. At the level of the brain, the laws that underwrite human happiness are unlikely to vary widely from person to person. In the later chapters of this book, we will see that much can be made of this fact, long before the scientific details ever become available to us. Once we have examined the problems inherent to faith, and the threat that even moderate religious faith, however inadvertently, now poses to our survival, we can begin to situate our ethical intuitions and our capacity for spiritual experience within the context of a rational worldview. This will require that we marshal insights from our growing understanding of the human brain, our genetic continuity with the rest of life, and the history of our religious ideas. In the chapters that follow, I will try to reconcile the bewildering juxtaposition of two facts. One, our religious traditions attest to a range of spiritual experiences that are real and significant and entirely worthy of our investigation, both personally and scientifically. Two, many of the beliefs that have grown up around these experiences now threaten to destroy us. We cannot live by reason alone. This is why no quantity of reason, applied as antiseptic, can compete with the balm of faith once the terrors of this world begin to intrude upon our lives. Your child has died, or your wife has acquired a horrible illness that no doctor can cure, or your own body has suddenly begun striding toward the grave. And reason, no matter how broad its compass, will begin to smell distinctly of formaldehyde. This has led many of us to conclude, wrongly, that human beings have needs that only faith in certain fantastical ideas can fulfill. It is nowhere written, however, that human beings must be irrational or live in a perpetual state of siege to enjoy an abiding sense of the sacred. On the contrary, I hope to show that spirituality can be, indeed must be, deeply rational, even as it elucidates the limits of reason. Seeing this, we can begin to divest ourselves of many of the reasons we currently have to kill one another. Science will not remain mute on spiritual and ethical questions for long. Even now, we can see the first stirrings among psychologists and neuroscientists of what may one day become a genuinely rational approach to these matters, one that will bring even the most rarefied mystical experience within the purview of open scientific inquiry. It is time we realize that we need not be unreasonable to suffuse our lives with love, compassion, ecstasy, and awe. Nor must we renounce all forms of spirituality or mysticism to be on good terms with reason. In the chapters that follow, I will attempt to make both the conceptual and the experiential bases for these claims explicit. Coming to terms with belief. It is time we recognize that belief is not a private matter. It has never been merely private. In fact, beliefs are scarcely more private than actions are, for every belief is a fount of action, in potentia. The belief that it will rain puts an umbrella in the hand of every man or woman who owns one. It should be easy enough to see that belief in the full efficacy of prayer, for instance, becomes an emphatically public concern the moment it is actually put into practice. The moment a surgeon lays aside his worldly instruments and attempts to suture his patients with prayer, or a pilot tries to land a passenger jet with nothing but repetitions of the word hallelujah applied to the controls, we are swiftly delivered from the provinces of private faith to those of a criminal court. As a man believes, so he will act. Believe that you are the member of a chosen people, awash in the salacious exports of an evil culture that is turning your children away from God. Believe that you will be rewarded with an eternity of unimaginable delights by dealing death to these infidels. And flying a plane into a building is scarcely more than a matter of being asked to do it. It follows, then, that certain beliefs are intrinsically dangerous. We all know that human beings are capable of incredible brutality, but we would do well to ask, what sort of ideology will make us most capable of it? And how can we place these beliefs beyond the fray of normal discourse, so that they might endure for thousands of years, unperturbed by the course of history or the conquests of reason? These are problems of both cultural and psychological engineering. It has long been obvious that the dogma of faith, particularly in a scheme in which the faithful are promised eternal salvation and doubters are damned, is nothing less than their perfect solution. It is time we admitted, from kings and presidents on down, that there is no evidence that any of our books was authored by the Creator of the universe. The Bible, it seems certain, was the work of sand-strewn men and women who thought the earth was flat, and for whom a wheelbarrow would have been a breathtaking example of emerging technology. To rely on such a document as the basis for our worldview, however heroic the efforts of redactors, is to repudiate 2,000 years of civilizing insights that the human mind has only just begun to inscribe upon itself through secular politics and scientific culture. We will see that the greatest problem confronting civilization is not merely religious extremism. Rather, it is the larger set of cultural and intellectual accommodations we have made to faith itself. Religious moderates are, in large part, responsible for the religious conflict in our world, because their beliefs provide the context in which scriptural literalism and religious violence can never be adequately opposed. Every sphere of genuine discourse must, at a minimum, admit of discourse, and hence the possibility that those standing on its fringe can come to understand the truths that it strives to articulate. This is why any sustained exercise of reason must necessarily transcend national, religious, and ethnic boundaries. There is, after all, no such thing as an inherently American, or Christian, or Caucasian. Physics, even spirituality and ethics meet this criterion of universality, because human beings, whatever their background, seem to converge on similar spiritual experiences and ethical insights when given the same methods of inquiry. Such is not the case with the truths of religion, however. Nothing that a Christian and a Muslim can say to each other will render their beliefs mutually vulnerable to discourse, because the very tenets of their faith have immunized them against the power of conversation. Believing strongly without evidence, they have kicked themselves loose of the world. It is therefore in the very nature of faith to serve as an impediment to further inquiry. And yet, the fact that we are no longer killing people for heresy in the West suggests that bad ideas, however sacred, cannot survive the company of good ones forever. Given the link between belief and action, it is clear that we can no more tolerate a diversity of religious beliefs than a diversity of beliefs about epidemiology and basic hygiene. There are still a number of cultures in which the germ theory of disease has yet to put in an appearance, where people suffer from a debilitating ignorance on most matters relevant to their physical health. Do we tolerate these beliefs? Not if they put our own health in jeopardy. Even apparently innocuous beliefs, when unjustified, can lead to intolerable consequences. Many Muslims, for instance, are convinced that God takes an active interest in women's clothing. While it may seem harmless enough, the amount of suffering that this incredible idea has caused is astonishing. The rioting in Nigeria over the 2002 Miss World pageant claimed over 200 lives. Innocent men and women were butchered with machetes or burned alive simply to keep that troubled place free of women in bikinis. Earlier in the year, the religious police in Mecca prevented paramedics and firefighters from rescuing scores of teenage girls trapped in a burning building. Why? Because the girls were not wearing the traditional head covering the Quranic law requires. 14 girls died in the fire. 50 were injured. Should Muslims really be free to believe that the creator of the universe is concerned about hemlines? Gathering our wits. Recent events have done more than expose our vulnerability to the militant discontents of the world. They have uncovered a dark current of unreason in our national discourse. To see how much our culture currently partakes of the irrationality of our enemies, just substitute the name of your favorite Olympian for God whenever this word appears in public discourse. Imagine President Bush addressing the National Prayer Breakfast in these terms: "Behind all of life and all history, there is a dedication and a purpose set by the hand of a just and faithful Zeus." Imagine his speech to Congress, September 20th, 2001, containing the sentence, "Freedom and fear, justice and cruelty have always been at war, and we know that Apollo is not neutral between them." Clearly, the commonplaces of language conceal the vacuity and strangeness of many of our beliefs. Our president regularly speaks in phrases appropriate to the 14th century, and no one seems inclined to find out what words like God and crusade and wonder-working power mean to him. Not only do we still eat the offal of the ancient world, we are positively smug about it. Gary Wills has noted that the Bush White House is currently honeycombed with prayer groups and Bible study cells, like a whited monastery. This should trouble us as much as it troubles the fanatics of the Muslim world. We should be humbled, perhaps to the point of spontaneous genuflection, by the knowledge that the ancient Greeks began to lay their Olympian myths to rest several hundred years before the birth of Christ, whereas we have the likes of Bill Moyers convening earnest gatherings of scholars for the high purpose of determining just how the book of Genesis can be reconciled with life in the modern world. As we stride boldly into the Middle Ages, it does not seem out of place to wonder whether the myths that now saturate our discourse will wind up killing many of us, as the myths of others already have. 200 years from now, when we are a thriving global civilization beginning to colonize space, something about us will have changed. It must have, otherwise we would have killed ourselves 10 times over before this day ever dawned. We are fast approaching a time when the manufacture of weapons of mass destruction will be a trivial undertaking. The requisite information and technology are now seeping into every corner of our world. As the physicist Martin Rees points out, we are entering an era where a single person can, by one clandestine act, cause millions of deaths, or render a city uninhabitable for years. Given the power of our technology, we can see at a glance that aspiring martyrs will not make good neighbors in the future. We have simply lost the right to our myths, and to our mythic identities. It is time we recognize that the only thing that permits human beings to collaborate with one another in a truly open-ended way is their willingness to have their beliefs modified by new facts. Only openness to evidence and argument will secure a common world for us. Nothing guarantees that reasonable people will agree about everything, of course, but the unreasonable are certain to be divided by their dogmas. This spirit of mutual inquiry is the very antithesis of religious faith. While we may never achieve closure in our view of the world, it seems extraordinarily likely that our descendants will look upon many of our beliefs as both impossibly quaint and suicidally stupid. Our primary task in our discourse with one another should be to identify those beliefs that seem least likely to survive another 1,000 years of human inquiry, or most likely to prevent it, and subject them to sustained criticism. Which of our present practices will appear most ridiculous from the point of view of those future generations that might yet survive the folly of the present? It is hard to imagine that our religious preoccupations will not top the list. It is natural to hope that our descendants will look upon us with gratitude, but we should also hope that they look upon us with pity and disgust, just as we view the slaveholders of our all too recent past. Rather than congratulate ourselves for the state of our civilization, we should consider how, in the fullness of time, we will seem hopelessly backward, and work to lay a foundation for such refinements in the present. We must find our way to a time when faith, without evidence, disgraces anyone who would claim it. Given the present state of our world, there appears to be no other future worth wanting. It is imperative that we begin speaking plainly about the absurdity of most of our religious beliefs. I fear, however, that the time has not yet arrived. In this sense, what follows is written very much in the spirit of a prayer. I pray that we may one day think clearly enough about these matters to render our children incapable of killing themselves over their books. If not our children, then I suspect it could well be too late for us, because while it has never been difficult to meet your Maker, in 50 years it will simply be too easy to drag everyone else along to meet him with you. Chapter 2. The Nature of Belief. It is often argued that religious beliefs are somehow distinct from other claims to knowledge about the world. There is no doubt that we treat them differently, particularly in the degree to which we demand, in ordinary discourse, that people justify their beliefs. But this does not indicate that religious beliefs are special in any important sense. What do we mean when we say that a person believes a given proposition about the world? As with all questions about familiar mental events, we must be careful that the familiarity of our terms does not lead us astray. The fact that we have one word for belief does not guarantee that believing is itself a unitary phenomenon. An analogy can be drawn to the case of memory. While people commonly refer to their failures of memory, decades of experiment have shown that human memory comes in many forms. Not only are our long-term and short-term memories the products of distinct and dissimilar neural circuits, they have themselves been divided into multiple subsystems. To speak simply of memory, therefore, is now rather like speaking of experience. Clearly, we must be more precise about what our mental terms mean before we attempt to understand them at the level of the brain. Even dogs and cats, insofar as they form associations between people, places, and events, can be said to believe many things about the world. But this is not the sort of believing we are after. When we talk about the beliefs to which people consciously subscribe, the house is infested with termites, tofu is not a dessert, Muhammad ascended to heaven on a winged horse. We are talking about beliefs that are communicated and acquired linguistically. Believing a given proposition is a matter of believing that it faithfully represents some state of the world. And this fact yields some immediate insights into the standards by which our beliefs should function. In particular, it reveals why we cannot help but value evidence and demand that propositions about the world logically cohere. These constraints apply equally to matters of religion. Freedom of belief, in anything but the legal sense, is a myth. We will see that we are no more free to believe whatever we want about God than we are free to adopt unjustified beliefs about science or history, or free to mean whatever we want when using words like poison or north or zero. Anyone who would lay claim to such entitlements should not be surprised when the rest of us stop listening to him. Beliefs as principles of action. The human brain is a prolific generator of beliefs about the world. In fact, the very humanness of any brain consists largely in its capacity to evaluate new statements of propositional truth in light of innumerable others that it already accepts. By recourse to intuitions of truth and falsity, logical necessity and contradiction, human beings are able to knit together private visions of the world that largely cohere. What neural events underlie this process? What must a brain do in order to believe that a given statement is true or false? We currently have no idea. Language processing must play a large role, of course, but the challenge will be to discover how the brain brings the products of perception, memory, and reasoning to bear on individual propositions, and magically transforms them into the very substance of our living. It was probably the capacity for movement, enjoyed by certain primitive organisms, that drove the evolution of our sensory and cognitive faculties. This follows from the fact that if no creature could do anything with the information it acquired from the world, nature could not have selected for improvements in the physical structures that gather, store, and process such information. Even a sense as primitive as vision, therefore, seems predicated on the existence of a motor system. If you cannot catch food, avoid becoming food yourself, or wander off a cliff, there does not seem to be much reason to see the world in the first place. And certainly refinements in vision of the sort found everywhere in the animal kingdom would never have come about at all. For this reason, it seems uncontroversial to say that all higher-order cognitive states, of which beliefs are an example, are in some way an outgrowth of our capacity for action. In adaptive terms, belief has been extraordinarily useful. It is, after all, by believing various propositions about the world that we predict events and consider the likely consequences of our actions. Beliefs are principles of action. Whatever they may be at the level of the brain, they are processes by which our understanding and misunderstanding of the world is represented and made available to guide our behavior. The power that belief has over our emotional lives appears to be total. For every emotion that you are capable of feeling, there is surely a belief that could invoke it in a matter of moments. Consider the following proposition. Your daughter is being slowly tortured in an English jail. What is it that stands between you and the absolute panic that such a proposition would loose in the mind and body of a person who believed it? Perhaps you do not have a daughter, or you know her to be safely at home, or you believe that English jailers are renowned for their congeniality. Whatever the reason, the door to belief has not yet swung upon its hinges. The link between belief and behavior raises the stakes considerably. Some propositions are so dangerous that it may even be ethical to kill people for believing them. This may seem an extraordinary claim, but it merely enunciates an ordinary fact about the world in which we live. Certain beliefs place their adherents beyond the reach of every peaceful means of persuasion, while inspiring them to commit acts of extraordinary violence against others. There is, in fact, no talking to some people. If they cannot be captured, and they often cannot, otherwise tolerant people may be justified in killing them in self-defense. This is what the United States attempted in Afghanistan, and it is what we and other Western powers are bound to attempt at an even greater cost to ourselves and to innocents abroad, elsewhere in the Muslim world. We will continue to spill blood in what is, at bottom, a war of ideas. The necessity for logical coherence. The first thing to notice about beliefs is that they must suffer the company of their neighbors. Beliefs are both logically and semantically related. Each constrains and is in turn constrained by many others. A belief like, the Boeing 747 is the world's best airplane logically entails many other beliefs that are both more basic, for example, airplanes exist, and more derivative, for example, 747s are better than 757s. The belief that some men are husbands demands that the proposition some women are wives also be endorsed, because the very terms husband and wife mutually define one another. In fact, logical and semantic constraints appear to be two sides of the same coin, because our need to understand what words mean in each new context requires that our beliefs be free from contradiction, at least locally. If I am to mean the same thing by the word mother from one instance to the next, I cannot both believe my mother was born in Rome and believe my mother was born in Nevada. Even if my mother were born on an airplane flying at supersonic speeds, these propositions cannot both be true. There are tricks to be played here. Perhaps there is a town called Rome, somewhere in the state of Nevada. Or perhaps mother means biological mother in one sentence and adoptive mother in another. But these are not truly exceptions to the rule. To know what a given belief is about, I must know what my words mean. To know what my words mean, my beliefs must be generally consistent. There is just no escaping the fact that there is a tight relationship between the words we use, the type of thoughts we can think, and what we can believe to be true about the world. And behavioral constraints are just as pressing. When going to a friend's home for dinner, I cannot both believe that he lives north of Main Street and south of Main Street, and then act on the basis of what I believe. A normal degree of psychological and bodily integration precludes my being motivated to head in two opposing directions at once. Personal identity itself requires such consistency. Unless a person's beliefs are highly coherent, he will have as many identities as there are mutually incompatible sets of beliefs careening about his brain. If you doubt this, just try to imagine the subjectivity of a man who believes that he spent the entire day in bed with the flu, but also played a round of golf, that his name is Jim, and that his name is Tom, that he has a young son, and that he is childless. Multiply these incompatible beliefs indefinitely, and any sense that their owner is a single subject entirely disappears. There is a degree of logical inconsistency that is incompatible with our notion of personhood. So it seems that the value we put on logical consistency is neither misplaced nor mysterious. In order for my speech to be intelligible to others, and indeed to myself, my beliefs about the world must largely cohere. In order for my behavior to be informed by what I believe, I must believe things that admit of behavior that is, at a minimum, possible. Certain logical relations, after all, seem etched into the very structure of our world. The telephone rings. Either it is my brother on the line, or it isn't. I may believe one proposition or the other, or I may believe that I do not know, but under no circumstances is it acceptable for me to believe both. Departures from normativity, in particular with respect to the rules of inference that lead us to construct new beliefs on the basis of old ones, have been the subject of much research and much debate. Whatever construal of these matters one adopts, no one believes that human beings are perfect engines of coherence. Our inevitable failures of rationality can take many forms, ranging from mere logical inconsistencies to radical discontinuities in subjectivity itself. Most of the literature on self-deception, for instance, suggests that a person can tacitly believe one proposition while successfully convincing himself of its antithesis. For example, my wife is having an affair, my wife is faithful. Though considerable controversy still surrounds the question of how, or whether, such cognitive contortions actually occur. Other failures of psychological integration, ranging from split-brain patients to cases of multiple personality are at least partially explicable in terms of areas of belief processing in the brain that have become structurally and/or functionally partitioned from one another. The American Embassy. A case in point. While traveling in France, my fiancé and I experienced a bizarre partitioning of our beliefs about the American Embassy in Paris. Belief System 1. As the events of September 11th still cast a shadow over the world, we had decided to avoid obvious terrorist targets while traveling. First on our list of such places was the American Embassy in Paris. Paris is home to the largest Muslim population in the Western world, and this embassy had already been the target of a foiled suicide plot. The American Embassy would have been the last place we would have willingly visited while in France. Belief System 2. Prior to our arrival in Paris, we had great difficulty finding a hotel room. Every hotel we checked was full, except for one on the right bank, which had abundant vacancies. The woman at reservations even offered us a complimentary upgrade to a suite. She also gave us a choice of views. We could face the inner courtyard or outward, overlooking the American Embassy. "Which view would you choose?" I asked. "The view of the embassy," she replied. "It's much more peaceful." I envisioned a large embassy garden. "Great," I said. "We'll take it." The next day we arrived at the hotel and found that we had been given a room with a courtyard view. Both my fiancé and I were disappointed. We had, after all, been promised a view of the American Embassy. We called a friend living in Paris to inform her of our whereabouts. Our friend, who is wise in the ways of the world, had this to say: "That hotel is directly next to the American Embassy. That's why they're offering you an upgrade. Have you guys lost your minds? Do you know what day it is? It's the 4th of July. The appearance of this degree of inconsistency in our lives was astounding. We had spent the better part of the day simultaneously trying to avoid and gain proximity to the very same point in space. Realizing this, we could scarcely have been more surprised had we both grown antlers. But what seems psychologically so mysterious may be quite trivial in neurological terms. It appears that the phrase American Embassy, spoken in two different contexts, merely activated distinct networks of association within our brains. Consequently, the phrase had acquired two distinct meanings. In the first case, it signified a prime terrorist target. In the second, it promised a desirable view from a hotel window. The significance of the phrase in the world, however, is single and indivisible, since only one building answers to this name in Paris. The communication between these networks of neurons appeared to be negligible. Our brains were effectively partitioned. The flimsiness of this partition was revealed by just how easily it came down. All it took for me to unify my fiancé's outlook on this subject was to turn to her — she was still silently coveting a view of the American Embassy — and say with obvious alarm, "This hotel is 10 feet from the American Embassy." The partition came down, and she was as flabbergasted as I was. And yet, the psychologically irreconcilable facts are these. On the day in question, never was there a time when we would have willingly placed ourselves near the American Embassy, and never was there a time when we were not eager to move to a room with a view of it. While behavioral and linguistic necessity demands that we seek coherence among our beliefs whenever we can, we know that total coherence, even in a maximally integrated brain, would be impossible to achieve. This becomes apparent the moment we imagine a person's beliefs recorded as a list of assertions, like, "I am walking in the park. Parks generally have animals. Lions are animals," and so on, each being a belief unto itself, as well as a possible basis upon which to form further inferences, both good ones, "I may soon see an animal," and bad ones, "I may soon see a lion," and hence new beliefs about the world. If perfect coherence is to be had, each new belief must be checked against all others, and every combination thereof, for logical contradictions. But here we encounter a minor computational difficulty. The number of necessary comparisons grows exponentially as each new proposition is added to the list. How many beliefs could a perfect brain check for logical contradictions? The answer is surprising. Even if a computer were as large as the known universe, built of components no larger than protons, with switching speeds as fast as the speed of light, all laboring in parallel from the moment of the Big Bang up to the present, it would still be fighting to add a 300th belief to its list. What does this say about the possibility of our ever guaranteeing that our worldview is perfectly free from contradiction? It is not even a dream within a dream. And yet, given the demands of language and behavior, it remains true that we must strive for coherence wherever it is in doubt, because failure here is synonymous with a failure either of linguistic sense or of behavioral possibility. Beliefs as representations of the world. For even the most basic knowledge of the world to be possible, regularities in a nervous system must consistently mirror regularities in the environment. If a different assemblage of neurons in my brain fired whenever I saw a person's face, I would have no way to form a memory of him. His face could look like a face one moment and a toaster the next, and I would have no reason to be surprised by the inconsistency, for there would be nothing for a given pattern of neural activation to be consistent with. As Steven Pinker points out, it is only the orderly mirroring between a system that processes information, a brain or a computer, and the laws of logic or probability that explains how rationality can emerge from mindless physical process. In the first place, words are arranged in a systematic and rule-based way, syntax, and beliefs are, likewise, in that they must logically cohere, because both body and world are so arranged. Consider the statement, "There is an apple and an orange in Jack's lunchbox." The syntactical, and hence logical, significance of the word "and" guarantees that anyone who believes this statement will also believe the following propositions. There is an apple in Jack's lunchbox, and there is an orange in Jack's lunchbox. This is not due to some magical property that syntax holds over the world. Rather, it is a simple consequence of the fact that we use words like "and" to mirror the orderly behavior of objects. Someone who will endorse the conjunction of two statements while denying them individually either does not understand the use of the word "and" or does not understand things like apples, oranges, and lunchboxes. It just so happens that we live in a universe in which, if you put an apple and an orange in Jack's lunchbox, you will be able to pull out an apple, an orange, or both. There is a point at which the meanings of words, their syntactical relations, and rationality itself can no longer be divorced from the orderly behavior of objects in the world. Whatever beliefs are, none of us harbors an infinite number of them. While philosophers may doubt whether beliefs are the sort of thing that can be counted, it is clear that we have a finite amount of storage in our brains, a finite number of discrete memories, and a finite vocabulary that waxes and wanes somewhere well shy of 100,000 words. There is a distinction to be made, therefore, between beliefs that are causally active, that is, those that we already have in our heads, and those that can be constructed on demand. If believing is anything like perceiving, it is obvious that our intuitions about how many of our beliefs are present within us at any given moment might be unreliable. Studies of change blindness, for instance, have revealed that we do not perceive nearly as much of the world as we think we do, since a large percentage of the visual scene can be suddenly altered without our noticing. An analogy with computer gaming also seems apropos. Current generations of computer games do not compute parts of their virtual world until a player makes a move that demands their existence. Perhaps many of our cognitive commitments are just like this. Whether most of what we believe is always present within our minds, or whether it must be continually reconstructed, it seems that many beliefs must be freshly vetted before they can guide our behavior. This is demonstrated whenever we come to doubt a proposition that we previously believed. Just consider what it is like to forget the multiplication table. 12 times 7 equals... All of us have had moments when 84 just didn't sound quite right. At such times, we may be forced to perform some additional calculations before we can again be said to believe that 12 times 7 equals 84. Or consider what it is like to fall into doubt over a familiar person's name. Is his name really Jeff? Is that what I call him? It is clear that even very well-worn beliefs can occasionally fail to achieve credibility in the present. Such failures of truth testing have important implications, to which we now turn. A matter of true and false. Imagine that you are having dinner in a restaurant with several old friends. You leave the table briefly to use the restroom, and upon your return, you hear one of your friends whisper, "Just be quiet. He can't know about any of this." What are you to make of this statement? Everything turns on whether you believe that you are the he in question. If you are a woman, and therefore excluded by this choice of pronoun, you would probably feel nothing but curiosity. Upon retaking your seat, you might even whisper, "Who are you guys talking about?" If you are a man, on the other hand, things have just gotten interesting. What secret could your friends be keeping from you? If your birthday is just a few weeks away, you might assume that a surprise party has been planned in your honor. If not, more Shakespearean possibilities await your consideration. Given your prior cognitive commitments and the contextual cues in which the utterance was spoken, some credence-granting circuit inside your brain will begin to test a variety of possibilities. You will study your friends' faces. Are their expressions compatible with the more nefarious interpretations of this statement that are now occurring to you? Has one of your friends just confessed to sleeping with your wife? When could this have happened? There has always been a certain chemistry between them. Suffice it to say that whichever interpretation of these events becomes a matter of belief for you will have important personal and social consequences. At present, we have no understanding of what it means at the level of the brain to say that a person believes or disbelieves a given proposition, and yet it is upon this difference that all subsequent cognitive and behavioral commitments turn. To believe a proposition, we must endorse, and thereby become behaviorally susceptible to, its representational content. There are good reasons to think that this process happens quite automatically, and indeed, that the mere comprehension of an idea may be tantamount to believing it, if only for a moment. The Dutch philosopher Spinoza thought that belief and comprehension were identical, while disbelief required a subsequent act of rejection. Some very interesting work in psychology bears this out. It seems rather likely that understanding a proposition is analogous to perceiving an object in physical space. Our default setting may be to accept appearances as reality until they prove to be otherwise. This would explain why merely entertaining the possibility of a friend's betrayal may have set your heart racing a moment ago. Whether belief formation is a passive or an active process, it is clear that we continuously monitor spoken utterances, both our own and those of others, for logical and factual errors. The failure to find such errors allows us to live by the logic of what would otherwise be empty phrases. Of course, even the change of a single word can mean the difference between complacence and death-defying feats. If your child comes to you in the middle of the night saying, "Daddy, there's an elephant in the hall," you might escort him back to bed, toting an imaginary gun. If he had said, "Daddy, there's a man in the hall," you would probably be inclined to carry a real one. Faith and evidence. It does not require any special knowledge of psychology or neuroscience to observe that human beings are generally reluctant to change their minds. As many authors have noted, we are conservative in our beliefs, in the sense that we do not add or subtract from our store of them without reason. Belief, in the epistemic sense, that is, belief that aims at representing our knowledge about the world, requires that we believe a given proposition to be true, not merely that we wish it were so. Such a constraint upon our thinking is undoubtedly a good thing, since unrestrained wishful thinking would uncouple our beliefs from the regularities in the world that they purport to represent. Why is it wrong to believe a proposition to be true just because it might feel good to believe it? One need only linger over the meaning of the word because, Middle English, by plus cause, to see the problem here. Because suggests a causal connection between a proposition's being true and a person's believing that it is. This explains the value we generally place on evidence, because evidence is simply an account of the causal linkage between states of the world and our beliefs about them. I believe Oswald shot Kennedy because I found his fingerprints on the gun, and because my cousin saw him do it, and my cousin doesn't lie. We can believe a proposition to be true only because something in our experience, or in our reasoning about the world, actually speaks to the truth of the proposition in question. Let's say I believe that God exists, and some impertinent person asks me why. This question invites, indeed demands, an answer of the form, I believe that God exists because. I cannot say, however, I believe that God exists because it is prudent to do so, as Pascal would have us do. Of course, I can say this, but I cannot mean by the word believe what I mean when I say things like, I believe that water is really 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen because 2 centuries of physical experiments attest to this. Or, I believe there is an oak in my yard because I can see it. Nor can I say things like, I believe in God because it makes me feel good. The fact that I would feel good if there was a God does not give me the slightest reason to believe that one exists. This is easily seen when we swap the existence of God for some other consoling proposition. Let's say that I want to believe that there is a diamond buried somewhere in my yard that is the size of a refrigerator. It is true that it would feel uncommonly good to believe this, but do I have any reason to believe that there is actually a diamond in my yard that is thousands of times larger than any yet discovered? No. Here we can see why Pascal's wager, Kierkegaard's leap of faith, and other epistemological Ponzi schemes won't do. To believe that God exists is to believe that I stand in some relation to his existence, such that his existence is itself the reason for my belief. There must be some causal connection, or an appearance thereof, between the fact in question and my acceptance of it. In this way, we can see that religious beliefs, to be beliefs about the way the world is, must be as evidentiary in spirit as any other. The moment we admit that our beliefs are attempts to represent states of the world, we see that they must stand in the right relation to the world to be valid. It should be clear that if a person believes in God because he has had certain spiritual experiences, or because the Bible makes so much sense, or because he trusts the authority of the Church, he is playing the same game of justification that we all play when claiming to know the most ordinary facts. This is probably a conclusion that many religious believers will want to resist, but resistance is not only futile, but incoherent. There is simply no other logical space for our beliefs about the world to occupy. As long as religious propositions purport to be about the way the world is, God can actually hear your prayers. If you take his name in vain, bad things will happen to you, etc. They must stand in relation to the world, and to our other beliefs about it. And it is only by being so situated that propositions of this sort can influence our subsequent thinking or behavior. As long as a person maintains that his beliefs represent an actual state of the world, visible or invisible, spiritual or mundane, he must believe that his beliefs are a consequence of the way the world is. This, by definition, leaves him vulnerable to new evidence. Indeed, if there were no conceivable change in the world that could get a person to question his religious beliefs, this would prove that his beliefs were not predicated upon his taking any state of the world into account. He could not claim, therefore, to be representing the world at all. Although many things can be said in criticism of religious faith, there is no discounting its power. Millions among us, even now, are quite willing to die for our unjustified beliefs, and millions more, it seems, are willing to kill for them. Those who are destined to suffer terribly throughout their lives, or upon the threshold of death, often find consolation in one unfounded proposition or another. Faith enables many of us to endure life's difficulties with an equanimity that would be scarcely conceivable in a world lit only by reason. Faith also appears to have direct physical consequences in cases where mere expectations, good or bad, can incline the body toward health or untimely death. But the fact that religious beliefs have a great influence on human life says nothing at all about their validity. For the paranoid, pursued by persecutory delusions, terror of the CIA may have great influence, but this does not mean that his phones are tapped. What is faith, then? Is it something other than belief? The Hebrew term emunah, verb amen, is alternately translated as to have faith, to believe, or to trust. The Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, retains the same meaning in the term pisteuein, and this Greek equivalent is adopted in the New Testament. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1 defines faith as the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. Read in the right way, this passage seems to render faith entirely self-justifying. Perhaps the very fact that one believes in something which has not yet come to pass, things hoped for, or for which one has no evidence, things not seen, constitutes evidence for its actuality, assurance. Let's see how this works. I feel a certain, rather thrilling conviction that Nicole Kidman is in love with me. As we have never met, my feeling is my only evidence of her infatuation. I reason thus. My feelings suggest that Nicole and I must have a special, even metaphysical connection. Otherwise, how could I have this feeling in the first place? I decide to set up camp outside her house to make the necessary introductions. Clearly, this sort of faith is a tricky business. Throughout this book, I am criticizing faith in its ordinary scriptural sense, as belief in and life orientation toward certain historical and metaphysical propositions. The meaning of the term, both in the Bible and upon the lips of the faithful, seems to be entirely unambiguous. It is true that certain theologians and contemplatives have attempted to recast faith as a spiritual principle that transcends mere motivated credulity. Paul Tillich, in his Dynamics of Faith, 1957, rarefied the original import of the term out of existence, casting away what he called idolatrous faith, and indeed all equations between faith and belief. Surely other theologians have done likewise. Of course, anyone is free to redefine the term faith however he sees fit, and thereby bring it into conformity with some rational or mystical ideal. But this is not the faith that has animated the faithful for millennia. The faith that I am calling into question is precisely the gesture that Tillich himself decried as an act of knowledge that has a low degree of evidence. My argument, after all, is aimed at the majority of the faithful in every religious tradition, not at Tillich's blameless parish of one. Despite the considerable exertions of men like Tillich, who have attempted to hide the serpent lurking at the foot of every altar, the truth is that religious faith is simply unjustified belief in matters of ultimate concern, specifically in propositions that promise some mechanism by which human life can be spared the ravages of time and death. Faith is what credulity becomes when it finally achieves escape velocity from the constraints of terrestrial discourse, constraints like reasonableness, internal coherence, civility, and candor. However far you feel you have fled the parish, even if you are just now adjusting the mirror on the Hubble Space Telescope, you are likely to be the product of a culture that has elevated belief, in the absence of evidence, to the highest place in the hierarchy of human virtues. Ignorance is the true coinage of this realm. Blessed are those who have not seen and have believed. John chapter 20, verse 29. And every child is instructed that it is, at the very least, an option, if not a sacred duty, to disregard the facts of this world, out of deference to the God who lurks in his mother's and father's imaginations. But faith is an impostor. This can be readily seen in the way that all the extraordinary phenomena of the religious life, a statue of the Virgin weeps, a child casts his crutches to the ground, are seized upon by the faithful as confirmation of their faith. At these moments, religious believers appear like men and women in the desert of uncertainty, given a cool drink of data. There is no way around the fact that we crave justification for our core beliefs, and believe them only because we think such justification is, at the very least, in the offing. Is there a practicing Christian in the West who would be indifferent to the appearance of incontestable physical evidence that attested to the literal truth of the Gospels? Imagine if carbon dating of the Shroud of Turin had showed it to be as old as Easter Sunday, AD 29. Is there any doubt that this revelation would have occasioned a spectacle of awe, exultation, and zealous remission of sins throughout the Christian world? This is the very same faith that will not stoop to reason when it has no good reasons to believe. If a little supportive evidence emerges, however, the faithful prove as attentive to data as the damned. This demonstrates that faith is nothing more than a willingness to await the evidence, be it the day of judgment or some other downpour of corroboration. It is the search for knowledge on the installment plan. Believe now, live an untestable hypothesis until your dying day, and you will discover that you were right. But in any other sphere of life, a belief is a check that everyone insists upon cashing this side of the grave. The engineer says the bridge will hold. The doctor says the infection is resistant to penicillin. These people have defeasible reasons for their claims about the way the world is. The mullah, the priest, and the rabbi do not. Nothing could change about this world, or about the world of their experience, that would demonstrate the falsity of many of their core beliefs. This proves that these beliefs are not born of any examination of the world, or of the world of their experience. They are, in Karl Popper's sense, unfalsifiable. It appears that even the Holocaust did not lead most Jews to doubt the existence of an omnipotent and benevolent God. If having half of your people systematically delivered to the furnace does not count as evidence against the notion that an all-powerful God is looking out for your interests, it seems reasonable to assume that nothing could. How does the mullah know that the Quran is the verbatim word of God? The only answer to be given in any language that does not make a mockery of the word no is, he doesn't. A man's faith is just a subset of his beliefs about the world. Beliefs about matters of ultimate concern that we, as a culture, have told him he need not justify in the present. It is time we recognized just how maladaptive this balkanization of our discourse has become. All pretensions to theological knowledge should now be seen from the perspective of a man who was just beginning his day on the 100th floor of the World Trade Center on the morning of September 11th, 2001, only to find his meandering thoughts of family and friends, of errands run and unrun, of coffee in need of sweetener, inexplicably usurped by a choice of terrible starkness and simplicity, between being burned alive by jet fuel or leaping 1,000 feet to the concrete below. In fact, we should take the perspective of thousands of such men, women, and children who were robbed of life far sooner than they imagined possible, in absolute terror and confusion. The men who committed the atrocities of September 11th were certainly not cowards, as they were repeatedly described in the Western media, nor were they lunatics in any ordinary sense. They were men of faith, perfect faith, as it turns out, and this, it must finally be acknowledged, is a terrible thing to be. I am certain that such a summary dismissal of religious faith will seem callous to many readers, particularly those who have known its comforts at first hand. But the fact that unjustified beliefs can have a consoling influence on the human mind is no argument in their favor. If every physician told his terminally ill patients that they were destined for a complete recovery, this might also set many of their minds at ease, but at the expense of the truth. Why should we be concerned about the truth? This question awaits its Socrates. For our purposes, we need only observe that the truth is of paramount concern to the faithful themselves. Indeed, the truth of a given doctrine is the very object of their faith. The search for comfort at the expense of truth has never been a motive for religious belief, since all creeds are chock full of terrible proposals, which are no comfort to anyone, and which the faithful believe, despite the pain it causes them, for fear of leaving some dark corner of reality unacknowledged. The faithful, in fact, hold truth in the highest esteem, and in this sense they are identical to most philosophers and scientists. People of faith claim nothing less than knowledge of sacred, redeeming, and metaphysical truths. Christ died for your sins. He is the Son of God. All human beings have souls that will be subject to judgment after death. These are specific claims about the way the world is. It is only the notion that a doctrine is in accord with reality at large that renders a person's faith useful, redemptive, or indeed logically possible. For faith in a doctrine is faith in its truth. What else but the truth of a given teaching could convince its adherents of the illegitimacy of all others? Heretical doctrines are deemed so, and accorded a healthy measure of disdain, for no other reason than they are presumed to be false. Thus, if a Christian made no tacit claims of knowledge with regard to the literal truth of Scripture, he would be just as much a Muslim or a Jew, or an atheist, as a follower of Christ. If he were to discover, by some means that he acknowledged to be incontrovertible, that Christ had actually been born of sin and died like an animal, these revelations would surely deliver a death blow to his faith. The faithful have never been indifferent to the truth, and yet the principle of faith leaves them unequipped to distinguish truth from falsity in matters that most concern them. The faithful can be expected to behave just like their secular neighbors, which is to say, more or less rationally, in their worldly affairs. When making important decisions, they tend to be as attentive to evidence and to its authentication as any unbeliever, while Jehovah's Witnesses refusing blood transfusions, or Christian Scientists foregoing modern medicine altogether, may appear to be exceptions to this rule. They are not. Such people are merely acting rationally within the framework of their religious beliefs. After all, no mother who refuses medicine for her child on religious grounds believes that prayer is merely a consoling cultural practice. Rather, she believes that her ultimate salvation demands certain displays of confidence in the power and attentiveness of God. And this is an end toward which she is willing to pledge even the life of her child as collateral. Such apparently unreasonable behavior is often in the service of reason, since it aims at the empirical authentication of religious doctrine. In fact, even the most extreme expressions of faith are often perfectly rational, given the requisite beliefs. Take the snake-dancing Pentecostals as the most colorful example. In an effort to demonstrate both their faith in the literal word of the Bible, in this case Mark chapter 16, verse 18, and its truth, they take up serpents, various species of rattlesnakes, and drink any deadly thing, generally strychnine, and test prophecy, it shall not hurt them, to their heart's content. Some of them die in the process, of course, as did their founder, George Hensley, of snakebite in 1955. Proof, we can be sure, not of the weakness of their faith, but of the occasional efficacy of rattlesnake venom and strychnine as poisons. Which beliefs one takes to be foundational will dictate what seems reasonable at any given moment. When the members of the Heaven's Gate cult failed to spot the spacecraft they knew must be trailing the comet Hale-Bopp, they returned the $4,000 telescope they had bought for this purpose, believing it to be defective. Where faith really pays its dividends, however, is in the conviction that the future will be better than the past, or at least not worse. Consider the celebrated opinion of Julian of Norwich, circa 1342 to 1413, who distilled the message of the Gospels in the memorable sentence, "All shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well." The allure of most religious doctrines is nothing more sublime or inscrutable than this: things will turn out well in the end. Faith is offered as a means by which the truth of this proposition can be savored in the present and secured in the future. It is, I think, indisputable that the actual existence of such a mechanism, the fact that uttering a few words and eating a cracker is an effective means of redemption, the certainty that God is watching, listening, and waiting to bestow his blessings upon one and all, in short, the literal correspondence of doctrine with reality itself, is of sole importance to the faithful. The amazing pestilence reached Paris that June of 1348, and it was to afflict the city for a year and a half. King Philip VI asked the medical faculty of the University of Paris for an explanation of the disaster. The professors reported that a disturbance in the skies had caused the sun to overheat the oceans near India, and the waters had begun to give off noxious vapors. The medical faculty offered a variety of remedies. Broth would help, for example, if seasoned with ground pepper, ginger, and cloves. Poultry, waterfowl, young pork, and fatty meat in general were to be avoided. Olive oil could be fatal. Bathing was dangerous, but enemas could be helpful. Men must preserve chastity, the doctors warned, if they value their lives. The king still worried about the divine wrath. He issued an edict against blasphemy. For the first offense, the blasphemer's lip would be cut off. A second offense would cost him the other lip, and a third, the tongue. The town authorities reacted with a series of stern measures to halt the spreading panic. They ordered the tolling of the bells to cease. They outlawed the wearing of black clothing. They forbade the gathering of more than 2 people at a funeral, or any display of grief in public. And to placate the angry God who had brought this affliction, they banned all work after noon on Saturdays, all gambling and swearing, and they demanded that everyone living in sin get married immediately. Lee Muizy, an abbot of Tournai, recorded happily that the number of marriages increased considerably, profanity was no longer heard, and gambling declined so much that the makers of dice turned to making rosaries. He also recorded that in this newly virtuous place 25,000 citizens died of the plague and were buried in large pits on the outskirts of the town. Where did the religious beliefs of these people leave off and their worldly beliefs begin. Can there be any doubt that the beleaguered Christians of the 14th century were longing for knowledge, that is, beliefs that are both true and valid, about the plague, about its cause and mode of transmission, and hoping thereby to find an effective means by which to combat it? Was their reliance upon the tenets of faith enforced by anything but the starkest ignorance? If it had been known, for instance, that this pestilence was being delivered by merchant ships, that rats were climbing ashore from every hold, and that upon each rat were legions of fleas, carrying the plague bacillus, would the faithful have thought their energies best spent cutting the tongues out of blasphemers, silencing bells, dressing in bright colors, and making liberal use of enemas? A sure way to win an argument with these unhappy people would have been with penicillin, delivered not from a land where other cultural perspectives hold sway, but from higher up on the slopes of the real. Faith and madness. We have seen that our beliefs are tightly coupled to the structure of language and to the apparent structure of the world. Our freedom of belief, if it exists at all, is minimal. Is a person really free to believe a proposition for which he has no evidence? No. Evidence, whether sensory or logical, is the only thing that suggests that a given belief is really about the world in the first place. We have names for people who have many beliefs for which there is no rational justification. When their beliefs are extremely common, we call them religious. Otherwise, they are likely to be called mad, psychotic, or delusional. Most people of faith are perfectly sane, of course, even those who commit atrocities on account of their beliefs. But what is the difference between a man who believes that God will reward him with 72 virgins if he kills a score of Jewish teenagers, and one who believes that creatures from Alpha Centauri are beaming him messages of world peace through his hairdryer? There is a difference, to be sure, but it is not one that places religious faith in a flattering light. It takes a certain kind of person to believe what no one else believes, to be ruled by ideas for which you have no evidence, and which therefore cannot be justified in conversation with other human beings, is generally a sign that something is seriously wrong with your mind. Clearly, there is sanity in numbers, and yet it is merely an accident of history that it is considered normal in our society to believe that the Creator of the universe can hear your thoughts, while it is demonstrative of mental illness to believe that he is communicating with you by having the rain tap in Morse code on your bedroom window. And so, while religious people are not generally mad, their core beliefs absolutely are. This is not surprising, since most religions have merely canonized a few products of ancient ignorance and derangement, and passed them down to us as though they were primordial truths. This leaves billions of us believing what no sane person could believe on his own. In fact, it is difficult to imagine a set of beliefs more suggestive of mental illness than those that lie at the heart of many of our religious traditions. Consider one of the cornerstones of the Catholic faith. I likewise profess that in the Mass a true, proper, and propitiatory sacrifice is offered to God on behalf of the living and the dead, and that the body and the blood, together with the soul and the divinity of our Lord Jesus Christ, is truly, really, and substantially present in the most holy sacrament of the Eucharist, and there is a change of the whole substance of the bread into the body, and of the whole substance of the wine into blood. And this change the Catholic Mass calls transubstantiation. I also profess that the whole and entire Christ and the true sacrament is received under each separate species. Jesus Christ, who, as it turns out, was born of a virgin, cheated death, and rose bodily into the heavens, can now be eaten in the form of a cracker. A few Latin words spoken over your favorite Burgundy, and you can drink his blood as well. Is there any doubt that a lone subscriber to these beliefs would be considered mad? Rather, is there any doubt that he would be mad? The danger of religious faith is that it allows otherwise normal human beings to reap the fruits of madness and consider them holy. Because each new generation of children is taught that religious propositions need not be justified in the way that all others must, civilization is still besieged by the armies of the preposterous. We are even now killing ourselves over ancient literature. Who would have thought something so tragically absurd could be possible? What should we believe? We believe most of what we believe about the world because others have told us so. Reliance upon the authority of experts and upon the testimony of ordinary people is the stuff of which worldviews are made. In fact, the more educated we become, the more our beliefs come to us at second hand. A person who believes only those propositions for which he can provide full sensory or theoretical justification will know almost nothing about the world. That is, if he is not swiftly killed by his own ignorance. How do you know that falling from a great height is hazardous to your health? Unless you have witnessed someone die in this way, you have adopted this belief on the authority of others. This is not a problem. Life is too short, and the world too complex, for any of us to go it alone, in epistemological terms. We are ever reliant on the intelligence and accuracy, if not the kindness, of strangers. This does not suggest, however, that all forms of authority are valid, nor does it suggest that even the best authorities will always prove reliable. There are good arguments and bad ones, precise observations and imprecise ones, and each of us has to be the final judge of whether or not it is reasonable to adopt a given belief about the world. Consider the following sources of information. 1. The anchorman on the evening news says that a large fire is burning in the state of Colorado. 100,000 acres have burned, and the fire is still completely uncontained. 2. Biologists say that DNA is the molecular basis for sexual reproduction. Each of us resembles our parents because we inherit a complement of their DNA. Each of us has arms and legs because our DNA coded for the proteins that produced them during our early development. 3. The Pope says that Jesus was born of a virgin and resurrected bodily after death. He is the Son of God, who created the universe in 6 days. If you believe this, you will go to heaven after death. If you don't, you will go to hell, where you will suffer for eternity. What is the difference between these forms of testimony? Why isn't every expert opinion equally worthy of our respect? Given our analysis thus far, it should not be difficult to grant authority to 1 and 2, while disregarding 3. Proposition 1. Why do we find the news story about the fire in Colorado persuasive? It could be a hoax. But what about those televised images of hillsides engorged by flame, and of planes dropping fire retardant? Maybe there is a fire, but it is in a different state. Perhaps it's really Texas that is burning. Is it reasonable to entertain such possibilities? No. Why not? Here is where the phrase common sense begins to earn its keep. Given our beliefs about the human mind, the success of our widespread collaboration with other human beings, and the degree to which we all rely on the news, it is scarcely conceivable that a respected television network and a highly paid anchorman are perpetrating a hoax, or that thousands of firefighters, newsmen, and terrified homeowners have mistaken Texas for Colorado. Implicit in such common-sense judgments lurks an understanding of causal connections between various processes in the world, the likelihood of different outcomes, and the vested interests, or lack thereof, of those whose testimony we are considering. What would a professional news anchor stand to gain from lying about a fire in Colorado? We need not go into the details here. If the anchor on the evening news says that there is a fire in Colorado and then shows us images of burning trees, we can be reasonably sure that there really is a fire in Colorado. Proposition 2. What about the truths of science? Are they true? Much has been written about the inherent provisionality of scientific theories. Karl Popper has told us that we never prove a theory right, we merely fail to prove it wrong. Thomas Kuhn has told us that scientific theories undergo wholesale revision with each generation, and therefore do not converge on the truth. There's no telling which of our current theories will be proved wrong tomorrow, so how much confidence can we have in them? Many unwary consumers of these ideas have concluded that science is just another area of human discourse, and as such, is no more anchored to the facts of this world than literature or religion are. All truths are up for grabs. But all spheres of discourse are not on the same footing, for the simple reason that not all spheres of discourse seek the same footing, or any footing whatsoever. Science is science because it represents our most committed effort to verify that our statements about the world are true, or at least not false. We do this by observation and experiment within the context of a theory. To say that a given scientific theory may be wrong is not to say that it may be wrong in its every particular, or that any other theory stands an equal chance of being right. What are the chances that DNA is not the basis for genetic inheritance? Well, if it isn't, Mother Nature sure has a lot of explaining to do. She must explain the results of 50 years of experimentation, which have demonstrated reliable correlations between genotype and phenotype, including the reproducible effects of specific genetic mutations. Any account of inheritance that is going to supersede the present assumptions of molecular biology will have to account for the ocean of data that now conforms to these assumptions. What are the chances that we will one day discover that DNA has absolutely nothing to do with inheritance? They are effectively zero. Proposition 3. Can we really rely on the authority of the Pope? Millions of Catholics do, of course. He is, in fact, infallible in matters of faith and morality. Can we really say that Catholics are wrong to believe that the Pope knows whereof he speaks? We surely can. We know that no evidence would be sufficient to authenticate many of the Pope's core beliefs. How could anyone born in the 20th century come to know that Jesus was actually born of a virgin? What process of ratiocination, mystical or otherwise, will deliver the necessary facts about a Galilean woman's sexual history? Facts that run entirely counter to well-known facts of human biology. There is no such process. Even a time machine could not help us, unless we were willing to keep watch over Mary 24 hours a day for the months surrounding the probable time of Jesus' conception. Visionary experiences, in and of themselves, can never be sufficient to answer questions of historical fact. Let's say the Pope had a dream about Jesus, and Jesus came to him looking fresh from Da Vinci's brush. The Pope would not even be in a position to say that the Jesus of his dream looked like the real Jesus. The Pope's infallibility, no matter how many dreams and visions he may have had, does not even extend to making a judgment about whether the historical Jesus wore a beard, let alone whether he was really the Son of God, born of a virgin, or able to raise the dead. These are just not the kinds of propositions that spiritual experience can authenticate. Of course, we could imagine a scenario in which we would give credence to the Pope's visions, or to our own. If Jesus came saying things like, "The Vatican Library has exactly 37,226 books," and he turned out to be right, we would then begin to feel that we were, at the very least, in dialogue with someone who had something to say about the way the world is. Given a sufficient number of verifiable statements, plucked from the ethers of papal vision, we could begin speaking seriously about any further claims Jesus might make. The point is that his authority would be derived in the only way that such authority ever is, by making claims about the world that can be corroborated by further observation. As far as Proposition 3 is concerned, it is quite obvious that the Pope has nothing to go on but the Bible itself. This document is not a sufficient justification for his beliefs, given the standards of evidence that prevailed at the time of its composition. What about our much-championed freedom of religious belief? It is no different from our freedoms of journalistic and biological belief, and anyone who believes that the media are perpetrating a great fire conspiracy, or that molecular biology is just a theory that may prove totally wrong, has merely exercised his freedom to be thought a fool. Religious unreason should acquire an even greater stigma in our discourse, given that it remains among the principal causes of armed conflict in our world. Before you can get to the end of this paragraph, another person will probably die because of what someone else believes about God. Perhaps it is time we demanded that our fellow human beings had better reasons for maintaining their religious differences, if such reasons even exist. We must begin speaking freely about what is really in these holy books of ours, beyond the timid heterodoxies of modernity, the gay and lesbian ministers, the Muslim clerics who have lost their taste for public amputations, or the Sunday churchgoers who have never read their Bibles quite through. A close study of these books, and of history, demonstrates that there is no act of cruelty so appalling that it cannot be justified, or even mandated, by recourse to their pages. It is only by the most acrobatic avoidance of passages whose canonicity has never been in doubt that we can escape murdering one another outright for the glory of God. Bertrand Russell had it right when he made the following observation: "The Spaniards in Mexico and Peru used to baptize Indian infants and then immediately dash their brains out. By this means, they secured these infants went to heaven. No Orthodox Christian can find any logical reason for condemning their action, although all nowadays do so. In countless ways, the doctrine of personal immortality in its Christian form has had disastrous effects upon morals." It is true that there are millions of people whose faith moves them to perform extraordinary acts of self-sacrifice for the benefit of others. The help rendered to the poor by Christian missionaries in the developing world demonstrates that religious ideas can lead to actions that are both beautiful and necessary. But there are far better reasons for self-sacrifice than those that religion provides. The fact that faith has motivated many people to do good things does not suggest that faith is itself a necessary, or even a good, motivation for goodness. It can be quite possible, even reasonable, to risk one's life to save others, without believing any incredible ideas about the nature of the universe. By contrast, the most monstrous crimes against humanity have invariably been inspired by unjustified belief. This is nearly a truism. Genocidal projects tend not to reflect the rationality of their perpetrators, simply because there are no good reasons to kill peaceful people indiscriminately. Even where such crimes have been secular, they have required the egregious credulity of entire societies to be brought off. Consider the millions of people who were killed by Stalin and Mao. Although these tyrants paid lip service to rationality, communism was little more than a political religion. At the heart of its apparatus of repression and terror lurked a rigid ideology to which generations of men and women were sacrificed. Even though their beliefs did not reach beyond this world, they were both cultic and irrational. To cite only one example, the dogmatic embrace of Lysenko's socialist biology, as distinguished from the capitalist biology of Mendel and Darwin, helped pave the way for tens of millions of deaths from famine in the Soviet Union and China in the first part of the 20th century. In the next chapter, we will examine two of the darkest episodes in the history of faith, the Inquisition and the Holocaust. I have chosen the former as a case study because there is no other instance in which so many ordinary men and women have been so deranged by their beliefs about God. Nowhere else has the subversion of reason been so complete, or its consequences so terrible. The Holocaust is relevant here because it is generally considered to have been an entirely secular phenomenon. It was not. The anti-Semitism that built the crematoria brick by brick, and that still thrives today, comes to us by way of Christian theology. Knowingly or not, the Nazis were agents of religion. Chapter 3. In the Shadow of God. Without warning, you are seized and brought before a judge. Did you create a thunderstorm and destroy the village harvest? Did you kill your neighbor with the evil eye? Do you doubt that Christ is bodily present in the Eucharist? You will soon learn that questions of this sort admit of no exculpatory reply. You are not told the names of your accusers, but their identities are of little account, for even if, at this late hour, they were to recant their charges against you, they would merely be punished as false witnesses, while their original accusations would retain their full weight as evidence of your guilt. The machinery of justice has been so well oiled by faith that it can no longer be influenced. But you have a choice of sorts. You can concede your guilt and name your accomplices. Yes, you must have had accomplices. No confession will be accepted unless other men and women can be implicated in your crimes. Perhaps you and 3 acquaintances of your choosing did change into hares and consort with the devil himself. The sight of iron boots designed to crush your feet seems to refresh your memory. Yes, Friedrich, Arthur, and Otto are sorcerers too. Their wives, witches all. You now face punishment proportionate to the severity of your crimes: flogging, a pilgrimage on foot to the Holy Land, forfeiture of property, or, more likely, a period of long imprisonment, probably for life. Your accomplices will soon be rounded up for torture. Or you can maintain your innocence, which is almost certainly the truth. After all, it is the rare person who can create a thunderstorm. In response, your jailers will be happy to lead you to the furthest reaches of human suffering before burning you at the stake. You may be imprisoned in total darkness for months or years at a time, repeatedly beaten and starved, or stretched upon the rack. Thumbscrews may be applied, or toe screws, or a pear-shaped vice may be inserted into your mouth, vagina, or anus, and forced open until your misery admits of no possible increase. You may be hoisted to the ceiling on a strappado, with your arms bound behind your back and attached to a pulley, and weights tied to your feet, dislocating your shoulders. To this torment, squassation may be added, which, being often sufficient to cause your death, may yet spare you the agony of the stake. If you are unlucky enough to be in Spain, where judicial torture has achieved a transcendent level of cruelty, you may be placed in the Spanish chair, a throne of iron, complete with iron stocks to secure your neck and limbs. In the interest of saving your soul, a coal brazier will be placed beneath your bare feet, slowly roasting them. Because the stain of heresy runs deep, your flesh will be continually larded with fat to keep it from burning too quickly. Or you may be bound to a bench with a cauldron filled with mice placed upside down upon your bare abdomen. With the requisite application of heat to the iron, the mice will begin to burrow into your belly in search of an exit. Should you, while in extremis, admit to your torturers that you are indeed a heretic, a sorcerer, or a witch, you will be made to confirm your story before a judge, and any attempt to recant, to claim that your confession has been coerced through torture, will deliver you either to your tormentors once again, or directly to the stake. If, once condemned, you repent of your sins, these compassionate and learned men, whose concern for the fate of your eternal soul really knows no bounds, will do you the kindness of strangling you before lighting your pyre. The medieval church was quick to observe that the good book was good enough to suggest a variety of means for eradicating heresy, ranging from a communal volley of stones to cremation while alive. A literal reading of the Old Testament not only permits but requires heretics to be put to death. As it turns out, It was never difficult to find a mob willing to perform this holy office, and to do so purely on the authority of the Church, since it was still a capital offense to possess a Bible in any of the vernacular languages of Europe. In fact, Scripture was not to become generally accessible to the common man until the 16th century. As we noted earlier, Deuteronomy was the preeminent text in every inquisitor's canon, for it explicitly enjoins the faithful to murder anyone in their midst, even members of their own families, who profess a sympathy for foreign gods, showing a genius for totalitarianism that few mortals have ever fully implemented. The author of this document demands that anyone too squeamish to take part in such religious killing must be killed as well. Deuteronomy chapter 17, verses 12 through 13. Anyone who imagines that no justification for the Inquisition can be found in Scripture need only consult the Bible to have his view of the matter clarified. If you hear that in one of the towns which Yahweh your God has given you for a home, there are men, scoundrels from your own stock, who have led their fellow citizens astray, saying, "Let us go and serve other gods," hitherto unknown to you, it is your duty to look into the matter, examine it, and inquire most carefully. If it is proved and confirmed that such a hateful thing has taken place among you, you must put the inhabitants of that town to the sword. You must lay it under the curse of destruction, the town and everything in it. You must pile up all its loot in the public square, and burn the town and all its loot, offering it all to Yahweh your God. It is to be a ruin for all time, and never rebuilt. Deuteronomy chapter 13, verses 12 through 16. For obvious reasons, the Church tended to ignore the final edict, the destruction of heretic property. In addition to demanding that we fulfill every jot and tittle of Old Testament law, Jesus seems to have suggested, in John chapter 15, verse 6, further refinements to the practice of killing heretics and unbelievers. If a man abide not in me, he is cast forth as a branch and is withered, and men gather them and cast them into the fire, and they are burned. Whether we want to interpret Jesus metaphorically is, of course, our business. The problem with Scripture, however, is that many of its possible interpretations, including most of the literal ones, can be used to justify atrocities in defense of the faith. The Holy Inquisition formally began in 1184, under Pope Lucius III, to crush the popular movement of Catharism. The Cathars, from the Greek katharoi, the pure ones, had fashioned their own brand of Manichaeanism. Mani himself was flayed alive at the behest of Zoroastrian priests in 276 CE, which held that the material world had been created by Satan and was therefore inherently evil. The Cathars were divided by a schism of their own, and within each of their sects by the distinction between the renunciate perfecti and the lay credentes, the believers, who revered them. The perfecti ate no meat, eggs, cheese, or fat, fasted for days at a time, maintained strict celibacy, and abjured all personal wealth. The life of the perfecti was so austere that most credentes only joined their ranks once they were safely on their deathbeds, so that, having lived as they pleased, they might yet go to God in holiness. St. Bernard, who had tried in vain to combat this austere doctrine with that of the Church, noted the reasons for his failure. As to the Cathars' conversation, nothing can be less reprehensible, and what they speak they prove by deeds. As for the morals of the heretic, he cheats no one, he oppresses no one, he strikes no one. His cheeks are pale with fasting, his hands labor for his livelihood. There seems, in fact, to have been nothing wrong with these people, apart from their attachment to certain unorthodox beliefs about the creation of the world. But heresy is heresy. Any person who believes that the Bible contains the infallible Word of God will understand why these people had to be put to death. The Inquisition took rather genteel steps at first. The use of torture to extract confessions was not officially sanctioned until 1215, at the Fourth Lateran Council. But two developments conspired to lengthen its strides. The first came in 1199, when Pope Innocent III decreed that all property belonging to a convicted heretic would be forfeited to the Church. The Church then shared it both with local officials and with the victim's accusers, as a reward for their candor. The second was the rise of the Dominican order. St. Dominic himself, displaying the conviction of every good Catholic of the day, announced to the Cathars, "For many years I have exhorted you in vain, with gentleness, preaching, praying, weeping. But according to the proverb of my country, where blessing can accomplish nothing, blows may avail. We shall rouse against you princes and prelates, who, alas, will arm nations and kingdoms against this land." It would appear that sainthood comes in a variety of flavors. With the founding of Dominic's Holy Order of Mendicant Friars, the Inquisition was ready to begin its work in earnest. It is important to remember, lest the general barbarity of time inure us to the horror of these historical accounts, that the perpetrators of the Inquisition, the torturers, informers, and those who commanded their actions, were ecclesiastics of one rank or another. They were men of God, popes, bishops, friars, and priests. They were men who had devoted their lives, in word if not in deed, to Christ as we find him in the New Testament, healing the sick and challenging those without sin to cast the first stone. In 1234, the canonization of St. Dominic was finally proclaimed in Toulouse, and Bishop Raymond du Fougas was washing his hands in preparation for dinner when he heard the rumor that a fever-ridden old woman in a nearby house was about to undergo the Cathar ritual. The bishop hurried to her bedside and managed to convince her that he was a friend, then interrogated her on her beliefs, then denounced her as a heretic. He called on her to recant. She refused. The bishop thereupon had her bed carried out into a field, and there she was burned. And after the bishop and the friars and their companions had seen the business completed, Brother Guillaume wrote, they returned to the refectory and, giving thanks to God and the blessed Dominic, ate with rejoicing what had been prepared for them. The question of how the Church managed to transform Jesus' principal message of loving one's neighbor and turning the other cheek into a doctrine of murder and rapine seems to promise a harrowing mystery, but it is no mystery at all. Apart from the Bible's heterogeneity and outright self-contradiction, allowing it to justify diverse and irreconcilable aims, the culprit is clearly the doctrine of faith itself. Whenever a man imagines that he need only believe the truth of a proposition without evidence, that unbelievers will go to hell, that Jews drink the blood of infants, he becomes capable of anything. The practice for which the Inquisition is duly infamous, and the innovation that secured it a steady stream of both suspects and guilty verdicts, was its use of torture to extract confessions from the accused, to force witnesses to testify, and to persuade a confessing heretic to name those with whom he had collaborated in sin. The justification for this behavior came straight from St. Augustine, who reasoned that if torture was appropriate for those who broke the laws of men, it was even more fitting for those who broke the laws of God. As practiced by medieval Christians, judicial torture was merely a final, mad inflection of their faith. That anyone imagined that facts were being elicited by such a lunatic procedure seems a miracle in itself. As Voltaire wrote in 1764, "There is something divine here, for it is incomprehensible that men should have patiently borne this yoke." A contemporaneous account of the Spanish auto de fe, the public spectacle at which heretics were sentenced and often burned, will serve to complete our picture. The Spanish Inquisition did not cease its persecution of heretics until 1834. The last auto de fe took place in Mexico in 1850, About the time Charles Darwin set sail on the Beagle, and Michael Faraday discovered the relationship between electricity and magnetism. The condemned are then immediately carried to the Riberia, the place of execution, where there are as many stakes set up as there are prisoners to be burnt. The negative and relapsed being first strangled and then burnt. The professed mount their stakes by a ladder, and the Jesuits, after several repeated exhortations to be reconciled to the Church, consign them to eternal destruction, and then leave them to the fiend, who they tell them stands at their elbow to carry them into torments. On this a great shout is raised, and the cry is, "Let the dogs' beards be made," which is done by thrusting flaming bunches of furze, fastened to long poles, against their beards, till their faces are burnt black, the surrounding populace rending the air with the loudest acclamations of joy. At last the fire is set to the furze at the bottom of the stake, over which the victims are chained, so high that the flame seldom reaches higher than the seat they sit on, and thus they are rather roasted than burnt. Although there cannot be a more lamentable spectacle, and the sufferers continually cry out, as long as they are able, "Pity for the love of God," yet it is beheld by persons of all ages and both sexes, with transports of joy and satisfaction. And while Protestant reformers broke with Rome on a variety of counts, their treatment of their fellow human beings was no less disgraceful. Public executions were more popular than ever. Heretics were still reduced to ash. Scholars were tortured and killed for impertinent displays of reason, and fornicators were murdered without a qualm. The basic lesson to be drawn from all this was summed up nicely by Will Durant. Intolerance is the natural concomitant of strong faith. Tolerance grows only when faith loses certainty. Certainty is murderous. There really seems to be very little to perplex us here. Burning people who are destined to burn for all time seems a small price to pay to protect the people you love from the same fate. Clearly, the common law marriage between reason and faith, wherein otherwise reasonable men and women can be motivated by the content of unreasonable beliefs, places society upon a slippery slope, with confusion and hypocrisy at its heights, and the torments of the Inquisitor waiting below. Witch and Jew. Historically, there have been two groups targeted by the Church that deserve special mention. Witches are of particular interest in this context because their persecution required an extraordinary degree of credulity to get underway, for the simple reason that a confederacy of witches in medieval Europe seems never to have existed. There were no covens of pagan dissidents, meeting in secret, betrothed to Satan, abandoning themselves to the pleasures of group sex, cannibalism, and the casting of spells upon neighbors, crops, and cattle. It seems that such notions were the product of folklore, vivid dreams, and sheer confabulation, and confirmed by confessions elicited under the most gruesome torture. Anti-Semitism is of interest here, both for the scale of the injustice that it has wrought and for its explicitly theological roots. From the perspective of Christian teaching, Jews are even worse than run-of-the-mill heretics. They are heretics who explicitly repudiate the divinity of Jesus Christ. While the stigmas applied to witches and Jews throughout Christendom shared curious similarities, both were often accused of the lively and improbable offense of murdering Christian infants and drinking their blood. Their cases remain quite distinct. Witches, in all likelihood, did not even exist, and those murdered in their stead numbered perhaps 40,000 to 50,000 over 300 years of persecution. Jews have lived side by side with Christians for nearly 2 millennia, fathered their religion, and for reasons that are no more substantial than those underlying the belief in the resurrection, have been the objects of murderous intolerance since the first centuries after Christ. The accounts of witch hunts resemble in most respects the more widespread persecution of heretics throughout the Inquisition, imprisonment on the basis of accusations alone, torture to extract confession, confessions deemed unacceptable until accomplices were named, death by slow fire, and the rounding up of the freshly accused. The following anecdote is typical. In 1595, an old woman residing in a village near Constance, angry at not being invited to share the sports of the country people on a day of public rejoicing, was heard to mutter something to herself, and was afterwards seen to proceed through the fields towards a hill, where she was lost sight of. A violent thunderstorm arose about 2 hours afterwards, which wet the dancers to the skin, and did considerable damage to the plantations. This woman, suspected before of witchcraft, was seized and imprisoned, and accused of having raised the storm by filling a hole with wine and stirring it about with a stick. She was tortured till she confessed, and burned alive the next evening. Though it is difficult to generalize about the many factors that conspire to make villagers rise up against their neighbors, it is obvious that belief in the existence of witches was the sine qua non of the phenomenon. But what was it precisely that people believed? They appear to have believed that their neighbors were having sex with the devil, enjoying nocturnal flights upon broomsticks, changing into cats and hares, and eating the flesh of other human beings. More important, they believed utterly in maleficium, that is, in the efficacy of harming others by occult means. Among the many disasters that could befall a person over the course of a short and difficult life, medieval Christians seemed especially concerned that a neighbor might cast a spell, and thereby undermine their health or good fortune. Only the advent of science could successfully undercut such an idea, along with the fantastical displays of cruelty to which it gave rise. We must remember that it was not until the mid-19th century that the germ theory of disease emerged, laying to rest much superstition about the causes of illness. Occult beliefs of this sort are clearly an inheritance from our primitive, magic-minded ancestors. The Foray people of New Guinea, for instance, besides being enthusiastic cannibals, exacted a gruesome revenge upon suspected sorcerers. Besides attending public meetings, Foray men also hunted down men they believed to be sorcerers and killed them in reprisal. The hunters used a specialized attack called tukabu against sorcerers. They ruptured their kidneys, crushed their genitals, and broke their thigh bones with stone axes, bit into their necks and tore out their tracheas, jammed bamboo splinters into their veins to bleed them. No doubt each of these gestures held metaphysical significance. This behavior seems to have been commonplace among the Foray, at least until the 1960s. The horrible comedy of human ignorance achieves a rare moment of transparency here. The Foray were merely responding to an epidemic of kuru, a fatal spongiform infection of the brain, brought on not by sorcerers in their midst, but by their own religious observance of eating the bodies and brains of their dead. Throughout the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, it was perfectly apparent that disease could be inflicted by demons and black magic. There are accounts of frail old women charged with killing able-bodied men and breaking the necks of their horses, actions which they were made to confess under torture, and few people, it seems, found such accusations implausible. Even the relentless torture of the accused was given a perverse rationale. The devil, it was believed, made his charges insensible to pain, despite their cries for mercy. And so it was that, for centuries, men and women who were guilty of little more than being ugly, old, widowed, or mentally ill, were convicted of impossible crimes, and then murdered for God's sake. After nearly 400 years, some ecclesiastics began to appreciate how insane all this was. Consider the epiphany of Frederick Spee. Torture fills our Germany with witches and unheard-of wickedness, and not only Germany, but any nation that attempts it. If all of us have not confessed ourselves witches, that is only because we have not all been tortured. But Spee was led to this reasonable surmise only after a skeptical friend, the Duke of Brunswick, had a woman suspected of witchcraft artfully tortured and interrogated in his presence. The poor woman testified that she had seen Spee himself on the Brocken, shape-shifting into a wolf, a goat, and other beasts, and fathering numerous children by the assembled witches, born with the heads of toads and the legs of spiders. Spee, lucky indeed to be in the company of a friend, and certain of his own innocence, immediately set to work on his Cautio Criminalis, 1631, which detailed the injustice of witch trials. Bertrand Russell observed, however, that not all reasonable men were as fortunate as Spee. Some few bold rationalists ventured, even while the persecution was at its height, to doubt whether tempests, hailstorms, thunder, and lightning were really caused by the machinations of women. Such men were shown no mercy. Thus, towards the end of the 16th century, Flade, rector of the University of Treves and chief judge of the electoral court, after condemning countless witches, began to think that perhaps their confessions were due to the desire to escape from the tortures of the rack, with the result that he showed unwillingness to convict. He was accused of having sold himself to Satan, and was subjected to the same tortures as he had inflicted upon others. Like them, he confessed his guilt, and in 1589 he was strangled and then burnt. As late as 1718, just as the inoculation against smallpox was being introduced to England, and the English mathematician Brooke Taylor was making refinements to the calculus, we find the madness of the witch hunt still a potent social force. Charles Mackay relates an incident in Caithness, northeast Scotland. A silly fellow named William Montgomery, a carpenter, had a mortal antipathy to cats, and somehow or other these animals generally chose his backyard as the scene of their caterwaulings. He puzzled his brains for a long time to know why he, above all his neighbors, should be so pestered. At last he came to the sage conclusion that his tormentors were no cats, but witches. In this opinion he was supported by his maidservant, who swore a round oath that she had often heard the aforesaid cats talking together in human voices. The next time the unlucky tabbies assembled in his backyard, the valiant carpenter was on the alert. Arming himself with an axe, a dirk, and a broadsword, he rushed out among them. One of them he wounded in the back, a second in the hip, and the leg of a third he maimed with his axe, but he could not capture any of them. A few days afterwards, 2 old women of the parish died, and it was said that when their bodies were laid out, there appeared upon the back of one the mark as of a recent wound, and a similar scar upon the hip of the other. The carpenter and his maid were convinced that they were the very cats, and the whole county repeated the same story. Everyone was upon the lookout for proofs corroborative. A very remarkable one was soon discovered. Nancy Gilbert, a wretched old creature upwards of 70 years of age, was found in bed with her leg broken. As she was ugly enough for a witch, it was asserted that she also was one of the cats that had fared so ill at the hands of the carpenter. The latter, when informed of the popular suspicion, asserted that he distinctly remembered to have struck one of the cats a blow with the back of his broadsword, which ought to have broken her leg. Nancy was immediately dragged from her bed and thrown into prison. Before she was put to the torture, she explained in a very natural and intelligible manner how she had broken her limb, but this account did not give satisfaction. The professional persuasions of the torturer made her tell a different tale, and she confessed that she was indeed a witch, and had been wounded by Montgomery on the night stated, that the 2 old women recently deceased were witches also, besides about a score of others, whom she named. The poor creature suffered so much by the removal from her own home and the tortures inflicted upon her that she died the next day in prison. Apart from observing, yet again, the astonishing consequences of certain beliefs, we should take note of the reasonable way these witch hunters attempted to confirm their suspicions. They looked for correlations that held apparent significance. Not any old woman would do. They needed one who had suffered a wound similar to the one inflicted upon the cat. Once you accept the premise that old women can shapeshift into cats and back again, the rest is practically science. The Church did not officially condemn the use of torture until the bull of Pope Pius VII in 1816. Anti-Semitism is as integral to Church doctrine as the flying buttress is to a Gothic cathedral, and this terrible truth has been published in Jewish blood since the first centuries of the Common Era. Like that of the Inquisition, the history of anti-Semitism can scarcely be given sufficient treatment in the context of this book. I raise the subject, however briefly, because the irrational hatred of Jews has produced a spectrum of effects that have been most acutely felt in our own time. Anti-Semitism is intrinsic to both Christianity and Islam. Both traditions consider the Jews to be bunglers of God's initial revelation. Christians generally also believe that the Jews murdered Christ, and their continued existence as Jews constitutes a perverse denial of his status as the Messiah. Whatever the context, the hatred of Jews remains a product of faith, Christian, Muslim, as well as Jewish. Contemporary Muslim anti-Semitism is heavily indebted to its Christian counterpart. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a Russian anti-Semitic forgery that is the source of most conspiracy theories relating to the Jews, is now considered an authoritative text in the Arab-speaking world. A recent contribution to Al-Akhbar, one of Cairo's mainstream newspapers, suggests that the problem of Muslim anti-Semitism is now deeper than any handshake in the White House Rose Garden can remedy. Thanks to Hitler, of blessed memory, who, on behalf of the Palestinians, took revenge in advance against the most vile criminals on the face of the earth, although we do have a complaint against him, for his revenge was not enough. This is from moderate Cairo, where Muslims drink alcohol, go to the movies, and watch belly dancing, and where the government actively represses fundamentalism. Clearly, hatred of the Jews is white-hot in the Muslim world. The gravity of Jewish suffering over the ages, culminating in the Holocaust, makes it almost impossible to entertain any suggestion that Jews might have brought their troubles upon themselves. This is, however, in a rather narrow sense, the truth. Prior to the rise of the Church, Jews became the objects of suspicion and occasional persecution for their refusal to assimilate, for the insularity and professed superiority of their religious culture, that is, for the content of their own unreasonable sectarian beliefs. The dogma of a chosen people, while at least implicit in most faiths, achieved a stridence in Judaism that was unknown in the ancient world. Among cultures that worshipped a plurality of gods, the later monotheism of the Jews proved indigestible, and while their explicit demonization as a people required the mad work of the Christian Church, the ideology of Judaism remains a lightning rod for intolerance to this day. As a system of beliefs, it appears among the least suited to survive in a theological state of nature. Christianity and Islam both acknowledge the sanctity of the Old Testament and offer easy conversion to their faiths. Islam honors Abraham, Moses, and Jesus as forerunners of Muhammad. Hinduism embraces almost anything in sight with its manifold arms. Many Hindus, for instance, consider Jesus an avatar of Vishnu. Judaism alone finds itself surrounded by unmitigated errors. It seems little wonder, therefore, that it has drawn so much sectarian fire. Jews, insofar as they are religious, believe that they are bearers of a unique covenant with God. As a consequence, they have spent the last 2,000 years collaborating with those who see them as different, by seeing themselves as irretrievably so. Judaism is as intrinsically divisive, as ridiculous in its literalism, and as at odds with the civilizing insights of modernity as any other religion. Jewish settlers, by exercising their freedom of belief on contested land, are now one of the principal obstacles to peace in the Middle East. They will be a direct cause of war between Islam and the West, should one ever erupt over the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The problem for first-century Christians was simple. They belonged to a sect of Jews that had recognized Jesus as the Messiah, Greek Christos, while the majority of their co-religionists had not. Jesus was a Jew, of course, and his mother a Jewess. His apostles, to the last man, were also Jews. There is no evidence whatsoever, apart from the tendentious writings of the later church, that Jesus ever conceived of himself as anything other than a Jew among Jews, seeking the fulfillment of Judaism and, likely, the return of Jewish sovereignty in a Roman world. As many authors have observed, the numerous strands of Hebrew prophecy that were made to coincide with Jesus' ministry betray the apologetics, and often poor scholarship, of the gospel writers. The writers of Luke and Matthew, for instance, in seeking to make the life of Jesus conform to Old Testament prophecy, insist that Mary conceived as a virgin, Greek Parthenos, harking to the Greek rendering of Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. Unfortunately for fanciers of Mary's virginity, the Hebrew word alma, for which Parthenos is an erroneous translation, simply means young woman, without any implication of virginity. It seems all but certain that the Christian dogma of the virgin birth, and much of the Church's resulting anxiety about sex, was the result of a mistranslation from the Hebrew. Another strike against the doctrine of the virgin birth is that the other evangelists, Mark and John, seem to know nothing about it, though both appear troubled by accusations of Jesus' illegitimacy. Paul apparently thinks that Jesus is the son of Joseph and Mary. He refers to Jesus as being born of the seed of David according to the flesh, Romans chapter 1, verse 3, meaning Joseph was his father, and born of woman, Galatians chapter 4, verse 4, meaning that Jesus was really human, with no reference to Mary's virginity. Mary's virginity has always been suggestive of God's attitude toward sex. It is intrinsically sinful, being the mechanism through which original sin was bequeathed to the generations after Adam. It would appear that Western civilization has endured 2 millennia of consecrated sexual neurosis, simply because the authors of Matthew and Luke could not read Hebrew. For the Jews, the true descendants of Jesus and the apostles, the dogma of the virgin birth has served as a perennial justification for their persecution, because it has been one of the principal pieces of evidence demonstrating the divinity of Jesus. We should note that the emphasis on miracles in the New Testament, along with the attempts to make the life of Jesus conform to Old Testament prophecy, reveal the first Christians' commitment, however faltering, to make their faith seem rational. Given the obvious significance of any miracle and the widespread acceptance of prophecy, it would have been only reasonable to have considered these purported events to be evidence for Christ's divinity. Augustine, for his part, came right out and said it. I should not be a Christian but for the miracles. A millennium later, Blaise Pascal, mathematical prodigy, philosopher, and physicist, was so impressed by Christ's confirmation of prophecy that he devoted the last years of his short life to defending Christian doctrine in writing. Through Jesus we know God. All those who have claimed to know God and prove his existence without Jesus Christ have only had futile proofs to offer. But to prove Christ, we have the prophecies, which are solid and palpable proofs. By being fulfilled and proved true by the event, these prophecies show that these truths are certain, and thus prove that Jesus is divine. Solid and palpable? That so nimble a mind could be led to labor under such dogma was surely one of the great wonders of the age. Even today, the apparent confirmation of prophecy detailed in the New Testament is offered as the chief reason to accept Jesus as the Messiah. The leap of faith is really a fiction. No Christians, not even those of the first century, have ever been content to rely upon it. While God made his covenant with Israel and delivered his Son in the guise of a Jew, the earliest Christians were increasingly Gentile, and as the doctrine spread, the newly baptized began to see the Jews' denial of Jesus' divinity as the consummate evil. This sectarian ethos is already well established by the time of Paul. For ye, brethren, became followers of the churches of God, which in Judea are in Christ Jesus. For ye also like things of your own countrymen, even as they have of the Jews, who both killed the Lord Jesus and their own prophets, and have persecuted us. And they please not God, and are contrary to all men, forbidding us to speak to the Gentiles, that they might be saved, to fill up their sins alway. For the wrath is come upon them to the uttermost. Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 14 through 16. The explicit demonization of the Jews appears in the Gospel of John. Jesus said unto them, the Jews, If God were your Father, ye would love me, for I proceeded forth and came from God. Neither came I of myself, but he sent me. Why do ye not understand my speech? Even because ye cannot hear my word. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. And because I tell you the truth, ye believe me not. John chapter 8, verses 41 through 45. With the destruction of the temple in 70 CE, Christians, Gentile and Jew alike, felt that they were witnessing the fulfillment of prophecy, imagining that the Roman legions were meting out God's punishment to the betrayers of Christ. Anti-Semitism soon acquired a triumphal smugness, and with the ascension of Christianity as the state religion in 312 CE, with the conversion of Constantine, Christians began openly to relish and engineer the degradation of world Jewry. Laws were passed that revoked many of the civic privileges previously granted to Jews. Jews were excluded from the military and from holding high office, and were forbidden to proselytize or to have sexual relations with Christian women, both under penalty of death. The Justinian Code, in the 6th century, essentially declared the legal status of the Jews null and void, outlawing the Mishnah, the codification of Jewish oral law, and making disbelief in the resurrection and the Last Judgment a capital offense. Augustine, ever the ready sectarian, rejoiced at the subjugation of the Jews, and took special pleasure in the knowledge that they were doomed to wander the earth, bearing witness to the truth of Scripture and the salvation of the Gentiles. The suffering and servitude of the Jews was proof that Christ had been the Messiah after all. Like witches, the Jews of Europe were often accused of incredible crimes, the most prevalent of which has come to be known as the blood libel, born of the belief that Jews require the blood of Christians, generally newborn, for use in a variety of rituals. Throughout the Middle Ages, Jews were regularly accused of murdering Christian infants, a crime for which they were duly despised. It was well known that all Jews menstruated, male and female alike, and required the blood of a Christian to replenish their lost stores. They also suffered from terrible hemorrhoids and oozing sores as a punishment for the murder of Christ, and as a retort to their improbable boast before the innocent Pontius Pilate Matthew chapter 27, verse 25, "His blood be on us and on our children." It should come as no surprise that Jews were in the habit of applying Christian blood as a salve upon these indignities. Christian blood was also said to ease the labor pains of any Jewess fortunate enough to have it spread upon pieces of parchment and placed into her clenched fists. It was common knowledge, too, that all Jews were born blind, and that, when smeared upon their eyes, Christian blood granted them the faculty of sight. Jewish boys were frequently born with their fingers attached to their foreheads, and only the blood of a Christian could allow this pensive gesture to be broken without risk to the child. Once born, a Jew's desire for Christian blood could scarcely be slaked. During the rite of circumcision, it took the place of consecrated oil, chrism, an exclusively Christian commodity, and later in life, Jewish children of both sexes had their genitalia smeared with the blood of some poor, pious man, waylaid upon the road and strangled in a ditch, to make them fertile. Medieval Christians believed that Jews used their blood for everything from a rouge to a love philter, and as a prophylactic against leprosy. Given this state of affairs, who could doubt that Jews of all ages would be fond of sucking blood out of Christian children, with quills and small reeds, for later use by their elders during wedding feasts? Finally, with a mind to covering all their bases, Jews smeared their dying brethren with the blood of an innocent Christian babe, recently baptized and then suffocated, saying, "If the Messiah promised by the prophets has really come, and he be Jesus, may this innocent blood ensure for you eternal life." The blood libel totters on shoulders of other giant misconceptions, of course, especially the notion, widely accepted at the time, that the various constituents of the human body possess magical and medicinal power. This explains the acceptance of similar accusations leveled at witches, such as the belief that candles made from human fat could render a man invisible while lighting up his surroundings. One wonders just how many a thief was caught striding through his neighbor's foyer in search of plunder, bearing a malodorous candle confidently aloft, before these miraculous tools of subterfuge fell out of fashion. But for sheer Gothic absurdity, nothing surpasses the medieval concern over host desecration, the punishment of which preoccupied pious Christians for centuries. The doctrine of transubstantiation was formally established in 1215 at the Fourth Lateran Council, the same one that sanctioned the use of torture by inquisitors and prohibited Jews from owning land or embarking upon civil or military careers, and thereafter became the centerpiece of the Christian, now Catholic, faith. The relevant passage from the Profession of Faith of the Roman Catholic was cited in Chapter 2. Henceforth it was an indisputable fact of this world that the communion host is actually transformed at the Mass into the living body of Jesus Christ. After this incredible dogma had been established, by mere reiteration, to the satisfaction of everyone, Christians began to worry that these living wafers might be subjected to all manner of mistreatment and even physical torture at the hands of heretics and Jews. One might wonder why eating the body of Jesus would be any less of a torment to him. Could there be any doubt that the Jews would seek to harm the Son of God again, knowing that his body was now readily accessible in the form of defenseless crackers? Historical accounts suggest that as many as 3,000 Jews were murdered in response to a single allegation of this imaginary crime. The crime of host desecration was punished throughout Europe for centuries. It is out of this history of theologically mandated persecution that secular anti-Semitism emerged. Even explicitly anti-Christian movements, as in the cases of German Nazism and Russian socialism, managed to inherit and enact the doctrinal intolerance of the Church. Astonishingly, ideas as spurious as the blood libel are still very much with us, having found a large cult of believers in the Muslim world. The Holocaust. The National Socialism of all of us is anchored in uncritical loyalty, in the surrender to the Führer that does not ask for the why in individual cases, in the silent execution of his orders. We believe that the Führer is obeying a higher call to fashion German history. There can be no criticism of this belief. Rudolf Hess, in a speech, June 1934. The rise of Nazism in Germany required much in the way of uncritical loyalty. Beyond the abject and religious loyalty to Hitler, the Holocaust emerged out of people's acceptance of some very implausible ideas. Heinrich Himmler thought the SS should have leeks and mineral water for breakfast. He thought people could be made to confess by telepathy. Following King Arthur and the Round Table, he would have only 12 people to dinner. He believed that Aryans had not evolved from monkeys and apes like other races, but had come down to earth from the heavens, where they had been preserved in ice from the beginning of time. He established a meteorology division, which was given the task of proving this cosmic ice theory. He also thought he was a reincarnation of Heinrich I. Himmler was an extreme case. The picture is perhaps one of someone quite mad. But one of his characteristics was much more widely shared. His mind had not been encouraged to grow. Filled with information and opinion, he had no critical powers. At the heart of every totalitarian enterprise, one sees outlandish dogmas, poorly arranged, but working ineluctably, like gears in some ludicrous instrument of death. Nazism evolved out of a variety of economic and political factors, of course, but it was held together by a belief in the racial purity and superiority of the German people. The obverse of this fascination with race was the certainty that all impure elements, homosexuals, invalids, gypsies, and, above all, Jews, posed a threat to the fatherland. And while the hatred of Jews in Germany expressed itself in a predominantly secular way, it was a direct inheritance from medieval Christianity. For centuries, religious Germans had viewed the Jews as the worst species of heretics, and attributed every societal ill to their continued presence among the faithful. Daniel Goldhagen has traced the rise of the German conception of the Jews as a race and a nation, which culminated in an explicitly nationalistic formulation of this ancient Christian animus. Of course, the religious demonization of the Jews was also a contemporary phenomenon. Indeed, the Vatican itself perpetuated the blood libel in its newspapers as late as 1914. Ironically, the very fact that Jews had been mistreated in Germany and elsewhere since time immemorial, by being confined to ghettos and deprived of civic status, gave rise to the modern secular strand of anti-Semitism, for it was not until the emancipation efforts of the early 19th century that the hatred of the Jews acquired an explicitly racial inflection. Even the self-proclaimed Friends of the Jews, who sought the admission of Jews into German society with the full privileges of citizenship, did so only on the assumption that the Jews could be reformed thereby and rendered pure by sustained association with the German race. Thus, the voices of liberal tolerance within Germany were often as anti-Semitic as their conservative opponents, for they differed only in the belief that the Jew was capable of moral regeneration. By the end of the 19th century, after the liberal experiment had failed to dissolve the Jews in the pristine solvent of German tolerance, the erstwhile Friends of the Jews came to regard these strangers in their midst with the same loathing that their less idealistic contemporaries had nurtured all along. An analysis of prominent anti-Semitic writers and publications from 1861 to 1895 reveals just how murderous the German anti-Semites were inclined to be. Fully 2/3 of those that purported to offer solutions to the Jewish problem, openly advocated the physical extermination of the Jews, and this, as Goldhagen points out, was several decades before the rise of Hitler. Indeed, the possibility of exterminating a whole people was considered before genocide was even a proper concept, and long before killing on such a massive scale had been shown to be practically feasible in the First and Second World Wars. While Goldhagen's controversial charge that the Germans were Hitler's willing executioners seems generally fair, it is true that the people of other nations were equally willing. Genocidal anti-Semitism had been in the air for some time, particularly in Eastern Europe. In the year 1919, for instance, 60,000 Jews were murdered in Ukraine alone. Once the Third Reich began its overt persecution of Jews, anti-Semitic pogroms erupted in Poland, Romania, Hungary, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Croatia, and elsewhere. With passage of the Nuremberg Laws in 1935, the transformation of German anti-Semitism was complete. The Jews were to be considered a race, one that was inimical to a healthy Germany in principle. As such, they were fundamentally irredeemable, for while one can cast away one's religious ideology and even accept baptism into the church, one cannot cease to be what one is. And it is here that we encounter the overt complicity of the church in the attempted murder of an entire people. German Catholics showed themselves remarkably acquiescent to a racist creed that was at cross purposes with at least one of their core beliefs. For if baptism truly had the power to redeem, then Jewish converts should have been considered saved without residue in the eyes of the church. But, as we have seen, coherence in any system of beliefs is never perfect, and the German churches, in order to maintain order during their services, were finally obliged to print leaflets admonishing their flock not to attack Jewish converts during times of worship. That a person's race could not be rescinded was underscored as early as 1880 in a Vatican-approved paper. Oh, how wrong and deluded are those who think Judaism is just a religion, like Catholicism, paganism, Protestantism, and not, in fact, a race, a people, and a nation. For the Jews are not only Jews because of their religion, they are Jews also and especially because of their race. The German Catholic Episcopate issued its own guidelines in 1936. Race, soil, blood, and people are precious natural values, which God the Lord has created, and the care of which he has entrusted to us Germans. But the truly sinister complicity of the Church came in its willingness to open its genealogical records to the Nazis, and thereby enable them to trace the extent of a person's Jewish ancestry. A historian of the Catholic Church, Gunther Louis, has written, "The very question of whether the Catholic Church should lend its help to the Nazi state in sorting out people of Jewish descent was never debated. On the contrary, we have always unselfishly worked for the people without regard to gratitude or ingratitude." A priest wrote in Klerusblatt in September 1934, "We shall also do our best to help in this service to the people." And the cooperation of the Church in this matter continued right through the war years, when the price of being Jewish was no longer dismissal from a government job and loss of livelihood, but deportation and outright physical destruction. All of this, despite the fact that the Catholic Church was in very real opposition to much of the Nazi platform, which was bent upon curtailing its power. Goldhagen also reminds us that not a single German Catholic was excommunicated before, during, or after the war, after committing crimes as great as any in human history. This is really an extraordinary fact. Throughout this period, the Church continued to excommunicate theologians and scholars in droves for holding unorthodox views, and to proscribe books by the hundreds, and yet not a single perpetrator of genocide, of whom there were countless examples, succeeded in furrowing Pope Pius XII's censorious brow. This astonishing situation merits a slight digression. At the end of the 19th century, the Vatican attempted to combat the unorthodox conclusions of modern Bible commentators with its own rigorous scholarship. Catholic scholars were urged to adopt the techniques of modern criticism to demonstrate that the results of a meticulous and dispassionate study of the Bible could be compatible with church doctrine. The movement was known as modernism, and soon occasioned considerable embarrassment, as many of the finest Catholic scholars found that they, too, were becoming skeptical about the literal truth of Scripture. In 1893, Pope Leo XIII announced, "All those books which the Church regards as sacred and canonical were written with all their parts under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. Now, far from admitting the coexistence of error, divine inspiration by itself excludes all error, and that also of necessity, since God, the supreme truth, must be incapable of teaching error." In 1907, Pope Pius X declared modernism a heresy, had its exponents within the Church excommunicated, and put all critical studies of the Bible on the index of proscribed books. Authors similarly distinguished include Descartes, Selected Works, Montaigne, Essay, Locke, Essay on Human Understanding, Swift, Tale of a Tub, Swedenborg, Principia, Voltaire, Lettres philosophiques, Diderot, Encyclopédie, Rousseau, Du Contrat Social, Gibbon, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Paine, The Rights of Man, Sterne, A Sentimental Journey, Kant, Critique of Pure Reason, Flaubert, Madame Bovary, and Darwin, On the Origin of Species. As a censorious afterthought, Descartes' Méditation was added to the index in 1948. With all that had occurred earlier in the decade, one might have thought that the Holy See could have found greater offenses with which to concern itself. Although not a single leader of the Third Reich, not even Hitler himself, was ever excommunicated, Galileo was not absolved of heresy until 1992. In the words of the Pope, John Paul II, we can see how the matter now stands. This revelation is definitive. One can only accept it or reject it. One can accept it, professing belief in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, the Son, of the same substance as the Father, and the Holy Spirit, who is Lord and the giver of life. Or one can reject all of this. While the rise and fall of modernism in the Church can hardly be considered a victory for the forces of rationality, it illustrates an important point. Wanting to know how the world is leaves one vulnerable to new evidence. It is no accident that religious doctrine and honest inquiry are so rarely juxtaposed in our world. When we consider that so few generations had passed since the Church left off disemboweling innocent men before the eyes of their families, burning old women alive in public squares, and torturing scholars to the point of madness for merely speculating about the nature of the stars, it is perhaps little wonder that it failed to think anything had gone terribly amiss in Germany during the war years. Indeed, it is also well known that certain Vatican officials, the most notorious of whom was Bishop Alois Hudal, helped members of the SS like Adolf Eichmann, Martin Bormann, Heinrich Müller, Franz Stangl, and hundreds of others escape to South America and the Middle East in the aftermath of the war. In this context, one is often reminded that others in the Vatican helped Jews escape as well. This is true. It is also true, however, that Vatican aid was often contingent upon whether or not the Jews in question had been previously baptized. There were, no doubt, innumerable instances in which European Christians risked their lives to protect the Jews in their midst, and did so because of their Christianity. But they were not innumerable enough. The fact that people are sometimes inspired to heroic acts of kindness by the teaching of Christ says nothing about the wisdom or necessity of believing that he, exclusively, was the Son of God. Indeed, we will find that we need not believe anything on insufficient evidence to feel compassion for the suffering of others. Our common humanity is reason enough to protect our fellow human beings from coming to harm. Genocidal intolerance, on the other hand, must inevitably find its inspiration elsewhere. Whenever you hear that people have begun killing non-combatants intentionally and indiscriminately, ask yourself what dogma stands at their backs. What do these freshly minted killers believe? You will find that it is always preposterous. My purpose in this chapter has been to intimate, in as concise a manner as possible, some of the terrible consequences that have arisen logically and inevitably out of Christian faith. Unfortunately, this catalogue of horrors could be elaborated upon indefinitely. Auschwitz, the Cathar heresy, the witch hunts. These phrases signify depths of human depravity and human suffering that would surely elude description were a writer to set himself no other task. As I have cast a very wide net in the present chapter, I can only urge readers who may feel they have just been driven past a roadside accident at full throttle to consult the literature on these subjects. Such extracurricular studies will reveal that the history of Christianity is principally a story of mankind's misery and ignorance, rather than of its requited love of God. While Christianity has few living inquisitors today, Islam has many. In the next chapter, we will see that in our opposition to the world view of Islam, we confront a civilization with an arrested history. It is as though a portal in time has opened, and 14th century hordes are pouring into our world. Unfortunately, they are now armed with 21st century weapons. Chapter 4. The Problem with Islam. While my argument in this book is aimed at faith itself, the differences between faiths are as relevant as they are unmistakable. There is a reason, after all, why we must now confront Muslim rather than Jain terrorists in every corner of the world. Jains do not believe anything that is remotely likely to inspire them to commit acts of suicidal violence against unbelievers. By any measure of normativity we might wish to adopt, ethical, practical, epistemological, economic, etc., there are good beliefs and there are bad ones, and it should now be obvious to everyone that Muslims have more than their fair share of the latter. Of course, like every religion, Islam has had its moments. Muslim scholars invented algebra, translated the writings of Plato and Aristotle, and made important contributions to a variety of nascent sciences, at a time when European Christians were luxuriating in the most abysmal ignorance. It was only through the Muslim conquest of Spain that classical Greek texts found their way into Latin translation and seeded the Renaissance in Western Europe. Thousands of pages could be written cataloging facts of this sort for every religion, but to what end? Would it suggest that religious faith is good or even benign? It is a truism to say that people of faith have created almost everything of value in our world, because nearly every person who has ever swung a hammer or trimmed a sail has been a devout member of one or another religious culture. There has been simply no one else to do the job. We can also say that every human achievement prior to the 20th century was accomplished by men and women who were perfectly ignorant of the molecular basis of life. Does this suggest that a 19th century view of biology would have been worth maintaining? There is no telling what our world would now be like had some great kingdom of reason emerged at the time of the Crusades and pacified the credulous multitudes of Europe and the Middle East. We might have had modern democracy and the Internet by the year 1600. The fact that religious faith has left its mark on every aspect of our civilization is not an argument in its favor, nor can any particular faith be exonerated simply because certain of its adherents made foundational contributions to human culture. Given the vicissitudes of Muslim history, however, I suspect that the starting point I have chosen for this book, that of a single suicide bomber following the consequences of his religious beliefs, is bound to exasperate many readers, since it ignores most of what commentators on the Middle East have said about the roots of Muslim violence. It ignores the painful history of the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. It ignores the collusion of Western powers with corrupt dictatorships. It ignores the endemic poverty and lack of economic opportunity that now plague the Arab world. But I will argue that we can ignore all of these things, or treat them only to place them safely on the shelf, because the world is filled with poor, uneducated, and exploited peoples who do not commit acts of terrorism, indeed, who would never commit terrorism of the sort that has become so commonplace among Muslims. And the Muslim world has no shortage of educated and prosperous men and women, suffering little more than their infatuation with Quranic eschatology, who are eager to murder infidels for God's sake. We are at war with Islam. It may not serve our immediate foreign policy objectives for our political leaders to openly acknowledge this fact, but it is unambiguously so. It is not merely that we are at war with an otherwise peaceful religion that has been hijacked by extremists. We are at war with precisely the vision of life that is prescribed to all Muslims in the Quran, and further elaborated in the literature of the Hadith, which recounts the sayings and actions of the Prophet. A future in which Islam and the West do not stand on the brink of mutual annihilation is a future in which most Muslims have learned to ignore most of their canon, just as most Christians have learned to do. Such a transformation is by no means guaranteed to occur, however, given the tenets of Islam. A fringe without a center. Many authors have pointed out that it is problematic to speak of Muslim fundamentalism, because it suggests that there are large doctrinal differences between fundamentalist Muslims and the mainstream. The truth, however, is that most Muslims appear to be fundamentalist in the Western sense of the word, in that even moderate approaches to Islam generally consider the Quran to be the literal and inerrant word of the one true God. The difference between fundamentalists and moderates, and certainly the difference between all extremists and moderates, is the degree to which they see political and military action to be intrinsic to the practice of their faith. In any case, people who believe that Islam must inform every dimension of human existence, including politics and law, are now generally called not fundamentalists or extremists, but rather Islamists. The world, from the point of view of Islam, is divided into the House of Islam and the House of War, and this latter designation should indicate how many Muslims believe their differences with those who do not share their faith will be ultimately resolved. While there are undoubtedly some moderate Muslims who have decided to overlook the irrescindible militancy of their religion, Islam is undeniably a religion of conquest. The only future devout Muslims can envisage, as Muslims, is one in which all infidels have been converted to Islam, subjugated, or killed. The tenets of Islam simply do not admit of anything but a temporary sharing of power with the enemies of God. Like most other religions, Islam has suffered a variety of schisms. Since the 7th century, the Sunni, the majority, have considered the Shia to be heterodox, and the Shia have returned the compliment. Divisions have emerged within each of these sects as well, and even within the ranks of those who are unmistakably Islamist. We need not go into the sectarian algebra in any detail, apart from noting that these schisms have had the salutary effect of dividing the House of Islam against itself. While this mitigates the threat that Islam currently poses to the West, Islam and Western liberalism remain irreconcilable. Moderate Islam, really moderate, really critical of Muslim irrationality, scarcely seems to exist. If it does, it is doing as good a job at hiding as moderate Christianity did in the 14th century, and for similar reasons. The feature of Islam that is most troubling to non-Muslims, and which apologists for Islam do much to obfuscate, is the principle of jihad. Literally, the term can be translated as struggle or striving, but it is generally rendered in English as holy war, and this is no accident. While Muslims are quick to observe that there is an inner or greater jihad, which involves waging war against one's own sinfulness, no amount of casuistry can disguise the fact that the outer or lesser jihad, war against infidels and apostates, is a central feature of the faith. Armed conflict in defense of Islam is a religious obligation for every Muslim man. We are misled if we believe that the phrase, in defense of Islam, suggests that all Muslim fighting must be done in self-defense. On the contrary, the duty of jihad is an unambiguous call to world conquest. As Bernard Lewis writes, the presumption is that the duty of jihad will continue, interrupted only by truces, until all the world either adopts the Muslim faith or submits to Muslim rule. There is just no denying that Muslims expect victory in this world, as well as in the next. As Molly's Ruthven points out, the prophet had been his own Caesar. If imitatio Christi meant renouncing worldly ambition and seeking salvation by deeds of private virtue, imitatio Muhammadi meant sooner or later taking up arms against those forces which seem to threaten Islam from within or without. While the Quran is more than sufficient to establish these themes, the literature of the Hadith elaborates. Jihad is your duty under any ruler, be he godly or wicked. A single endeavor of fighting in Allah's cause, in the forenoon or in the afternoon, is better than the world and whatever is in it. A day and a night fighting on the frontier is better than a month of fasting and prayer. Nobody who dies and finds good from Allah in the hereafter would wish to come back to this world, even if he were given the whole world and whatever is in it, except the martyr who, on seeing the superiority of martyrdom, would like to come back to the world and get killed again in Allah's cause. He who dies without having taken part in a campaign dies in a kind of unbelief. Paradise is in the shadow of swords. Many hadiths of this sort can be found, and Islamists regularly invoke them as a justification for attacks upon infidels and apostates. Those looking for ways to leaven the intrinsic militancy of Islam have observed that there are a few lines in the Quran that seem to speak directly against indiscriminate violence. Those who wage jihad are enjoined not to attack first, Quran chapter 2, verse 190, since God does not love aggressors. But this injunction restrains no one. Given the long history of conflict between Islam and the West, almost any act of violence against infidels can now be plausibly construed as an action in defense of the faith. Our recent adventures in Iraq provide all the rationale an aspiring martyr needs to wage jihad against the friends of Satan for decades to come. Lewis notes that one who would fight for God is also enjoined not to kill women, children, or the aged, unless in self-defense. But a little casuistry on the notion of self-defense allows Muslim militants to elude this stricture as well. The bottom line is that devout Muslims can have no doubt about the reality of paradise or about the efficacy of martyrdom as a means of getting there. Nor can they question the wisdom and reasonableness of killing people for what amount to theological grievances. In Islam, it is the moderate who is left to split hairs, because the basic thrust of the doctrine is undeniable, convert, subjugate, or kill unbelievers, kill apostates, and conquer the world. The imperative of world conquest is an interesting one, given that imperialism is one of the chief sins that Muslims attribute to the West. Imperialism is a particularly important theme in the Middle Eastern, and more especially, the Islamic case against the West. For them, the word imperialism has a special meaning. This word is, for example, never used by Muslims of the great Muslim empires, the first one founded by the Arabs, the later ones by the Turks, who conquered vast territories and populations and incorporated them in the House of Islam. It was perfectly legitimate for Muslims to conquer and rule Europe and Europeans, and thus enable them, but not compel them, to embrace the true faith. It was a crime and a sin for Europeans to conquer and rule Muslims, and, still worse, to try to lead them astray. In the Muslim perception, conversion to Islam is a benefit to the convert and a merit in those who convert him. In Islamic law, conversion from Islam is apostasy, a capital offense for both the one who is misled and the one who misleads him. On this question, the law is clear and unequivocal. If a Muslim renounces Islam, even if a new convert reverts to his previous faith, the penalty is death. We will return to the subject of apostasy in a moment. We should first note, however, that Lewis's comment about not compelling the conquered to embrace the true faith is misleading in this context. It is true that the Quran provides a handbrake of sorts for Muslim moderates. There shall be no compulsion in religion. Quran chapter 2, verse 256. But a glance at the rest of the Quran and at Muslim history reveals that we should not expect too much from its use. As it stands, this line offers a very slender basis for Muslim tolerance. First, the Muslim conception of tolerance applies only to Jews and Christians, people of the book, while the practices of Buddhists, Hindus, and other idolaters are considered so spiritually depraved as to be quite beyond the pale. Even people of the book must keep to themselves and humbly tithe, pay the jizya, to their Muslim rulers. Farid Zakaria observes, as many have, that Jews lived for centuries under Muslim rule and had a relatively easy time of it. But this is only compared with the horrors of life under theocratic Christendom. The truth is that life for Jews within the House of Islam has been characterized by ceaseless humiliation and regular pogroms. A state of apartheid has been the norm, in which Jews have been forbidden to bear arms, to give evidence in court, and to ride horses. They have been forced to wear distinctive clothing. The yellow badge originated in Baghdad, not in Nazi Germany, and to avoid certain streets and buildings. They have been obliged, under penalty of violence and even death, to pass Muslims only on their left, impure side, while keeping their eyes lowered. In parts of the Arab world, it has been a local custom for Muslim children to throw stones at Jews and spit upon them. These and other indignities have been regularly punctuated by organized massacres and pogroms. In Morocco, 1728, 1790, 1875, 1884, 1890, 1903, 1912, 1948, 1952, and 1955. In Algeria, 1805 and 1934. In Tunisia, 1864, 1869, 1932, and 1967. In Persia, 1839, 1867, and 1910. In Iraq, 1828, 1936, 1937, 1941, 1946, 1948, 1967, and 1969. In Libya, 1785, 1860, 1897, 1945, 1948, and 1967. In Egypt, 1882, 1919, 1921, 1924, 1938 through 39, 1945, 1948, 1956 and 1967, in Palestine, 1929 and 1936, in Syria, 1840, 1945, 1947, 1948, 1949, and 1967, in Yemen, 1947, etc. Life for Christians under Islam has been scarcely more cheerful. As a matter of doctrine, the Muslim conception of tolerance is one in which non-Muslims have been politically and economically subdued, converted, or put to sword. The fact that the Muslim world has not been united under a single government for most of its history, and may never be again, is immaterial where this aspiration for hegemony is concerned. For each political community within Islam, it is the task of the Islamic State to bring about obedience to the revealed law. Zakaria observes that Muslims living in the West generally appear tolerant of the beliefs of others. Let us accept this characterization for the moment, though it ignores the inconvenient reality that many Western countries now appear to be hotbeds of Islamic militancy. Before we chalk this up to Muslim tolerance, however, we should ask ourselves how Muslim intolerance would reveal itself in the West. What minority, even a radicalized one, isn't generally tolerant of the majority for most of its career? Even avowed terrorists and revolutionaries spend most of their days just biding their time. We should not mistake the tolerance of political, economic, and numerical weakness for genuine liberalism. Lewis observes that, for Muslims, no piece of land once added to the realm of Islam can ever be finally renounced. We might also add that no mind once added to the realm can ever be finally renounced because, as Lewis also notes, the penalty for apostasy is death. We would do well to linger over this fact for a moment, because it is the black pearl of intolerance that no liberal exegesis will ever fully digest. Within the House of Islam, the penalty for learning too much about the world, so as to call the tenets of the faith into question, is death. If a 21st century Muslim loses his faith, though he may have been a Muslim only for a single hour, the normative response everywhere under Islam is to kill him. While the Quran merely describes the punishments that await the apostate in the next world, Quran, chapter 3, verses 86 through 91, the Hadith is emphatic about the justice that must be meted out in this one. Whoever changes his religion, kill him. No metaphor hides this directive, and it would seem that no process of liberal hermeneutics can brush it aside. We might be tempted to accord great significance to the fact that the injunction does not appear in the Quran itself, but in practical terms, the Hadith literature seems to be every bit as constitutive of the Muslim worldview. Given the fact that the Hadith is often used as the lens through which to interpret the Quran, many Muslim jurists consider it to be an even greater authority on the practice of Islam. It is true that some liberal jurists require that the apostate subsequently speak against Islam before sanctioning his murder, but the penalty itself is generally not considered extreme. The justice of killing apostates is a matter of mainstream acceptance, if not practice. This explains why there did not appear to be a single reasonable Muslim living on earth when the Ayatollah Khomeini put a bounty on the head of Salman Rushdie. Many Westerners wondered why millions of moderate Muslims did not publicly disavow this fatwa. The answer follows directly from the tenets of Islam, according to which not even Cat Stevens, a Western-born folk singer, now Yusuf Islam, could doubt the justice of it. As we have seen, Christianity and Judaism can be made to sound the same intolerant note, but it has been a few centuries since either has done so. It is, however, a current reality under Islam that if you open the wrong door in your free inquiry of the world, the brethren deem that you should die for it. We might well wonder, then, in what sense Muslims believe that there should be no compulsion in religion. In reviewing Lewis's recent book on Islam, Kenneth Pollock raised a criticism that could be applied with even greater felicity to my account thus far. Lewis still has not grappled with the deeper questions for his readers. He still has not offered his explanation for why the Islamic Middle East stagnated, why its efforts at reform failed, why it is notably failing to become integrated into the global economy in a meaningful way, and why these failures have produced not a renewed determination to succeed, as in East Asia over the past 50 years, and arguably in India, Latin America, and even parts of sub-Saharan Africa today, but an anger and frustration with the West so pervasive and vitriolic that it has bred murderous, suicidal terrorism, despite all of the Islamic prohibitions against such action. These are all good questions, and Zechariah offers plausible answers to them. But they are not the deeper questions. If you believe anything like what the Quran says you must believe in order to escape the fires of hell, you will, at the very least, be sympathetic with the actions of Osama bin Laden. The prohibitions against suicidal terrorism are not nearly as numerous as Pollock suggests. The Quran contains a single ambiguous line, "Do not destroy yourselves," chapter 4, verse 29. Like most commentators on these matters, Pollock seems unable to place himself in the position of one who actually believes the propositions set forth in the Quran, that paradise awaits, that our senses deliver nothing but evidence of a fallen world in desperate need of conquest for the glory of God. Open the Quran, which is perfect in its every syllable, and simply read it with the eyes of faith. You will see how little compassion need be wasted on those whom God himself is in the process of mocking, cursing, shaming, punishing, scourging, judging, burning, annihilating, not forgiving, and not reprieving. God, who is infinitely wise, has cursed the infidels with their doubts. He prolongs their life and prosperity, so that they may continue heaping sin upon sin, and all the more richly deserve the torments that await them beyond the grave. In this light, the people who died on September 11th were nothing more than fuel for the eternal fires of God's justice. To convey the relentlessness with which unbelievers are vilified in the text of the Quran, I provide a long compilation of quotations below, in order of their appearance in the text. This is what the Creator of the universe apparently has on his mind, when he is not fussing with gravitational constants and atomic weights. It is the same whether or not you forewarn them, the unbelievers. They will have no faith. Chapter 2, verse 6. God will mock them and keep them long in sin, blundering blindly along. Chapter 2, verse 15. A fire whose fuel is men and stones awaits them. Chapter 2, verse 24. They will be rewarded with disgrace in this world and with grievous punishment on the day of resurrection. Chapter 2, verse 85. God's curse be upon the infidels. Chapter 2, verse 89. They have incurred God's most inexorable wrath. An ignominious punishment awaits them. Chapter 2, verse 90. God is the enemy of the unbelievers. Chapter 2, verse 98. The unbelievers among the people of the book, Christians and Jews, and the pagans resent that any blessing should have been sent down to you from your Lord. Chapter 2, verse 105. They shall be held up to shame in this world, and sternly punished in the hereafter. Chapter 2, verse 114. Those to whom we, God, have given the book, and who read it as it ought to be read, truly believe in it. Those that deny it shall assuredly be lost. Chapter 2, verse 122. We shall let them live a while, and then shall drag them to the scourge of the fire. Evil shall be their fate. Chapter 2, verse 126. The east and the west are God's. He guides whom he will to a straight path. Chapter 2, verse 142. Do not say that those slain in the cause of God are dead. They are alive, but you are not aware of them. Chapter 2, verse 154. But the infidels who die unbelievers shall incur the curse of God, the angels, and all men. Under it they shall remain forever. Their punishment shall not be lightened, nor shall they be reprieved. Chapter 2, verse 162. They shall sigh with remorse, but shall never come out of the fire. Chapter 2, verse 168. The unbelievers are like beasts, which, call out to them as one may, can hear nothing but a shout and a cry. Deaf, dumb, and blind, they understand nothing. Chapter 2, verse 172. Theirs shall be a woeful punishment. Chapter 2, verse 175. How steadfastly they seek the fire! That is because God has revealed the book with truth. Those that disagree about it are in extreme schism. Chapter 2, verse 176. Slay them wherever you find them. Drive them out of the places from which they drove you. Idolatry is worse than carnage. If they attack you, put them to the sword. Thus shall the unbelievers be rewarded. But if they desist, God is forgiving and merciful. Fight against them until idolatry is no more, and God's religion reigns supreme. But if they desist, fight none except the evildoers. Chapter 2, verses 190 through 93. Fighting is obligatory for you, much as you dislike it. But you may hate a thing, although it is good for you, and love a thing, although it is bad for you. God knows, but you know not. Chapter 2, verse 216. They will not cease to fight against you until they force you to renounce your faith, if they are able. But whoever of you recants and dies an unbeliever, his work shall come to nothing in this world, and in the world to come. Such men shall be the tenants of hell, wherein they shall abide forever. Those that have embraced the faith, and those that have fled their land and fought for the cause of God, may hope for God's mercy. Chapter 2, verses 217 through 18. God does not guide the evildoers. Chapter 2, verse 258. God does not guide the unbelievers. Chapter 2, verse 264. The evildoers shall have none to help them. Chapter 2, verse 270. God gives guidance to whom he will. Chapter 2, verse 272. Those that deny God's revelations shall be sternly punished. God is mighty and capable of revenge. Chapter 3, verse 5. As for the unbelievers, neither their riches nor their children will in the least save them from God's judgment. They shall become fuel for the fire. Chapter 3, verse 10. Say to the unbelievers, you shall be overthrown and driven into hell, an evil resting place. Chapter 3, verse 12. The only true faith in God's sight is Islam. He that denies God's revelations should know that swift is God's reckoning. Chapter 3, verse 19. Let the believers not make friends with infidels in preference to the faithful. He that does this has nothing to hope for from God, except in self-defense. Chapter 3, verse 28. Believers, do not make friends with any but your own people. They will spare no pains to corrupt you. They desire nothing but your ruin. Their hatred is evident from what they utter with their mouths, but greater is the hatred which their breasts conceal. Chapter 3, verse 118. If you have suffered a defeat, so did the enemy. We alternate these vicissitudes among mankind, so that God may know the true believers, and choose martyrs from among you. God does not love the evildoers. And that God may test the faithful and annihilate the infidels. Chapter 3, verse 140. Believers, if you yield to the infidels, they will drag you back to unbelief. and you will return headlong to perdition. We will put terror into the hearts of the unbelievers. The fire shall be their home. Chapter 3, verses 149 through 51. Believers, do not follow the example of the infidels, who say of their brothers when they meet death abroad or in battle, "Had they stayed with us, they would not have died, nor would they have been killed." God will cause them to regret their words. If you should die or be slain in the cause of God, God's forgiveness and his mercy would surely be better than all the riches they amass. Chapter 3, verse 156. Never think that those who were slain in the cause of God are dead. They are alive and well provided for by their Lord, pleased with his gifts, and rejoicing that those they left behind, who have not yet joined them, have nothing to fear or to regret, rejoicing in God's grace and bounty. God will not deny the faithful their reward. Chapter 3, verse 169. Let not the unbelievers think that we prolong their days for their own good. We give them respite only so that they may commit more grievous sins. Shameful punishment awaits them. Chapter 3, verse 178. Those that suffered persecution for my sake, and fought and were slain, I shall forgive them their sins, and admit them to gardens watered by running streams, as a reward from God. God holds the richest recompense. Do not be deceived by the fortunes of the unbelievers in the land. Their prosperity is brief. Hell shall be their home, a dismal resting place. Chapter 3, verses 195 through 96. God has cursed them in their unbelief. Chapter 4, verse 46. God will not forgive those who serve other gods besides him, but he will forgive whom he will for other sins. He that serves other gods besides God is guilty of a heinous sin. Consider those to whom a portion of the Scriptures was given. They believe in idols and false gods, and say of the infidels, "These are better guided than the believers." Chapter 4, verses 50 through 51. Those that deny our revelation we will burn in fire. No sooner will their skins be consumed than we shall give them other skins, so that they may truly taste the scourge. God is mighty and wise. Chapter 4, verses 55 through 56. Believers, do not seek the friendship of the infidels and those who were given the book before you, who have made of your religion a jest and a pastime. Chapter 5, verse 57. That which is revealed to you from your Lord will surely increase the wickedness and unbelief of many among them. We have stirred among them enmity and hatred, which will endure till the day of resurrection. Chapter 5, verse 65. God does not guide the unbelievers. Chapter 5, verse 67. That which is revealed to you from your Lord will surely increase the wickedness and unbelief of many among them. But do not grieve for the unbelievers. Chapter 5, verse 69. You see many among them making friends with unbelievers. Evil is that to which their souls prompt them. They have incurred the wrath of God, and shall endure eternal torment. You will find that the most implacable of men in their enmity to the faithful are the Jews and the pagans, and that the nearest in affection to them are those who say, "We are Christians." Chapter 5, verses 80 through 82. Those that disbelieve and deny our revelations shall become the inmates of hell. Chapter 5, verse 86. They deny the truth when it is declared to them, but they shall learn the consequences of their scorn. Chapter 6, verse 5. We had made them more powerful in the land than yourselves, the Meccans, sent down for them abundant water from the sky, and gave them rivers that rolled at their feet. Yet because they sinned, we destroyed them all, and raised up other generations after them. If we sent down to you a book inscribed on real parchment, and they touched it with their own hands, the unbelievers would still assert, "This is but plain sorcery." They ask, "Why has no angel been sent down to him?" Muhammad. If we had sent down an angel, their fate would have been sealed, and they would have never been reprieved. chapter 6, verses 5 through 8. Who is more wicked than the man who invents falsehoods about God, or denies his revelations? Chapter 6, verse 21. Some of them listen to you, but we have cast veils over their hearts, and made them hard of hearing, lest they understand your words. They will believe in none of our signs, even if they see them one and all. When they come to argue with you, the unbelievers say, "This is nothing but old fictitious tales." They forbid it and depart from it. They ruin none but themselves, though they do not perceive it. If you could see them when they are set before the fire, they will say, "Would that we could return. Then we would not deny the revelations of our Lord, and would be true believers." Chapter 6, verses 23 through 27. But if they were sent back, they would return to that which they have been forbidden. They are liars all. Chapter 6, verse 29. Had God pleased, he would have given them guidance, one and all. Chapter 6, verse 35. Deaf and dumb are those that deny our revelations. They blunder about in darkness. God confounds whom he will, and guides to a straight path whom he pleases. Chapter 6, verse 39. Their hearts were hardened, and Satan made their deeds seem fair to them. And when they had clean forgotten our admonition, we granted them all they desired. But just as they were rejoicing in what they were given, we suddenly smote them, and they were plunged into utter despair. Thus were the evildoers annihilated. Praise be to God, Lord of the universe. Chapter 6, verses 43 through 45. Those that deny our revelations shall be punished for their misdeeds. Chapter 6, verse 49. Such are those that are damned by their own sins. They shall drink scalding water, and be sternly punished for their unbelief. Chapter 6, verse 70. Could you but see the wrongdoers when death overwhelms them? With hands outstretched, the angels will say, "Yield up your souls. You shall be rewarded with the scourge of shame this day, for you have said of God what is untrue, and scorned his revelations." Chapter 6, verse 93. Avoid the pagans. Had God pleased, they would not have worshipped idols. We will turn away their hearts and eyes from the truth, since they refuse to believe in it at first. We will let them blunder about in their wrongdoing. If we sent the angels down to them, and caused the dead to speak to them, and ranged all things in front of them, they would still not believe, unless God willed otherwise. Thus have we assigned for every prophet an enemy, the devils among men and jinn, who inspire each with vain and varnished falsehoods. But had your Lord pleased, they would not have done so. Therefore, leave them to their own inventions, so that the hearts of those who have no faith in the life to come may be inclined to what they say, and, being pleased, persist in their sinful ways. Chapter 6, verses 107 through 12. The devils will teach their votaries to argue with you. If you obey them, you shall yourselves become idolaters. God will humiliate the transgressors, and mete out to them a grievous punishment for their scheming. Chapter 6, verses 121 through 25. If God wills to guide a man, he opens his bosom to Islam. But if he pleases to confound him, he makes his bosom small and narrow, as though he were climbing up to heaven. Thus shall God lay the scourge on the unbelievers. Chapter 6, verse 125. This is all desperately tedious, of course, but there is no substitute for confronting the text itself. I cannot judge the quality of the Arabic. Perhaps it is sublime. But the book's contents are not. On almost every page, the Quran instructs observant Muslims to despise non-believers. On almost every page, it prepares the ground for religious conflict. Anyone who can read passages like those quoted above, and still not see a link between Muslim faith and Muslim violence, should probably consult a neurologist. Islam, more than any other religion human beings have devised, has all the makings of a thoroughgoing cult of death. Sayyid Qutb, one of the most influential thinkers in the Islamic world, and the father of modern Islamism among the Sunni, wrote, "The Quran points to another contemptible characteristic of the Jews, their craven desire to live, no matter at what price, and regardless of quality, honor, and dignity." This statement is really a miracle of concision. While it may seem nothing more than a casual fillip against the Jews, it is actually a powerful distillation of the Muslim worldview. Stare at it for a moment or two, and the whole machinery of intolerance and suicidal grandiosity will begin to construct itself before your eyes. The Quran's ambiguous prohibition against suicide appears to be an utter non-issue. Surely there are Muslim jurists who might say that suicide bombing is contrary to the tenets of Islam. Where are these jurists, by the way? And that suicide bombers are therefore not martyrs, but fresh denizens of hell. Such a minority opinion, if it exists, cannot change the fact that suicide bombings have been rationalized by much of the Muslim world, where they are called sacred explosions. Indeed, such rationalization is remarkably easy, given the tenets of Islam. In light of what devout Muslims believe about jihad, about martyrdom, about paradise, and about infidels, suicide bombing hardly appears to be an aberration of their faith. And it is no surprise at all that those who die in this way are considered martyrs by many of their co-religionists. A military action that entails sufficient risk of death could be considered suicidal, in any case, rendering moot the distinction between suicide and death in the line of duty for one who would fight for the cause of God. The bottom line for the aspiring martyr seems to be this: as long as you are killing infidels or apostates in defense of Islam, Allah doesn't care whether you kill yourself in the process or not. Over 38,000 people recently participated in a global survey conducted by the Pew Research Center for the People and the Press. The results constitute the first publication of its Global Attitudes project entitled What the World Thinks in 2002. The survey included the following question, posed only to Muslims. Some people think that suicide bombing and other forms of violence against civilian targets are justified in order to defend Islam from its enemies. Other people believe that, no matter what the reason, this kind of violence is never justified. Do you personally feel that this kind of violence is often justified to defend Islam, sometimes justified, rarely justified, or never justified? Before we look at the results of this study, we should appreciate the significance of the juxtaposed phrases suicide bombing and civilian targets. We now live in a world in which Muslims have been scientifically polled, with margins of error ranging from 2 to 4%, as to whether they support, often, sometimes, rarely, or never, the deliberate murder and maiming of non-combatant men, women, and children in defense of Islam. Here are some of the results of the Pew study. Not all percentages sum to 100. Suicide bombing in defense of Islam. Justifiable? Lebanon. Yes, 73%. No, 21%. Don't know, refused, 6%. Ivory Coast. Yes, 56%. No, 44%. Don't know, refused, 0%. Nigeria. Yes, 47%. No, 45%. Don't know, refused, 8%. Bangladesh. Yes, 44%. No, 37%. Don't know, refused, 19%. Jordan. Yes, 43%. No, 48%. Don't know, refused, 8%. Pakistan. Yes, 33%. No, 43%. Don't know, refused, 23%. Mali. Yes, 32%. No, 57%. Don't know, refused, 11%. Ghana. Yes, 30%. No, 57%. Don't know, refused, 12%. Uganda, yes, 29%. No, 63%. Don't know, refused, 8%. Senegal, yes, 28%. No, 69%. Don't know, refused, 3%. Indonesia, yes, 27%. No, 70%. Don't know, refused, 3%. Turkey, yes, 13%. No, 73%. Don't know, refused, 14%. If you do not find these numbers sufficiently disturbing, consider that places like Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Egypt, Iran, Sudan, Iraq, and the Palestinian territories were not included in the survey. Had they been, it is safe to say the Lebanese would have lost their place at the top of the list several times over. Suicide bombing also entails suicide, of course, which most Muslims believe is expressly forbidden by God. Consequently, had the question been, is it ever justified to target civilians in defense of Islam, we could expect even greater Muslim support for terrorism. But the Pew results are actually bleaker than the above table indicates. A closer look at the data reveals that the pollsters skewed their results by binning the responses rarely justified and never justified together, thus giving a false sense of Muslim pacifism. Take another look at the data from Jordan. 43% of Jordanians apparently favor terrorism, while 48% do not. The problem, however, is that 22% of Jordanians actually responded rarely justified, and this accounts for nearly half of their no responses. Rarely justified still means that under certain circumstances, these respondents would sanction the indiscriminate murder of non-combatants, plus suicide, not as an accidental byproduct of a military operation, but as its intended outcome. A more accurate picture of Muslim tolerance for terrorism emerges when we focus on the percentage of respondents who could not find it in their hearts to say, never justified, leaving aside the many who still lurk in the shadows of don't know, refused. If we divide the data in this way, the sun of modernity sets even further over the Muslim world. Suicide bombing in defense of Islam. Is it ever justifiable? Lebanon, yes, 82%. No, 12%. Don't know, refused, 6%. Ivory Coast, yes, 73%. No, 27%. Don't know, refused, 0%. Nigeria, yes, 66%. No, 26%. Don't know, refused, 8%. Jordan, yes, 65%. No, 26%. Don't know, refused, 8%. Bangladesh, yes, 58%. No, 23%. Don't know, refused, 19%. Mali, yes, 54%. No, 35%. Don't know, refused, 11%. Senegal, yes, 47%. No, 50%. Don't know, refused, 3%. Ghana, yes, 44%. No, 43%. Don't know, refused, 12%. Indonesia, yes, 43%. No, 54%. Don't know, refused, 3%. Uganda, yes, 40%. No, 52%. Don't know, refused, 8%. Pakistan, yes, 38%. No, 38%. Don't know, refused, 23%. Turkey, yes, 20%. No, 64%. Don't know, refused, 14%. These are hideous numbers. If all Muslims had responded as Turkey did, where a mere 4% think suicide bombings are often justified, 9% sometimes, and 7% rarely, we would still have a problem worth worrying about. We would, after all, be talking about more than 200 million avowed supporters of terrorism. But Turkey is an island of ambassadorial goodwill, compared with the rest of the Muslim world. Let us imagine that peace one day comes to the Middle East. What will Muslims say of the suicide bombings that they so widely endorsed? Will they say, "We were driven mad by the Israeli occupation"? Will they say, "We were a generation of sociopaths"? How will they account for the celebrations that followed these sacred explosions? A young man, born into relative privilege, packs his clothing with explosives and ball bearings and unmakes himself, along with a score of children, in a discotheque, and his mother is promptly congratulated by hundreds of her neighbors. What will the Palestinians think about such behavior once peace has been established? If they are still devout Muslims, here is what they must think. Our boys are in paradise, and they have prepared the way for us to follow. Hell has been prepared for the infidels. It seems to me to be an almost axiomatic truth of human nature that no peace, should it ever be established, will survive beliefs of this sort for very long. We must not overlook the fact that a significant percentage of the world's Muslims believe that the men who brought down the World Trade Center are now seated at the right hand of God, amid rivers of purest water and rivers of milk forever fresh, rivers of wine delectable to those that drink it, and rivers of clearest honey. Quran, chapter 47, verse 15. These men, who slit the throats of stewardesses and delivered young couples with their children to their deaths at 500 miles per hour, are at present being attended by boys graced with eternal youth, in a kingdom blissful and glorious. They are arrayed in garments of fine green silk and rich brocade, and adorned with bracelets of silver. Chapter 76, verse 15. The list of their perquisites is long. But what is it that gets a martyr out of bed early on his last day among the living? Did any of the 19 hijackers make haste to Allah's garden simply to get his hands on his allotment of silk? It seems doubtful. The irony here is almost a miracle in its own right. The most sexually repressive people found in the world today, people who are stirred to a killing rage by reruns of Baywatch, are lured to martyrdom by a conception of paradise that resembles nothing so much as an alfresco bordello. Apart from the terrible ethical consequences that follow from this style of otherworldliness, we should observe just how deeply implausible the Quranic paradise is. For a 7th century prophet to say that paradise is a garden, complete with rivers of milk and honey, is rather like a 21st century prophet saying that it is a gleaming city where every soul drives a new Lexus. A moment's reflection should reveal that such pronouncements suggest nothing at all about the afterlife, and much indeed about the limits of the human imagination. Jihad and the power of the atom. For devout Muslims, religious identity seems to trump all others. Despite the occasional influence of pan-Arabism, the concept of an ethnic or national identity has never taken root in the Muslim world as it has in the West. The widespread support for Saddam Hussein among Muslims in response to the American attack upon Iraq is as good a way as any of calibrating the reflexivity of Muslim solidarity. Saddam Hussein was, as both a secularist and a tyrant, widely despised in the Muslim world prior to the American invasion, and yet the reaction of most Muslims revealed that no matter what his crimes against the Iraqi people, against the Kuwaitis, and against the Iranians, the idea of an army of infidels occupying Baghdad simply could not be countenanced, no matter what humanitarian purpose it might serve. Saddam may have tortured and killed more Muslims than any person in living memory, but the Americans are the enemies of God. It is important to keep the big picture in view, because the details, being absurd to an almost crystalline degree, are truly meaningless. In our dialogue with the Muslim world, we are confronted by people who hold beliefs for which there is no rational justification, and which therefore cannot even be discussed. And yet, these are the very beliefs that underlie many of the demands they are likely to make upon us. It should be a particular concern to us that the beliefs of Muslims pose a special problem for nuclear deterrence. There is little possibility of our having a Cold War with an Islamist regime armed with long-range nuclear weapons. A Cold War requires that parties be mutually deterred by the threat of death. Notions of martyrdom and jihad run roughshod over the logic that allowed the United States and the Soviet Union to pass half a century perched, more or less stably, on the brink of Armageddon. What will we do if an Islamist regime, which grows dewy-eyed at the mere mention of paradise, ever acquires long-range nuclear weaponry? If history is any guide, we will not be sure about where the offending warheads are or what their state of readiness is, and so we will be unable to rely on targeted conventional weapons to destroy them. In such a situation, the only thing likely to ensure our survival may be a nuclear first strike of our own. Needless to say, this would be an unthinkable crime, as it would kill tens of millions of innocent civilians in a single day. But it may be the only course of action available to us, given what Islamists believe. How would such an unconscionable act of self-defense be perceived by the rest of the Muslim world? It would likely be seen as the first incursion of a genocidal crusade. The horrible irony here is that seeing could make it so. This very perception could plunge us into a state of hot war with any Muslim state that had the capacity to pose a nuclear threat of its own. All of this is perfectly insane, of course. I have just described a plausible scenario in which much of the world's population could be annihilated on account of religious ideas that belong on the same shelf with Batman, the Philosopher's Stone, and unicorns. That it would be a horrible absurdity for so many of us to die for the sake of myth does not mean, however, that it could not happen. Indeed, given the immunity to all reasonable intrusions that faith enjoys in our discourse, a catastrophe of this sort seems increasingly likely. We must come to terms with the possibility that men who are every bit as zealous to die as the 19 hijackers may one day get their hands on long-range nuclear weaponry. The Muslim world in particular must anticipate this possibility and find some way to prevent it. Given the steady proliferation of technology, it is safe to say that time is not on our side. The Clash. Samuel Huntington has famously described the conflict between Islam and the West as a clash of civilizations. Huntington observed that wherever Muslims and non-Muslims share a border, armed conflict tends to arise. Finding a felicitous phrase for an infelicitous act, he declared that Islam has bloody borders. Many scholars have attacked Huntington's thesis, however. Edward Said wrote that a great deal of demagogy and downright ignorance is involved in presuming to speak for a whole religion or civilization. Said, for his part, maintained that the members of Al-Qaeda are little more than crazed fanatics who, far from lending credence to Huntington's thesis, should be grouped with the Branch Davidians, the disciples of the Reverend Jim Jones in Guyana, and the cult of Om Shinrikyo. Huntington writes that the world's billion or so Muslims are convinced of the superiority of their culture and obsessed with the inferiority of their power. Did he canvass 100 Indonesians, 200 Moroccans, 500 Egyptians, and 50 Bosnians? Even if he did, what sort of sample is that? It is hard not to see this kind of criticism as disingenuous. Undoubtedly, we should recognize the limits of generalizing about a culture, but the idea that Osama bin Laden is the Muslim equivalent of the Reverend Jim Jones, is risible. Bin Laden has not, contrary to Saeed's opinion on the matter, become a vast, overdetermined symbol of everything America hates and fears. One need only read the Quran to know, with something approaching mathematical certainty, that all truly devout Muslims will be convinced of the superiority of their culture and obsessed with the inferiority of their power, just as Huntington alleges. And this is all that his thesis requires. Whether or not one likes Huntington's formulation, one thing is clear. The evil that has finally reached our shores is not merely the evil of terrorism. It is the evil of religious faith at the moment of its political ascendancy. Of course, Islam is not uniquely susceptible to undergoing such horrible transformations, though it is, at this moment in history, uniquely ascendant. Western leaders who insist that our conflict is not with Islam are mistaken. But, as I argue throughout this book, we have a problem with Christianity and Judaism as well. It is time we recognize that all reasonable men and women have a common enemy. It is an enemy so near to us and so deceptive that we keep its counsel even as it threatens to destroy the very possibility of human happiness. Our enemy is nothing other than faith itself. While it would be comforting to believe that our dialogue with the Muslim world has, as one of its possible outcomes, a future of mutual tolerance, nothing guarantees this result, least of all the tenets of Islam. Given the constraints of Muslim orthodoxy, given the penalties within Islam for a radical and reasonable adaptation to modernity, I think it is clear that Islam must find some way to revise itself, peacefully or otherwise. What this will mean is not at all obvious. What is obvious, however, is that the West must either win the argument or win the war. All else will be bondage. The riddle of Muslim humiliation. Thomas Friedman, a tireless surveyor of the world's discontents for the New York Times, has declared that Muslim humiliation is at the root of Muslim terrorism. Others have offered the same diagnosis, and Muslims themselves regularly assert that Western imperialism has offended their dignity, their pride, and their honor. What should we make of this? Can anyone point to a greater offender of Muslim dignity than Islamic law itself? For a modern example of the kind of society that can be fashioned out of an exclusive reliance upon the tenets of Islam, simply recall what Afghanistan was like under the Taliban. Who are those improbable creatures scurrying about in shrouds and being regularly beaten for showing an exposed ankle? Those were the dignified and illiterate women of the House of Islam. Zakaria and many others have noted that as repressive as Arab dictators generally are, they tend to be more liberal than the people they oppress. The Saudi Prince Abdullah, for instance, a man who has by no means distinguished himself as a liberal, recently proposed that women should be permitted to drive automobiles in his country. As it turns out, his greatly oppressed people would not stand for this degree of spiritual oppression, and the prince was forced to back down. At this point in their history, give most Muslims the freedom to vote, and they will freely vote to tear out their political freedoms by the root. We should not for a moment lose sight of the possibility that they would curtail our freedoms as well, if they only had the power to do so. There is no doubt that our collusion with Muslim tyrants in Iraq, Syria, Algeria, Iran, Egypt, and elsewhere has been despicable. We have done nothing to discourage the mistreatment and outright slaughter of tens of thousands of Muslims by their own regimes that, in many cases, we helped bring to power. Our failure to support the Shiite uprising in southern Iraq in 1991, which we encouraged, surely ranks among the most unethical and consequential foreign policy blunders of recent decades. But our culpability on this front must be bracketed by the understanding that were democracy to suddenly come to these countries, it would be little more than a gangplank to theocracy. There does not seem to be anything within the principles of Islam by which to resist the slide into Sharia, Islamic law, while there is everything to encourage it. This is a terrible truth that we have to face. The only thing that currently stands between us and the roiling ocean of Muslim unreason is a wall of tyranny and human rights abuses that we have helped to erect. This situation must be remedied, but we cannot merely force Muslim dictators from power and open the polls. It would be like opening the polls to the Christians of the 14th century. It is also true that poverty and lack of education play a role in all of this, but it is not a role that suggests easy remedies. The Arab world is now economically and intellectually stagnant to a degree that few could have thought possible, given its historical role in advancing and preserving human knowledge. In the year 2002, the GDP in all Arab countries combined did not equal that of Spain. Even more troubling, Spain translates as many books into Spanish each year as the entire Arab world has translated into Arabic since the 9th century. The degree of insularity and backwardness is shocking, but it should not lead us to believe that poverty and lack of education are the roots of the problem. That a generation of poor and illiterate children are being fed into the fundamentalist machinery of the madrasas, Saudi-financed religious schools, should surely terrify us. But Muslim terrorists have not tended to come from the ranks of the uneducated poor. Many have been middle class, educated, and without any obvious dysfunction in their personal lives. As Zakaria points out, compared with the 19 hijackers, John Walker Lind, the young man from California who joined the Taliban, was distinctly undereducated. Ahmed Omar Sheikh, who organized the kidnapping and murder of the Wall Street Journal reporter Daniel Pearl, studied at the London School of Economics. Hezbollah militants who die in violent operations are actually less likely to come from poor homes than their non-militant contemporaries, and more likely to have a secondary school education. The leaders of Hamas are all college graduates, and some have master's degrees. These facts suggest that even if every Muslim enjoyed a standard of living comparable to that of the average middle-class American, the West might still be in profound danger of colliding with Islam. I suspect that Muslim prosperity might even make matters worse, because the only thing that seems likely to persuade most Muslims that their worldview is problematic is the demonstrable failure of their societies. If Muslim orthodoxy were as economically and technologically viable as Western liberalism, we would probably be doomed to witness the Islamification of the earth. As we see in the person of Osama bin Laden, a murderous religious fervor is compatible with wealth and education. Indeed, the technical proficiency of many Muslim terrorists demonstrates that it is compatible with a scientific education. That is why there is no cognitive or cultural substitute for desacralizing faith itself. As long as it is acceptable for a person to believe that he knows how God wants everyone on earth to live, we will continue to murder one another on account of our myths. In our dealings with the Muslim world, we must acknowledge that Muslims have not found anything of substance to say against the actions of the September 11th hijackers, apart from the ubiquitous canard that they were really Jews. Muslim discourse is currently a tissue of myths, conspiracy theories, and exhortations to recapture the glories of the 7th century. There is no reason to believe that economic and political improvements in the Muslim world, in and of themselves, would remedy this. The danger of wishful thinking. Paul Berman has written a beautiful primer on totalitarianism of the left and the right, East and West, and observed that it invariably contains a genocidal and even suicidal dimension. He notes that the 20th century was a great incubator of pathological mass movements, political movements that get drunk on the idea of slaughter. He also points out that liberal thinkers are often unable to recognize these terrors for what they are. There is indeed a great tradition, in Berman's phrase, of liberalism as denial. The French socialists in the 1930s seem to have had a peculiar genius for this style of self-deception, for despite the billowing clouds of unreason wafting over from the east, they could not bring themselves to believe that the Nazis posed a problem worth taking seriously. In the face of the German menace, they simply blamed their own government and defense industry for warmongering. As Berman suggests, the same forces of wishful thinking and self-doubt have been gathering strength in the West in the aftermath of September 11th. Because they assume that people everywhere are animated by the same desires and fears, many Western liberals now blame their own governments for the excesses of Muslim terrorists. Many suspect that we have somehow heaped this evil upon our own heads. Berman observes, for instance, that much of the world now blames Israel for the suicidal derangement of the Palestinians. Rather than being an expression of mere anti-Semitism, though it is surely this as well, this view is the product of a quaint moral logic. People are just people, so the thinking goes, and they do not behave that badly unless they have some very good reasons. The excesses of Palestinian suicide bombers, therefore, must attest to the excesses of the Israeli occupation. Berman points out that this sort of thinking has led the Israelis to be frequently likened to the Nazis in the European press. Needless to say, the comparison is grotesque. The truth is, as Dershowitz points out, that no other nation in history, faced with comparable challenges, has ever adhered to a higher standard of human rights, been more sensitive to the safety of innocent civilians, tried harder to operate under the rule of law, or been willing to take more risks for peace. The Israelis have shown a degree of restraint in their use of violence that the Nazis never contemplated, and that, more to the point, no Muslim society would contemplate today. Ask yourself, what are the chances that the Palestinians would show the same restraint in killing Jews if the Jews were a powerless minority living under their occupation and disposed to acts of suicidal terrorism? It would be no more likely than Muhammad's flying to heaven on a winged horse. Berman also takes issue with Huntington's thesis, however, in that the concept of a civilization, to his mind, fails to pick out the real variable at issue. Rather than a clash of civilizations, we have a clash of ideologies between liberalism and the apocalyptic and phantasmagorical movements that have risen up against liberal civilization ever since the calamities of the First World War. The distinction appears valid, but unimportant. The problem is that certain of our beliefs cannot survive the proximity of certain others. War and conversation are our options, and nothing guarantees that we will always have a choice between them. Berman sums up our situation beautifully. What have we needed for these terrorists to prosper? We have needed immense failures of political courage and imagination within the Muslim world. We have needed an almost willful lack of curiosity about those failures by people in other parts of the world, the lack of curiosity that allowed us to suppose that totalitarianism had been defeated, even as totalitarianism was reaching a new zenith. We have needed handsome doses of wishful thinking, the kind of simple-minded faith in a rational world that, in its inability to comprehend reality, sparked the totalitarian movements in the first place. We have needed a provincial ignorance about intellectual currents in other parts of the world. We have needed foolish resentments in Europe and a foolish arrogance in America. We have needed so many things, but there has been no lack. Every needed thing has been here in abundance. But we have needed one more thing, to bring us precisely to this moment. We have needed a religious doctrine spread over much of the developing world that makes sacraments of illiberalism, ignorance, and suicidal violence. Contrary to Berman's analysis, Islamism is not merely the latest flavor of totalitarian nihilism. There is a difference between nihilism and a desire for supernatural reward. Islamists could smash the world to atoms and still not be guilty of nihilism because everything in their worldview has been transfigured by the light of paradise. Given what Islamists believe, it is perfectly rational for them to strangle modernity wherever they can lay hold of it. It is rational even for Muslim women to encourage the suicides of their children, as long as they are fighting for the cause of God. Devout Muslims simply know that they are going to a better place. God is both infinitely powerful and infinitely just. Why not, then, delight in the death throes of a sinful world? There are other ideologies with which to expunge the last vapors of reasonableness from a society's discourse, but Islam is undoubtedly one of the best we've got. Secularists tend to argue that the role of Islam, or religion in general, is secondary to that of politics in determining the character of a society. On this account, people are motivated by their political interests first, and find a religious rationale to suit the occasion. No doubt there are numerous examples of political leaders invoking religion for purely pragmatic and even cynical reasons. The tenure of Pakistan's Zia-ul-Haq seems a good example. But we should not draw the wrong lesson here. A lever works only if it is attached to something. Someone, after all, must believe in God for the talk of God to be politically efficacious. And I take it to be more or less self-evident that whenever large numbers of people begin turning themselves into bombs, or volunteer their children for use in the clearing of minefields, as was widespread in the Iran-Iraq War, the rationale behind their actions has ceased to be merely political. This is not to say that the aspiring martyr does not relish what he imagines will be the thunderous political significance of his final act. But unless a person believes some rather incredible things about this universe, in particular about what happens after death, he is very unlikely to engage in behavior of this sort. Nothing explains the actions of Muslim extremists and the widespread tolerance of their behavior in the Muslim world better than the tenets of Islam. Given what many Muslims believe, is genuine peace in this world possible? Is the relative weakness of Muslim states the only thing that prevents outright war between Islam and the West? I'm afraid that encouraging answers to such questions are hard to come by. The basis for liberalism in the doctrine of Islam seems meager to the point of being entirely illusory, although we have seen that the Bible is itself a great reservoir of intolerance for Christians and Jews alike, as everything from the writings of Augustine to the present actions of Israeli settlers demonstrates. It is not difficult to find great swaths of the good book, as well as Christian and Jewish exegesis, that offer counter-arguments. The Christian who wants to live in the full presence of rationality and modernity can keep the Jesus of Matthew sermonizing upon the Mount, and simply ignore the world-consuming rigmarole of Revelation. Islam appears to offer no such refuge for one who would live peacefully in a pluralistic world. Of course, glimmers of hope can be found in even the shadiest of places. As Berman points out, the diatribes of Muslim orthodoxy are predicated upon the fear that Western liberalism is in the process of invading the Muslim mind and stealing his loyalty, indicating that Muslims, like other people, are susceptible to the siren song of liberalism. We must surely hope so. The character of their religious beliefs, however, suggests that they will be less susceptible than the rest of us. For reasons that we have already begun to explore, there is a deep bias in our discourse against conclusions of this sort. With respect to Islam, The liberal tendency is to blame the West for raising the ire of the Muslim world through centuries of self-serving conquest and meddling, while conservatives tend to blame other contingent features of Middle East, Arab, or Muslim history. The problem seems to have been located everywhere except at the core of the Muslim faith. But faith is precisely what differentiates every Muslim from every infidel. Without faith, most Muslim grievances against the West would be impossible even to formulate, much less avenge. Leftist unreason and the strange case of Noam Chomsky. Nevertheless, many people are now convinced that the attacks of September 11th say little about Islam and much about the sordid career of the West, in particular about the failures of U.S. foreign policy. The French philosopher Jean Baudrillard gives these themes an especially luxuriant expression, declaring that terrorism is a necessary consequence of American hegemony. He goes so far as to suggest that we were secretly hoping that such devastation would be visited upon us. At a pinch, we can say that they did it, but we wished for it. When global power monopolizes the situation to this extent, when there is such a formidable condensation of all functions in the technocratic machinery, and when no alternative form of thinking is allowed, what other way is there but a terroristic situational transfer? It was the system itself which created the objective conditions for this brutal retaliation. This is terror against terror. There is no longer any ideology behind it. We are far beyond ideology and politics now, as if the power bearing these towers suddenly lost all energy, all resilience, as though that arrogant power suddenly gave way under the pressure of too intense an effort, the effort always to be the unique world model. If one were feeling charitable, one might assume that something essential to these profundities got lost in translation. I think it far more likely, however, that it did not survive translation into French. If Baudrillard had been obliged to live in Afghanistan under the Taliban, would he have thought that the horrible abridgments of his freedom were a matter of the United States' effort always to be the unique world model? Would the peculiar halftime entertainment at every soccer match, where suspected fornicators, adulterers, and thieves were regularly butchered in the dirt at center field, have struck him as the first rumblings of a terroristic situational transfer? We may be beyond politics, but we are not in the least beyond ideology now. Ideology is all that our enemies have. And yet, thinkers far more sober than Baudrillard view the events of September 11th as a consequence of American foreign policy. Perhaps the foremost among them is Noam Chomsky. In addition to making foundational contributions to linguistics and the psychology of language, Chomsky has been a persistent critic of U.S. foreign policy for over 3 decades. He has also managed to demonstrate a principal failing of the liberal critique of power. He appears to be an exquisitely moral man, whose political views prevent him from making the most basic moral distinctions between types of violence and the variety of human purposes that give rise to them. In his book, 9/11, with rubble of the World Trade Center still piled high and smoldering, Chomsky urged us not to forget that the U.S. itself is a leading terrorist state. In support of this claim, he catalogs a number of American misdeeds, including the sanctions that the United States imposed upon Iraq, which led to the death of maybe 500,000 children, and the 1998 bombing of the Al-Shifa pharmaceuticals plant in Sudan, which may have set the stage for tens of thousands of innocent Sudanese to die of tuberculosis, malaria, and other treatable diseases. Chomsky does not hesitate to draw moral equivalencies here. For the first time in modern history, Europe and its offshoots were subjected on home soil to the kind of atrocity that they have routinely carried out elsewhere. Before pointing out just how wayward Chomsky's thinking is on this subject, I would like to concede many of his points, since they have the virtue of being both generally important and irrelevant to the matter at hand. There is no doubt that the United States has much to atone for, both domestically and abroad. In this respect, we can more or less swallow Chomsky's thesis whole. To produce this horrible confection at home, start with our genocidal treatment of the Native Americans, add a couple hundred years of slavery, along with our denial of entry to Jewish refugees fleeing the death camps of the Third Reich, stir in our collusion with a long list of modern despots and our subsequent disregard for their appalling human rights records, add our bombing of Cambodia and the Pentagon Papers to taste, and then top with our recent refusals to sign the Kyoto Protocol for greenhouse emissions, to support any ban on landmines, and to submit ourselves to the rulings of the International Criminal Court. The result should smell of death, hypocrisy, and fresh brimstone. We have surely done some terrible things in the past. Undoubtedly, we are poised to do terrible things in the future. Nothing I have written in this book should be construed as a denial of these facts, or as a defense of state practices that are manifestly abhorrent. There may be much that Western powers, and the United States in particular, should pay reparations for, and our failure to acknowledge our misdeeds over the years has undermined our credibility in the international community. We can concede all of this, and even share Chomsky's acute sense of outrage, while recognizing that his analysis of our current situation in the world is a masterpiece of moral blindness. Take the bombing of the Al-Shifa pharmaceuticals plant. According to Chomsky, the atrocity of September 11th pales in comparison with that perpetrated by the Clinton administration in August 1998. But let us now ask some very basic questions that Chomsky seems to have neglected to ask himself. What did the U.S. government think it was doing when it sent cruise missiles into Sudan? Destroying a chemical weapons site used by al-Qaeda. Did the Clinton administration intend to bring about the deaths of thousands of Sudanese children? No. Was our goal to kill as many Sudanese as we could? No. Were we trying to kill anyone at all? Not unless we thought members of al-Qaeda would be at the Al-Shifa facility in the middle of the night. Asking these questions about Osama bin Laden and the 19 hijackers puts us in a different moral universe entirely. If we are inclined to follow Chomsky down the path of moral equivalence and ignore the role of human intentions, we can forget about the bombing of the Al-Shifa plant, because many of the things we did not do in Sudan had even greater consequences. What about all the money and food we simply never thought to give the Sudanese prior to 1998? How many children did we kill, that is, not save, just by living in blissful ignorance of the conditions in Sudan? Surely if we had all made it a priority to keep death out of Sudan for as long as possible, untold millions could have been saved from whatever it was that wound up killing them. We could have sent teams of well-intentioned men and women into Khartoum to ensure that the Sudanese wore their seatbelts. Are we culpable for all the preventable injury and death that we did nothing to prevent? We may be, up to a point. The philosopher Peter Unger has made a persuasive case that a single dollar spent on anything but the absolute essentials of our survival is a dollar that has some starving child's blood on it. Perhaps we do have far more moral responsibility for the state of the world than most of us seem ready to contemplate. This is not Chomsky's argument, however. Arundhati Roy, a great admirer of Chomsky, has summed up his position very well. The U.S. government refuses to judge itself by the same moral standards by which it judges others. Its technique is to position itself as the well-intentioned giant whose good deeds are confounded in strange countries by their scheming natives, whose markets it's trying to free, whose societies it's trying to modernize, whose women it's trying to liberate, whose souls it's trying to save. The U.S. government has conferred upon itself the right and freedom to murder and exterminate people for their own good. But we are, in many respects, just such a well-intentioned giant. And it is rather astonishing that intelligent people like Chomsky and Roy failed to see this. What we need to counter their arguments is a device that enables us to distinguish the morality of men like Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein from that of George Bush and Tony Blair. It is not hard to imagine the properties of such a tool. We can call it the perfect weapon. Perfect weapons and the ethics of collateral damage. What we euphemistically describe as collateral damage in times of war is the direct result of limitations in the power and precision of our technology. To see that this is so, we need only imagine how any of our recent conflicts would have looked if we had possessed perfect weapons, weapons that allowed us either to temporarily impair or to kill a particular person or group at any distance without harming others or their property. What would we do with such technology? Pacifists would refuse to use it, despite the variety of monsters currently loose in the world, the killers and torturers of children, the genocidal sadists, the men who, for want of the right genes, the right upbringing, or the right ideas, cannot possibly be expected to live peacefully with the rest of us. I will say a few things about pacifism in a later chapter, for it seems to me to be a deeply immoral position that comes to us swaddled in the dogma of highest moralism. But most of us are not pacifists. Most of us would elect to use weapons of this sort. A moment's thought reveals that a person's use of such a weapon would offer a perfect window onto the soul of his ethics. Consider the all-too-facile comparisons that have recently been made between George Bush and Saddam Hussein, or Osama bin Laden, or Hitler, etc., in the pages of writers like Roy and Chomsky, in the Arab press, and in classrooms throughout the free world. How would George Bush have prosecuted the recent war in Iraq with perfect weapons? Would he have targeted the thousands of Iraqi civilians who were maimed or killed by our bombs? Would he have put out the eyes of little girls or torn the arms from their mothers? Whether or not you admire the man's politics, or the man, there is no reason to think that he would have sanctioned the injury or death of even a single innocent person. What would Saddam Hussein or Osama bin Laden do with perfect weapons? What would Hitler have done? They would have used them rather differently. It is time for us to admit that not all cultures are at the same stage of moral development. This is a radically impolitic thing to say, of course, but it seems as objectively true as saying that not all societies have equal material resources. We might even conceive of our moral differences in just these terms. Not all societies have the same degree of moral wealth. Many things contribute to such an endowment: political and economic stability, literacy, a modicum of social equality. Where such things are lacking, people tend to find many compelling reasons to treat one another rather badly. Our recent history offers much evidence of our own development on these fronts, and a corresponding change in our morality. A visit to New York in the summer of 1863 would have found the streets ruled by roving gangs of thugs. Blacks, where not owned outright by white slaveholders, were regularly lynched and burned. Is there any doubt that many New Yorkers of the 19th century were barbarians by our present standards? To say of another culture that it lags 150 years behind our own in social development is a terrible criticism indeed, given how far we've come in that time. Now imagine the benighted Americans of 1863 coming to possess chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons. This is more or less the situation we confront in much of the developing world. Consider the horrors that Americans perpetrated as recently as 1968 at My Lai. Early in the morning, the soldiers were landed in the village by helicopter. Many were firing as they spread out, killing both people and animals. There was no sign of the Viet Cong battalion, and no shot was fired at Charlie Company all day, but they carried on. They burnt down every house. They raped women and girls, and then killed them. They stabbed some women in the vagina and disemboweled others, or cut off their hands or scalps. Pregnant women had their stomachs slashed open and were left to die. There were gang rapes and killings by shooting or with bayonets. There were mass executions. Dozens of people at a time, including old men, women, and children, were machine-gunned in a ditch. In 4 hours, nearly 500 villagers were killed. This is about as bad as human beings are capable of behaving. But what distinguishes us from many of our enemies is that this indiscriminate violence appalls us. The massacre at My Lai is remembered as a signature moment of shame for the American military. Even at the time, U.S. soldiers were dumbstruck with horror by the behavior of their comrades. One helicopter pilot who arrived on the scene ordered his subordinates to use their machine guns against their own troops if they would not stop killing villagers. As a culture, we have clearly outgrown our tolerance for the deliberate torture and murder of innocents. We would do well to realize that much of the world has not. Wherever there are facts of any kind to be known, one thing is certain: not all people will discover them at the same time, or understand them equally well. Conceding this leaves but a short step to hierarchical thinking of a sort that is at present inadmissible in most liberal discourse. Wherever there are right and wrong answers to important questions, there will be better or worse ways to get those answers, and better or worse ways to put them to use. Take child rearing as an example. How can we keep children free from disease? How can we raise them to be happy and responsible members of society? There are undoubtedly both good and bad answers to questions of this sort, and not all belief systems and cultural practices will be equally suited to bring the good ones to light. This is not to say that there will always be only one right answer to every question, or a single best way to reach every specific goal. But given the inescapable specificity of our world, the range of optimal solutions to any problem will generally be quite limited. While there might not be one best food to eat, we cannot eat stones, and any culture that would make stone-eating a virtue or a religious precept will suffer mightily for want of nourishment and teeth. It is inevitable, therefore, that some approaches to politics, economics, science, and even spirituality and ethics will be objectively better than their competitors, by any measure of better we might wish to adopt. And gradations here will translate into very real differences in human happiness. Any systematic approach to ethics, or to understanding the necessary underpinnings of a civil society, will find many Muslims standing eye-deep in the red barbarity of the 14th century. There are undoubtedly historical and cultural reasons for this, and enough blame to go around. But we should not ignore the fact that we must now confront whole societies whose moral and political development, in their treatment of women and children, in their prosecution of war, in their approach to criminal justice, and in their very intuitions about what constitutes cruelty, lags behind our own. This may seem like an unscientific and potentially racist thing to say, but it is neither. It is not in the least racist, since it is not at all likely that there are biological reasons for the disparities here, and it is unscientific only because science has not yet addressed the moral sphere in a systematic way. Come back in 100 years, and if we haven't returned to living in caves and killing one another with clubs, we will have some scientifically astute things to say about ethics. Any honest witness to current events will realize that there is no moral equivalence between the kind of force civilized democracies project in the world, warts and all, and the internecine violence that is perpetrated by Muslim militants, or indeed by Muslim governments. Chomsky seems to think that the disparity either does not exist or runs the other way. Consider the recent conflict in Iraq. If the situation had been reversed, what are the chances that the Iraqi Republican Guard, attempting to execute a regime change on the Potomac, would have taken the same degree of care to minimize civilian casualties? What are the chances that Iraqi forces would have been deterred by our use of human shields? What are the chances that we would have used human shields? What are the chances that a routed American government would have called for its citizens to volunteer to be suicide bombers? What are the chances that Iraqi soldiers would have wept upon killing a carload of American civilians at a checkpoint unnecessarily? You should have, in the ledger of your imagination, a mounting column of zeros. Nothing in Chomsky's account acknowledges the difference between intending to kill a child because of the effect you hope to produce on its parents — we call this terrorism — and inadvertently killing a child in an attempt to capture or kill an avowed child murderer. We call this collateral damage. In both cases, a child has died, and in both cases it is a tragedy. But the ethical status of the perpetrators, be they individuals or states, could hardly be more distinct. Chomsky might object that to knowingly place the life of a child in jeopardy is unacceptable in any case. But clearly this is not a principle we can follow. The makers of roller coasters know, for instance, that despite rigorous safety precautions, sometime, somewhere, a child will be killed by one of their contraptions. Makers of automobiles know this as well. So do makers of hockey sticks, baseball bats, plastic bags, swimming pools, chain-link fences, or nearly anything else that could conceivably contribute to the death of a child. There is a reason we do not refer to the inevitable deaths of children on our ski slopes as skiing atrocities. But you would not know this from reading Chomsky. For him, intentions do not seem to matter. Body count is all. We are now living in a world that can no longer tolerate well-armed, malevolent regimes. Without perfect weapons, collateral damage, the maiming and killing of innocent people, is unavoidable. Similar suffering will be imposed on still more innocent people because of our lack of perfect automobiles, airplanes, antibiotics, surgical procedures, and window glass. If we want to draw conclusions about ethics, as well as make predictions about what a given person or society will do in the future, we cannot ignore human intentions. Where ethics are concerned, intentions are everything. A waste of precious resources. Many commentators on the Middle East have suggested that the problem of Muslim terrorism cannot be reduced to what religious Muslims believe. Zakaria has written that the roots of Muslim violence lie not in Islam, but in the recent history of the Arab Middle East. He points out that a mere 50 years ago, the Arab world stood on the cusp of modernity and then, tragically, fell backward. The true cause of terrorism, therefore, is simply the tyranny under which most Arabs have lived ever since. The problem, as Zakaria puts it, is wealth, not poverty. The ability to pull money straight out of the ground has led Arab governments to be entirely unresponsive to the concerns of their people. As it turns out, not needing to collect taxes is highly corrupting of state power. The result is just what we see: rich, repressive regimes built upon political and economic swampland. Little good is achieved for the forces of modernity when its mere products, fast food, television, and advanced weaponry, are hurled into the swamp as well. According to Zakaria, If there is one great cause of the rise of Islamic fundamentalism, it is the total failure of political institutions in the Arab world. Perhaps. But the rise of Islamic fundamentalism is only a problem because the fundamentals of Islam are a problem. A rise of Jain fundamentalism would endanger no one. In fact, the uncontrollable spread of Jainism throughout the world would improve our situation immensely. We would lose more of our crops to pests, perhaps. Observant Jains generally will not kill anything, including insects. But we would not find ourselves surrounded by suicidal terrorists, or by a civilization that widely condones their actions. Zakaria points out that Islam is actually notably anti-authoritarian, since obedience to a ruler is necessary only if he rules in accordance with God's law. But as we have seen, few formulas for tyranny are more potent than obedience to God's law. Still, Zakaria thinks that any emphasis on religious reform is misplaced. The truth is that little is to be gained by searching the Quran for clues to Islam's true nature. The trouble with thundering declarations about Islam's nature is that Islam, like any religion, is not what books make it, but what people make it. Forget the rantings of fundamentalists, who are a minority. Most Muslims' daily lives do not confirm the idea of a faith that is intrinsically anti-Western or anti-modern. According to Zakaria, the key to Arab redemption is to modernize politically, economically, and socially, and this will force Islam to follow along the path to liberalism, as Christianity has in the West. As evidence for this, he observes that millions of Muslims live in the United States, Canada, and Europe, and have found ways of being devout without being obscurantist, and pious without embracing fury. There may be some truth to this, though, as we have seen, Zakaria ignores some troubling details. If, as I contend throughout this book, all that is good in religion can be had elsewhere, if, for instance, ethical and spiritual experience can be cultivated and talked about without our claiming to know things we manifestly do not know, then all the rest of our religious activity represents, at best, a massive waste of time and energy. Think of all the good things human beings will not do in this world tomorrow because they believe that their most pressing task is to build another church or mosque, or to enforce some ancient dietary practice, or to print volumes upon volumes of exegesis on the disordered thinking of ignorant men. How many hours of human labor will be devoured today by an imaginary God? Think of it. If a computer virus shuts down a nation's phone system for 5 minutes, the loss in human productivity is measured in billions of dollars. Religious faith has crashed our lines daily for millennia. I'm not suggesting that the value of every human action should be measured in terms of productivity. Indeed, much of what we do would wither under such an analysis. But we should still recognize what a fathomless sink for human resources, both financial and attentional, organized religion is. Witness the rebuilding of Iraq. What was the first thing hundreds of thousands of Iraqi Shiites thought to do upon their liberation? Flagellate themselves. Blood poured from their scalps and backs as they walked miles of cratered streets and filth-strewn alleys to converge on the holy city Karbala, home to the tomb of Hussein, the grandson of the Prophet. Ask yourself whether this was really the best use of their time. Their society was in tatters. Fresh water and electricity were scarce. Their schools and hospitals were being looted. And an occupying army was trying to find reasonable people with whom to collaborate to form a civil society. Self-mortification and chanting should have been rather low on their list of priorities. But the problem of religion is not merely that it competes for time and resources. While Zakaria is right to observe that faith has grown rather tame in the West, and this is undoubtedly a good thing, he neglects to notice that it still has very long claws. As we will see in the next chapter, even the most docile forms of Christianity currently present insuperable obstacles to AIDS prevention and family planning in the developing world, to medical research, and to the development of rational drug policy. And these contributions to human misery alone constitute some of the most appalling failures of reasonableness in any age. What can we do? In thinking about Islam and about the risk it now poses to the West, we should imagine what it would take to live peacefully with the Christians of the 14th century, Christians who were still eager to prosecute people for crimes like host desecration and witchcraft. We are in the presence of the past. It is by no means a straightforward task to engage such people in constructive dialogue, to convince them of our common interests, to encourage them on the path to democracy, and to mutually celebrate the diversity of our cultures. It is clear that we have arrived at a period in our history where civil society on a global scale is not merely a nice idea, it is essential for the maintenance of civilization. Given that even failed states now possess potentially disruptive technology, we can no longer afford to live side by side with malign dictatorships, or with the armies of ignorance massing across the oceans. What constitutes a civil society? At minimum, it is a place where ideas of all kinds can be criticized without the risk of physical violence. If you live in a land where certain things cannot be said about the king, or about an imaginary being, or about certain books, because such utterances carry the penalty of death, torture, or imprisonment, you do not live in a civil society. It appears that one of the most urgent tasks we now face in the developed world is to find some way of facilitating the emergence of civil societies everywhere else. Whether such societies have to be democratic is not at all clear. Zakaria has persuasively argued that the transition from tyranny to liberalism is unlikely to be accomplished by plebiscite. It seems all but certain that some form of benign dictatorship will generally be necessary to bridge the gap. But benignity is the key, and if it cannot emerge from within a state, it must be imposed from without. The means of such imposition are necessarily crude. They amount to economic isolation, military intervention, whether open or covert, or some combination of both. While this may seem an exceedingly arrogant doctrine to espouse, it appears we have no alternatives. We cannot wait for weapons of mass destruction to dribble out of the former Soviet Union, to pick only one horrible possibility, and into the hands of fanatics. We should, I think, look upon modern despotisms as hostage crises. Kim Jong-il has 30 million hostages. Saddam Hussein had 25 million. The clerics in Iran have 70 million more. It does not matter that many hostages have been so brainwashed that they will fight their would-be liberators to the death. They are held prisoner twice over, by tyranny and by their own ignorance. The developed world must somehow come to their rescue. Jonathan Glover seems right to suggest that we need something along the lines of a strong and properly funded permanent UN force, together with clear criteria for intervention and an international court to authorize it. We can say it even more simply. We need a world government. How else will a war between the United States and China ever become as unlikely as a war between Texas and Vermont? We are a very long way from even thinking about the possibility of a world government, to say nothing of creating one. It would require a degree of economic, cultural, and moral integration that we may never achieve. The diversity of our religious beliefs constitutes a primary obstacle here. Given what most of us believe about God, it is at present unthinkable that human beings will ever identify themselves merely as human beings, disavowing all lesser affiliations. World government does seem a long way off, so long that we may not survive the trip. Is Islam compatible with a civil society? Is it possible to believe what you must believe to be a good Muslim, to have military and economic power, and to not pose an unconscionable threat to the civil societies of others? I believe that the answer to this question is no. If a stable peace is ever to be achieved between Islam and the West, Islam must undergo a radical transformation. This transformation, to be palatable to Muslims, must also appear to come from Muslims themselves. It does not seem much of an exaggeration to say that the fate of civilization lies largely in the hands of moderate Muslims. Unless Muslims can reshape their religion into an ideology that is basically benign, or outgrow it altogether, it is difficult to see how Islam and the West can avoid falling into a continual state of war, and on innumerable fronts. Nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons cannot be uninvented. As Martin Rees points out, there is no reason to expect that we will be any more successful at stopping their proliferation, in small quantities, than we have been with respect to illegal drugs. If this is true, weapons of mass destruction will soon be available to anyone who wants them. Perhaps the West will be able to facilitate a transformation of the Muslim world by applying outside pressure. It will not be enough, however, for the United States and a few European countries to take a hard line, while the rest of Europe and Asia sell advanced weaponry and dual-use nuclear reactors to all comers. To achieve the necessary economic leverage so that we stand a chance of waging this war of ideas by peaceful means, the development of alternative energy technologies should become the object of a new Manhattan Project. There are, needless to say, sufficient economic and environmental justifications for doing this, but there are political ones as well. If oil were to become worthless, the dysfunction of the most prominent Muslim societies would suddenly grow as conspicuous as the sun. Muslims might then come to see the wisdom of moderating their thinking on a wide variety of subjects. Otherwise, we will be obliged to protect our interests in the world with force, continually. In this case, it seems all but certain that our newspapers will begin to read more and more like the Book of Revelation. Chapter 5. West of Eden. Compared with the theocratic terrors of medieval Europe, or those that persist in much of the Muslim world, the influence of religion in the West now seems rather benign. We should not be misled by such comparisons, however. The degree to which religious ideas still determine government policies, especially those of the United States, presents a grave danger to everyone. It has been widely reported, for instance, that Ronald Reagan perceived the paroxysms in the Middle East through the lens of biblical prophecy. He went so far as to include men like Jerry Falwell and Hal Lindsey in his national security briefings. It should go without saying that theirs are not the sober minds one once consulted about the deployment of nuclear weaponry. For many years, U.S. policy in the Middle East has been shaped, at least in part, by the interests that fundamentalist Christians have in the future of a Jewish state. Christian support for Israel is, in fact, an example of religious cynicism so transcendental as to go almost unnoticed in our political discourse. Fundamentalist Christians support Israel because they believe that the final consolidation of Jewish power in the Holy Land, specifically the rebuilding of Solomon's Temple, will usher in both the second coming of Christ and the final destruction of the Jews. Such smiling anticipations of genocide seem to have presided over the Jewish state from its first moments. The first international support for the Jewish return to Palestine, Britain's Balfour Declaration of 1917, was inspired, at least in part, by a conscious conformity to biblical prophecy. These intrusions of eschatology into modern politics suggests that the dangers of religious faith can scarcely be overstated. Millions of Christians and Muslims now organize their lives around prophetic traditions that will only find fulfillment once rivers of blood begin flowing from Jerusalem. It is not at all difficult to imagine how prophecies of internecine war, once taken seriously, could become self-fulfilling. The Eternal Legislator. Many members of the U.S. government currently view their professional responsibilities in religious terms. Consider the case of Roy Moore, Chief Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court. Finding himself confronted by the sixth highest murder rate in the nation, Justice Moore thought it expedient to install a 2.5-ton monument of the Ten Commandments in the rotunda of the state courthouse in Montgomery. Almost no one disputes that this was a violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. When a federal court ordered Justice Moore to remove the monument, he refused, not wanting to have an obvious hand in actually separating church and state. The U.S. Congress amended an appropriations bill to ensure that federal funds could not be used for the monument's removal. Attorney General John Ashcroft, whose sole business is to enforce the nation's laws, maintained a pious silence all the while. This was not surprising, given that when he does speak, he is in the habit of saying things like, "We are a nation called to defend freedom, freedom that is not the grant of any government or document, but is our endowment from God." According to a Gallup poll, Ashcroft and the Congress were on firm ground as far as the American people were concerned, because 78% of those polled objected to the removal of the monument. One wonders whether Moore, Ashcroft, the U.S. Congress, and 3/4 of the American people would like to see the punishments for breaking these hallowed commandments also specified in marble and placed in our nation's courts. What, after all, is the punishment for taking the Lord's name in vain? It happens to be death. Leviticus chapter 24, verse 16. What is the punishment for working on the Sabbath? Also death. Exodus chapter 31, verse 15. What is the punishment for cursing one's father or mother? Death again. Exodus chapter 21, verse 17. What is the punishment for adultery? You're catching on. Leviticus chapter 20, verse 10. While the commandments themselves are difficult to remember, especially since chapters 20 and 34 of Exodus provide us with incompatible lists, the penalty for breaking them is simplicity itself. Contemporary examples of governmental piety are everywhere to be seen. Many prominent Republicans belong to the Council for National Policy, a secretive Christian pressure group founded by the fundamentalist Tim LaHaye, co-author of the apocalyptic Left Behind series of novels. This organization meets quarterly to discuss who knows what. George W. Bush gave a closed-door speech to the council in 1999, after which the Christian right endorsed his candidacy. Indeed, 40% of those who eventually voted for Bush were white evangelicals. Beginning with his appointment of John Ashcroft as his Attorney General, President Bush found no lack of occasions on which to return the favor. The Departments of Justice, Housing and Urban Development, Health and Human Services, and Education now regularly issue directives that blur the separation between church and state. In his faith-based initiative, Bush has managed to funnel tens of millions of taxpayer dollars directly to church groups, to be used more or less however they see fit. One of his appointments to the Food and Drug Administration was Dr. W. David Hager, a pro-life obstetrician who has declared publicly that premarital sex is a sin and that any attempt to separate Christian truth and secular truth is dangerous. Lieutenant General William G. Boykin was recently appointed Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence at the Pentagon. A highly decorated Special Forces officer, he now sets policy with respect to the search for Osama bin Laden Mullah Omar, and the rest of America's enemies in hiding. He is also, it turns out, an ardent opponent of Satan. Analyzing a photograph of Mogadishu after the fateful routing of his forces there in 1993, Boykin remarked that certain shadows in the image revealed the principalities of darkness, a demonic presence in that city that God revealed to me as the enemy. On the subject of the war on terror, he has asserted that our enemy is a guy named Satan. While these remarks sparked some controversy in the media, most Americans probably took them in stride. After all, 65% of us are quite certain that Satan exists. Men eager to do the Lord's work have been elected to other branches of the federal government as well. The House Majority Leader, Tom DeLay, is given to profundities like, "Only Christianity offers a way to live in response to the realities that we find in this world. Only Christianity." He claims to have gone into politics to promote a biblical worldview. Apparently feeling that it is impossible to say anything stupid while in the service of this worldview, he attributed the shootings at the Columbine High School in Colorado to the fact that our schools teach the theory of evolution. We might wonder how it is that pronouncements this floridly irrational do not lead to immediate censure and removal from office. Facts of this sort can be catalogued without apparent end, to the vexation of reader and writer alike. I will cite just one more, now from the judicial branch. In January of 2002, Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, a devout Catholic, delivered a speech at the University of Chicago Divinity School on the subject of the death penalty. I quote Scalia at some length, because his remarks reveal just how close we are to living in a theocracy. This is not the Old Testament, I emphasize, but St. Paul. The core of his message is that government, however you want to limit that concept, derives its moral authority from God. Indeed, it seems to me that the more Christian a country is, the less likely it is to regard the death penalty as immoral. I attribute that to the fact that, for the believing Christian, death is no big deal. Intentionally killing an innocent person is a big deal. It is a grave sin, which causes one to lose his soul. But losing this life in exchange for the next? For the non-believer, on the other hand, to deprive a man of his life is to end his existence. What a horrible act! The reaction of people of faith to this tendency of democracy to obscure the divine authority behind government should not be resignation to it, but the resolution to combat it as effectively as possible. We have done that in this country, and continental Europe has not, by preserving in our public life many visible reminders that, in the words of a Supreme Court opinion from the 1940s, we are a religious people whose institutions presuppose a supreme being. All this, as I say, is most un-European, and helps explain why our people are more inclined to understand, as St. Paul did, that government carries the sword as the minister of God to execute wrath upon the evildoer. All of this should be terrifying to anyone who expects that reason will prevail in the inner sanctums of power in the West. Scalia is right to observe that what a person believes happens after death determines his view of it, and therefore his ethics. Although he is a Catholic, Scalia differs from the Pope on the subject of capital punishment, but then so do a majority of Americans, 74%. It is remarkable that we are the last civilized nation to put evildoers to death, and Justice Scalia rightly attributes this to our style of religiosity. Perhaps we can take a moment in this context to wonder whether our unique position in the world is really the moral accomplishment that Scalia imagines it to be. We know, for instance, that no human being creates his own genes or his early life experiences, and yet most of us believe that these factors determine his character throughout life. It seems true enough to say that the men and women on death row either have bad genes, bad parents, bad ideas, or bad luck? Which of these quantities are they responsible for? Resorting to biblical justifications for capital punishment does nothing to reconcile our growing understanding of human behavior with our desire for retribution in the face of the most appalling crimes. There is undoubtedly an important secular debate to be had about the ethics of the death penalty, but it is just as obvious that we should be drawing upon sources that show a greater understanding of the human mind and modern society than is evident in St. Paul. But men like Scalia, men who believe that we already have God's eternal decrees on paper, have been inoculated against doubts on this subject, or indeed against the nuances of a scientific worldview. It is not surprising that Scalia is the kind of judge that President Bush has sought to appoint to the federal courts. Scalia supports the use of capital punishment, even in cases where the defendant is acknowledged to be mentally retarded. He also upholds state sodomy laws, in this case, even when they are applied in an exclusive and discriminating way to homosexuals. Needless to say, Scalia has found legal reasons to insist that the Supreme Court not leaven the religious dogmatism of the states. But he leaves little doubt that he looks to St. Paul, and perhaps to the barbarous author of Leviticus, for guidance on these matters. The War on Sin. In the United States, and in much of the rest of the world, it is currently illegal to seek certain experiences of pleasure. Seek pleasure by a forbidden means, even in the privacy of your own home, and men with guns may kick in the door and carry you away to prison for it. One of the most surprising things about this situation is how unsurprising most of us find it. As in most dreams, the very faculty of reason that would otherwise notice the strangeness of these events seems to have succumbed to sleep. Behaviors like drug use, prostitution, sodomy, and the viewing of obscene materials have been categorized as victimless crimes. Of course, society is the tangible victim of almost everything human beings do, from making noise to manufacturing chemical waste. But we have not made it a crime to do such things within certain limits. Setting these limits is invariably a matter of assessing risk. One could argue that it is, at the very least, conceivable that certain activities engaged in private, like the viewing of sexually violent pornography, might incline some people to commit genuine crimes against others. There is a tension, therefore, between private freedom and public risk. If there were a drug, or a book, or a film, or a sexual position that led 90% of its users to rush into the street and begin killing people at random, concerns over private pleasure would surely yield to those of public safety. We can also stipulate that no one is eager to see generations of children raised on a steady diet of methamphetamine and Marquis de Sade. Society as a whole has an interest in how its children develop, and the private behavior of parents, along with the contents of our media, clearly play a role in this. But we must ask ourselves, why would anyone want to punish people for engaging in behavior that brings no significant risk of harm to anyone? Indeed, what is startling about the notion of a victimless crime is that even when the behavior in question is genuinely victimless, its criminality is still affirmed by those who are eager to punish it. It is in such cases that the true genius lurking behind many of our laws stands revealed. The idea of a victimless crime is nothing more than a judicial reprise of the Christian notion of sin. It is no accident that people of faith often want to curtail the private freedoms of others. This impulse has less to do with the history of religion and more to do with its logic, because the very idea of privacy is incompatible with the existence of God. If God sees and knows all things, and remains so provincial a creature as to be scandalized by certain sexual behaviors or states of the brain, then what people do in the privacy of their own homes, though it may not have the slightest implication for their behavior in public, will still be a matter of public concern for people of faith. A variety of religious notions of wrongdoing can be seen converging here. Concerns over non-procreative sexuality and idolatry, especially. And these seem to have given many of us the sense that it is ethical to punish people, often severely, for engaging in private behavior that harms no one. Like most costly examples of irrationality in which human happiness has been blindly subverted for generations, the role of religion here is both explicit and foundational. To see that our laws against vice have actually nothing to do with keeping people from coming to physical or psychological harm, and everything to do with not angering God, we need only consider that oral or anal sex between consenting adults remains a criminal offense in 13 states. 4 of the states, Texas, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri, prohibit these acts between same-sex couples and, therefore, effectively prohibit homosexuality. The other 9 ban consensual sodomy for everyone. These places of equity are Alabama, Florida, Idaho, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Utah, and Virginia. One does not have to be a demographer to grasp that the impulse to prosecute consenting adults for non-procreative sexual behavior will correlate rather strongly with religious faith. The influence of faith on our criminal laws comes at a remarkable price. Consider the case of drugs. As it happens, there are many substances, many of them naturally occurring, the consumption of which leads to transient states of inordinate pleasure. Occasionally, it is true, they lead to transient states of misery as well, but there is no doubt that pleasure is the norm. Otherwise, human beings would not have felt the continual desire to take such substances for millennia. Of course, pleasure is precisely the problem with these substances, since pleasure and piety have always had an uneasy relationship. When one looks at our drug laws, indeed, at our vice laws altogether, the only organizing principle that appears to make sense of them is that anything which might radically eclipse prayer or procreative sexuality as a source of pleasure has been outlawed. In particular, any drug, LSD, mescaline, psilocybin, DMT, MDMA, marijuana, etc., to which spiritual or religious significance has been ascribed by its users, has been prohibited. Concerns about the health of our citizens or about their productivity are red herrings in this debate, as the legality of alcohol and cigarettes attests. The fact that people are being prosecuted and imprisoned for using marijuana, while alcohol remains a staple commodity, is surely the reductio ad absurdum of any notion that our drug laws are designed to keep people from harming themselves or others. Alcohol is, by any measure, the more dangerous substance. It has no approved medical use, and its lethal dose is rather easily achieved. Its role in causing automobile accidents is beyond dispute. The manner in which alcohol relieves people of their inhibitions contributes to human violence, personal injury, unplanned pregnancy, and the spread of sexual disease. Alcohol is also well known to be addictive. When consumed in large quantities over many years, it can lead to devastating neurological impairments, to cirrhosis of the liver, and to death. In the United States alone, more than 100,000 people annually die from its use. It is also more toxic to a developing fetus than any other drug of abuse. Indeed, crack babies appear to have been really suffering from fetal alcohol syndrome. None of these charges can be leveled at marijuana. As a drug, marijuana is nearly unique in having several medical applications and no known lethal dosage. While adverse reactions to drugs like aspirin and ibuprofen account for an estimated 7,600 deaths and 76,000 hospitalizations each year in the United States alone, marijuana kills no one, Its role as a gateway drug now seems less plausible than ever, and it was never plausible. In fact, nearly everything human beings do, driving cars, flying planes, hitting golf balls, is more dangerous than smoking marijuana in the privacy of one's own home. Anyone who would seriously attempt to argue that marijuana is worthy of prohibition because of the risk it poses to human beings will find that the powers of the human brain are simply insufficient for the job. And yet, we are so far from the shady groves of reason now that people are still receiving life sentences without the possibility of parole for growing, selling, possessing, or buying what is, in fact, a naturally occurring plant. Cancer patients and paraplegics have been sentenced to decades in prison for marijuana possession. Owners of garden supply stores have received similar sentences because some of their customers were caught growing marijuana. What explains this astonishing wastage of human life and material resources? The only explanation is that our discourse on this subject has never been obliged to function within the bounds of rationality. Under our current laws, it is safe to say, if a drug were invented that posed no risk of physical harm or addiction to its users, but produced a brief feeling of spiritual bliss and epiphany in 100% of those who tried it, this drug would be illegal, and people would be punished mercilessly for its use. Only anxiety about the biblical crime of idolatry would appear to make sense of this retributive impulse. Because we are a people of faith, taught to concern ourselves with the sinfulness of our neighbors, we have grown tolerant of irrational uses of state power. Our prohibition of certain substances has led thousands of otherwise productive and law-abiding men and women to be locked away for decades at a stretch, sometimes for life. Their children have become wards of the state. As if such cascading horror were not disturbing enough, violent criminals, murderers, rapists, and child molesters, are regularly paroled to make room for them. Here we appear to have overstepped the banality of evil and plunged to the absurdity at its depths. The consequences of our irrationality on this front are so egregious that they bear closer examination. Each year, over 1.5 million men and women are arrested in the United States because of our drug laws. At this moment, somewhere on the order of 400,000 men and women languish in U.S. prisons for non-violent drug offenses. 1 million others are currently on probation. More people are imprisoned for non-violent drug offenses in the United States than are incarcerated for any reason in all of Western Europe, which has a larger population. The cost of these efforts at the federal level alone is nearly $20 billion annually. The total cost of our drug laws, when one factors in the expense to state and local governments and the tax revenue lost by our failure to regulate the sale of drugs, could easily be in excess of $100 billion each year. Our war on drugs consumes an estimated 50% of the trial time of our courts and the full-time energies of over 400,000 police officers. These are resources that might otherwise be used to fight violent crime and terrorism. In historical terms, there was every reason to expect that such a policy of prohibition would fail. It is well known, for instance, that the experiment with the prohibition of alcohol in the United States did little more than precipitate a terrible comedy of increased drinking, organized crime, and police corruption. What is not generally remembered is that prohibition was an explicitly religious exercise, being the joint product of the Women's Christian Temperance Union and the pious lobbying of certain Protestant missionary societies. The problem with the prohibition of any desirable commodity is money. The United Nations values the drug trade at $400 billion a year. This exceeds the annual budget for the U.S. Department of Defense. If this figure is correct, the trade in illegal drugs constitutes 8% of all international commerce, while the sale of textiles makes up 7.5%, and motor vehicles just 5.3%. And yet, prohibition itself is what makes the manufacture and sale of drugs so extraordinarily profitable. Those who earn their living in this way enjoy a 5,000 to 20,000% return on their investment, tax-free. Every relevant indicator of the drug trade, rates of drug use and interdiction, estimates of production, the purity of drugs on the street, etc., shows that the government can do nothing to stop it as long as such profits exist. Indeed, these profits are highly corrupting of law enforcement, in any case. The crimes of the addict to finance the stratospheric cost of his lifestyle, and the crimes of the dealer to protect both his territory and his goods, are likewise the results of prohibition. A final irony, which seems good enough to be the work of Satan himself, is that the market we have created by our drug laws has become a steady source of revenue for terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, Shining Path, and others. Even if we acknowledge that stopping drug use is a justifiable social goal, how does the financial cost of our war on drugs appear in light of the other challenges we face? Consider that it would require only a one-time expenditure of $2 billion to secure our commercial seaports against smuggled nuclear weapons. At present, we have allocated a mere $93 million for this purpose. How will our prohibition of marijuana use look? This comes at a cost of $4 billion annually. If a new sun ever dawns over the port of Los Angeles. Or consider that the U.S. government can afford to spend only $2.3 billion each year on the reconstruction of Afghanistan. The Taliban and Al-Qaeda are now regrouping. Warlords rule the countryside, beyond the city limits of Kabul. Which is more important to us, reclaiming this part of the world for the forces of civilization, or keeping cancer patients in Berkeley from relieving their nausea with marijuana? Our present use of government funds suggests an uncanny skewing, we might even say derangement, of our national priorities. Such a bizarre allocation of resources is sure to keep Afghanistan in ruins for many years to come. It will also leave Afghan farmers with no alternative but to grow opium. Happily for them, our drug laws still render this a highly profitable enterprise. Anyone who believes that God is watching us from beyond the stars will feel that punishing peaceful men and women for their private pleasure is perfectly reasonable. We are now in the 21st century. Perhaps we should have better reasons for depriving our neighbors of their liberty at gunpoint. Given the magnitude of the real problems that confront us, terrorism, nuclear proliferation, the spread of infectious disease, failing infrastructure, lack of adequate funds for education and health care, etc., our war on sin is so outrageously unwise as to almost defy rational comment. How have we grown so blind to our deeper interests? And how have we managed to enact such policies with so little substantive debate? The God of Medicine. While there is surely an opposition between reason and faith, we will see that there is none between reason and love, or reason and spirituality. The basis for this claim is simple. Every experience that a human being can have admits of rational discussion about its causes and consequences, or about our ignorance thereof. Although this leaves considerable room for the exotic, it leaves none at all for faith. There may yet be good reasons to believe in psychic phenomena, alien life, the doctrine of rebirth, the healing power of prayer, or anything else. But our credulity must scale with the evidence. The doctrine of faith denies this. From the perspective of faith, it is better to ape the behavior of one's ancestors than to find creative ways to uncover new truths in the present. There are sources of irrationality other than religious faith, of course, but none of them are celebrated for their role in shaping public policy. Supreme Court justices are not in the habit of praising our nation for its reliance upon astrology, or for its wealth of UFO sightings, or for exemplifying the various reasoning biases that psychologists have found to be more or less endemic to our species. Only mainstream religious dogmatism receives the unqualified support of government. And yet, religious faith obscures uncertainty where uncertainty manifestly exists, allowing the unknown, the implausible, and the patently false to achieve primacy over the facts. Consider the present debate over research on human embryonic stem cells. The problem with this research, from the religious point of view, is simple. It entails the destruction of human embryos. The embryos in question will have been cultured in vitro, not removed from a woman's body, and permitted to grow for 3 to 5 days. At this stage of development, an embryo is called a blastocyst and consists of about 150 cells arranged in a microscopic sphere. Interior to the blastocyst is a small group of about 30 embryonic stem cells. These cells have 2 properties that make them of such abiding interest to scientists. As stem cells, they can remain in an unspecialized state, reproducing themselves through cell division for long periods of time. A population of such cells living in culture is known as a cell line. Stem cells are also pluripotent, which means they have the potential to become any specialized cell in the human body. Neurons of the brain and spinal cord, insulin-producing cells of the pancreas, muscle cells of the heart, and so forth. Here is what we know. We know that much can be learned from research on embryonic stem cells. In particular, such research may give us further insight into the processes of cell division and cell differentiation. This would almost certainly shed new light on those medical conditions, like cancer and birth defects, that seem to be merely a matter of these processes gone awry. We also know that research on embryonic stem cells requires the destruction of human embryos at the 150 cell stage. There is not the slightest reason to believe, however, that such embryos have the capacity to sense pain, to suffer, or to experience the loss of life in any way at all. What is indisputable is that there are millions of human beings who do have these capacities and who currently suffer from traumatic injuries to the brain and spinal cord. Millions more suffer from Parkinson's and Alzheimer's diseases. Millions more suffer from stroke and heart disease, from burns, from diabetes, from rheumatoid arthritis, from Purkinje cell degeneration, from Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and from vision and hearing loss. We know that embryonic stem cells promise to be a renewable source of tissues and organs that might alleviate such suffering in the not-too-distant future. Enter faith. We now find ourselves living in a world in which college-educated politicians will hurl impediments in the way of such research because they are concerned about the fate of single cells. Their concern is not merely that a collection of 150 cells may suffer its destruction. Rather, they believe that even a human zygote, a fertilized egg, should be accorded all the protections of a fully developed human being. Such a cell, after all, has the potential to become a fully developed human being. But given our recent advances in the biology of cloning, as much can be said of almost every cell in the human body. By the measure of a cell's potential, whenever the president scratches his nose, he is now engaged in a diabolical culling of souls. Out of deference to some rather poorly specified tenets of Christian doctrine, after all, nothing in the Bible suggests that killing human embryos, or even human fetuses, is the equivalent of killing a human being. The U.S. House of Representatives voted effectively to ban embryonic stem cell research on February 27, 2003. No rational approach to ethics would have led us to such an impasse. Our present policy on human stem cells has been shaped by beliefs that are divorced from every reasonable intuition we might form about the possible experience of living systems. In neurological terms, we surely visit more suffering upon this earth by killing a fly than by killing a human blastocyst, to say nothing of a human zygote. Flies, after all, have 100,000 cells in their brains alone. Of course, the point at which we fully acquire our humanity and our capacity to suffer remains an open question. But anyone who would dogmatically insist that these traits must arise coincident with the moment of conception has nothing to contribute, apart from his ignorance, to this debate. Those opposed to therapeutic stem cell research on religious grounds constitute the biological and ethical equivalent of a flat earth society. Our discourse on the subject should reflect this. In this area of public policy alone, the accommodations that we have made to faith will do nothing but enshrine a perfect immensity of human suffering for decades to come. But the tendrils of unreason creep further. President Bush recently decided to cut off funding to any overseas family planning group that provides information on abortion. According to the New York Times, this has effectively stopped condom provision to 16 countries and reduced it in 13 others, including some with the world's highest rates of AIDS infection. Under the influence of Christian notions of the sinfulness of sex outside of marriage, the U.S. government has required that 1/3 of its AIDS prevention funds allocated to Africa be squandered on teaching abstinence rather than condom use. It is no exaggeration to say that millions could die as a direct result of this single efflorescence of religious dogmatism. As Nicholas Kristof points out, sex kills, and so does this kind of blushing prudishness. And yet, even those who see the problem in all of its horror find it impossible to criticize faith itself. Take Kristof as an example. In the very act of exposing the medievalism that prevails in the U.S. government and its likely consequences abroad, he goes on to chastise anyone who would demand that the faithful be held fully accountable for their beliefs. I tend to disagree with evangelicals on almost everything, and I see no problem with aggressively pointing out the dismal consequences of this increasing religious influence. For example, evangelicals' discomfort with condoms and sex education has led the administration to policies that are likely to lead to more people dying of AIDS at home and abroad, not to mention more pregnancies and abortions. But liberal critiques sometimes seem not just filled with outrage at evangelical-backed policies, which is fair, but also to have a sneering tone about conservative Christianity itself. Such mockery of religious faith is inexcusable. And liberals sometimes show more intellectual curiosity about the religion of Afghanistan than that of Alabama, and more interest in reading the Upanishads than in reading the Book of Revelation. This is reason in ruins. Kristof condemns the dismal consequences of faith while honoring their cause. It is true that the rules of civil discourse currently demand that reason wear a veil whenever she ventures out in public. But the rules of civil discourse must change. Faith drives a wedge between ethics and suffering. Where certain actions cause no suffering at all, religious dogmatists still maintain that they are evil and worthy of punishment. Sodomy, marijuana use, homosexuality, the killing of blastocysts, etc. And yet, where suffering and death are found in abundance, their causes are often deemed to be good: withholding funds for family planning in the Third World, prosecuting nonviolent drug offenders, preventing stem cell research, etc. This inversion of priorities not only victimizes innocent people and squanders scarce resources, it completely falsifies our ethics. It is time we found a more reasonable approach to answering questions of right and wrong. Chapter 6. A Science of Good and Evil. Is the difference between good and evil just a matter of what any particular group of human beings says it is? Consider that one of the greatest sources of amusement in 16th century Paris was cat burning. At the Midsummer's Fair, an impresario would gather dozens of cats in a net, hoist them high into the air from a special stage, and then, to everyone's delight, lower the whole writhing bundle onto a bonfire. The assembled spectators shrieked with laughter as the animals, howling with pain, were singed, roasted, and finally carbonized. Most of us would recoil from such a spectacle today. But would we be right to do so? Can we say that there are ethical truths of which all avid torturers of cats are ignorant? Many people appear to believe that ethical truths are culturally contingent, in a way that scientific truths are not. Indeed, this loss of purchase upon ethical truth seems to be one of the principal shortcomings of secularism. The problem is that once we abandon our belief in a rule-making God, the question of why a given action is good or bad becomes a matter of debate. And a statement like, "murder is wrong," while being uncontroversial in most circles, has never seemed anchored to the facts of this world in the way that statements about planets or molecules appear to be. The problem, in philosophical terms, has been one of characterizing just what sort of facts our moral intuitions can be said to track, if indeed they track anything of the kind. A rational approach to ethics becomes possible once we realize that questions of right and wrong are really questions about the happiness and suffering of sentient creatures. If we are in a position to affect the happiness or suffering of others, we have ethical responsibilities toward them, and many of these responsibilities are so grave as to become matters of civil and criminal law. Taking happiness and suffering as our starting point, we can see that much of what people worry about under the guise of morality has nothing to do with the subject. It is time we realize that crimes without victims are like debts without creditors. They do not even exist. Any person who lies awake at night, worrying about the private pleasures of other consenting adults, has more than just too much time on his hands. He has some unjustifiable beliefs about the nature of right and wrong. The fact that people of different times and cultures disagree about ethical questions should not trouble us. It suggests nothing at all about the status of moral truth. Imagine what it would be like to consult the finest thinkers of antiquity on questions of basic science. What, we might ask, is fire? And how do living systems reproduce themselves? And what are the various lights we see in the night sky? We would surely encounter a bewildering lack of consensus on these matters. Even though there was no shortage of brilliant minds in the ancient world, they simply lacked the physical and conceptual tools to answer questions of this sort. Their lack of consensus signified their ignorance of certain physical truths. Not that no such truths exist. If there are right and wrong answers to ethical questions, these answers will best be sought in the living present. Whether our search takes us to a secluded cave or to a modern laboratory makes no difference to the existence of the facts in question. If ethics represents a genuine sphere of knowledge, it represents a sphere of potential progress and regress. The relevance of tradition to this area of discourse, as to all others, will be as a support for present inquiry. Where our traditions are not supportive, they become mere vehicles of ignorance. The pervasive idea that religion is somehow the source of our deepest ethical intuitions is absurd. We no more get our sense that cruelty is wrong from the pages of the Bible than we get our sense that 2 + 2 = 4 from the pages of a textbook on mathematics. Anyone who does not harbor some rudimentary sense that cruelty is wrong is unlikely to learn that it is by reading, and indeed, most Scripture offers rather equivocal testimony to this fact in any case. Our ethical intuitions must have their precursors in the natural world, for while nature is indeed red in tooth and claw, It is not merely so. Even monkeys will undergo extraordinary privations to avoid causing harm to another member of their species. Concern for others was not the invention of any prophet. The fact that our ethical intuitions have their roots in biology reveals that our efforts to ground ethics in religious conceptions of moral duty are misguided. Saving a drowning child is no more a moral duty than understanding a syllogism is a logical one. We simply do not need religious ideas to motivate us to live ethical lives. Once we begin thinking seriously about happiness and suffering, we find that our religious traditions are no more reliable on questions of ethics than they have been on scientific questions generally. The anthropocentrism that is intrinsic to every faith cannot help appearing impossibly quaint, and therefore impossible, given what we now know about the natural world. Biological truths are simply not commensurate with a designer God, or even a good one. The perverse wonder of evolution is this: the very mechanisms that create the incredible beauty and diversity of the living world guarantee monstrosity and death. The child born without limbs, the sightless fly, the vanished species, these are nothing less than Mother Nature caught in the act of throwing her clay. No perfect God could maintain such incongruities. It is worth remembering that if God created the world and all things in it, he created smallpox, plague, and filariasis. Any person who intentionally loosed such horrors upon the earth would be ground to dust for his crimes. The deity who stalked the deserts of the Middle East millennia ago, and who seems to have abandoned them to bloodshed in his name ever since, is no one to consult on questions of ethics. Indeed, to judge him on the basis of his works is a highly invidious undertaking. Bertrand Russell got here first. Apart from logical cogency, there is to me something a little odd about the ethical valuations of those who think that an omnipotent, omniscient, and benevolent deity, after preparing the ground by many millions of years of lifeless nebulae, would consider himself adequately rewarded by the final emergence of Hitler and Stalin and the H-bomb. This is a devastating observation, and there is no retort to it. In the face of God's obvious inadequacies, the pious have generally held that one cannot apply earthly norms to the creator of the universe. This argument loses its force the moment we notice that the creator, who purports to be beyond human judgment, is consistently ruled by human passions, jealousy, wrath, suspicion, and the lust to dominate. A close study of our holy books reveals that the God of Abraham is a ridiculous fellow, capricious, petulant, and cruel, and one with whom a covenant is little guarantee of health or happiness. If these are the characteristics of God, then the worst among us have been created far more in his image than we ever could have hoped. The problem of vindicating an omnipotent and omniscient God in the face of evil, this is traditionally called the problem of theodicy, is insurmountable. Those who claim to have surmounted it by recourse to notions of free will and other incoherencies have merely heaped bad philosophy onto bad ethics. Surely there must come a time when we will acknowledge the obvious. Theology is now little more than a branch of human ignorance. Indeed, it is ignorance with wings. Ethics and the sciences of mind. The connection between ethics and the scientific understanding of consciousness, while rarely made, is ineluctable, for other creatures become the objects of our ethical concern only insofar as we attribute consciousness, or perhaps potential consciousness, to them. That most of us feel no ethical obligations toward rocks, to treat them with kindness, to make sure they do not suffer unduly, can be derived from the fact that most of us do not believe that there is anything that it is like to be a rock. while a science of consciousness is still struggling to be born. It is sufficient for our purposes to note that the problem of ascertaining our ethical obligations to non-human animals, as well as to humans who have suffered neurological injury, to human fetuses, to blastocysts, etc., requires that we better understand the relationship between mind and matter. Do crickets suffer? I take it as a given that this question is both coherently posed and has an answer, whether or not we will ever be in a position to answer it ourselves. This is the point at which our notions about mind and matter directly influence our notions of right and wrong. We should recall that the practice of vivisection was given new life by certain missteps in the philosophy of mind, when Descartes, in thrall to both Christian dogma and mechanistic physics, declared that all non-human animals were mere automata, devoid of souls, and therefore insensible to pain. One of his contemporaries observed the immediate consequences of this view. The scientists administered beatings to dogs with perfect indifference and made fun of those who pitied the creatures as if they felt pain. They said the animals were clocks, that the cries they emitted when struck were only the noise of a little spring that had been touched, but that the whole body was without feeling. They nailed the poor animals up on boards by their four paws, to vivisect them, to see the circulation of blood, which was a great subject of controversy. Cognitive chauvinism of this sort has not merely been a problem for animals. The doubt on the part of Spanish explorers about whether or not South American Indians had souls surely contributed to the callousness with which they treated them during their conquest of the New World. Admittedly, it is difficult to say just how far down the phylogenetic tree our ethical responsibilities run. Our intuitions about the consciousness of other animals are driven by a variety of factors, many of which probably have no bearing upon whether or not they are conscious. For instance, creatures that lack facial expressiveness, or faces at all, are more difficult to include within the circle of our moral concern. It seems that until we more fully understand the relationship between brains and minds, our judgments about the possible scope of animal suffering will remain relatively blind and relatively dogmatic. There will probably come a time when we achieve a detailed understanding of human happiness and of ethical judgments themselves at the level of the brain. Just as defects in color vision can result from genetic and developmental disorders, problems can undoubtedly arise in our ethical and emotional circuitry as well. To say that a person is colorblind or achromatopsic is now a straightforward statement about the state of the visual pathways in his brain, while to say that he is an evil sociopath or lacking in moral fiber seems hopelessly unscientific. This will almost certainly change. If there are truths to be known about how human beings conspire to make one another happy or miserable, there are truths to be known about ethics. A scientific understanding of the link between intentions, human relationships, and states of happiness would have much to say about the nature of good and evil, and about the proper response to the moral transgressions of others. There is every reason to believe that sustained inquiry in the moral sphere will force convergence of our various belief systems in the way that it has in every other science, that is, among those who are adequate to the task. That so little convergence has been achieved in ethics can be ascribed to the fact that so few of the facts are in. Indeed, we have yet to agree about the most basic criteria for deeming an ethical fact a fact. So many conversations have not yet been had, so many intuitions have not yet been exercised, so many arguments have not yet been won. Our reliance upon religious dogma explains this. Most of our religions have been no more supportive of genuine moral inquiry than of scientific inquiry generally. This is a problem that only new rules of discourse can overcome. When was the last time that someone was criticized for not respecting another person's unfounded beliefs about physics or history, the same rule should apply to ethical, spiritual, and religious beliefs as well. Credit goes to Christopher Hitchens for distilling, in a single phrase, a principle of discourse that could well arrest our slide toward the abyss. What can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence. Let us pray that billions of us soon agree with him. Moral communities. The notion of a moral community resolves many paradoxes of human behavior. How is it, after all, that a Nazi guard could return each day from his labors at the crematoria and be a loving father to his children? The answer is surprisingly straightforward. The Jews he spent the day torturing and killing were not objects of his moral concern. Not only were they outside his moral community, they were antithetical to it. His beliefs about Jews inured him to the natural human sympathies that might have otherwise prevented such behavior. Unfortunately, religion casts more shadows than light on this terrain. Rather than find real reasons for human solidarity, faith offers us a solidarity born of tribal and tribalizing fictions. As we have seen, religion is one of the great limiters of moral identity, since most believers differentiate themselves, in moral terms, from those who do not share their faith. No other ideology is so eloquent on the subject of what divides one moral community from another. Once a person accepts the premises upon which most religious identities are built, the withdrawal of his moral concern from those who do not share these premises follows quite naturally. Needless to say, the suffering of those who are destined for hell can never be as problematic as the suffering of the righteous. If certain people can't see the unique wisdom and sanctity of my religion, if their hearts are so beclouded by sin, what concern is it of mine if others mistreat them? They have been cursed by the very God who made the world and all things in it. Their search for happiness was simply doomed from the start. New problems arise once we commit ourselves to finding a rational foundation for our ethics. Indeed, we find that it is difficult to draw the boundaries of our moral concern in a principled way. It is clear, for instance, that susceptibility to pain cannot be our only criteria. As Richard Rorty observes, if pain were all that mattered, it would be as important to protect the rabbits from the foxes as to protect the Jews from the Nazis. In virtue of what have we convinced ourselves that we need not intercede on behalf of all rabbits? Most of us suspect rabbits are not capable of experiencing happiness or suffering on a human scale. Admittedly, we could be wrong about this, and if it ever seems that we have underestimated the subjectivity of rabbits, our ethical stance toward them would no doubt change. Incidentally, here is where a rational answer to the abortion debate is lurking. Many of us consider human fetuses in the first trimester to be more or less like rabbits, having imputed to them a range of happiness and suffering that does not grant them full status in our moral community. At present, this seems rather reasonable. Only future scientific insights could refute this intuition. The problem of specifying the criteria for inclusion in our moral community is one for which I do not have a detailed answer, other than to say that whatever answer we give should reflect our sense of the possible subjectivity of the creatures in question. Some answers are clearly wrong. We cannot merely say, for instance, that all human beings are in and all animals are out. What will be our criterion for humanness? DNA? Shall a single human cell take precedence over a herd of elephants? The problem is that whatever attribute we use to differentiate between humans and animals, intelligence, language use, moral sentiments, and so on, will equally differentiate between human beings themselves. If people are more important to us than orangutans because they can articulate their interests, why aren't more articulate people more important still? And what about those poor men and women with aphasia? It would seem that we have just excluded them from our moral community. Find an orangutan that can complain about his family in Borneo, and he may well displace a person or two from our lifeboat. The Demon of Relativism. We saw in Chapter 2 that for our beliefs to function logically, indeed, for them to be beliefs at all, we must also believe that they faithfully represent states of the world. This suggests that some systems of belief will appear more faithful than others, in that they will account for more of the data of experience and make better predictions about future events. And yet, many intellectuals tend to speak as though something in the last century of ratiocination in the West has placed all worldviews more or less on an equal footing. No one is ever really right about what he believes. He can only point to a community of peers who believe likewise. Suicide bombing isn't really wrong in any absolute sense. It just seems so from the parochial perspective of Western culture. Throw a dash of Thomas Kuhn into this pot, and everyone can agree that we never really know how the world is, because each new generation of scientists reinvents the laws of nature to suit its taste. Convictions of this sort generally go by the name of relativism, and they seem to offer a rationale for not saying anything too critical about the beliefs of others. But most forms of relativism, including moral relativism, which seems especially well subscribed, are nonsensical and dangerously so. Some may think that it is immaterial whether we think the Nazis were really wrong in ethical terms, or whether we just don't like their style of life. It seems to me, however, that the belief that some worldviews really are better than others taps a different set of intellectual and moral resources. These are resources we will desperately need if we are to oppose and ultimately unseat the regnant ignorance and tribalism of our world. The general retort to relativism is simple, because most relativists contradict their thesis in the very act of stating it. Take the case of relativism with respect to morality. Moral relativists generally believe that all cultural practices should be respected on their own terms, that the practitioners of the various barbarisms that persist around the globe cannot be judged by the standards of the West, nor can the people of the past be judged by the standards of the present. And yet, implicit in this approach to morality lurks a claim that is not relative but absolute. Most moral relativists believe that tolerance of cultural diversity is better, in some important sense, than outright bigotry. This may be perfectly reasonable, of course, but it amounts to an overarching claim about how all human beings should live. Moral relativism, when used as a rationale for tolerance of diversity, is self-contradictory. There is, however, a more sophisticated version of this line of thinking that is not so easily dispatched. It generally goes by the name of pragmatism, and its most articulate spokesman is undoubtedly Richard Rorty. While Rorty is not a household name, his work has had a great influence on our discourse, and it offers considerable shelter to the shades of relativism. If we ever hope to reach a global consensus on matters of ethics, if we would say, for instance, that stoning women for adultery is really wrong in some absolute sense, we must find deep reasons to reject pragmatism. Doing so, we will discover that we are in a position to make strong cross-cultural claims about the reasonableness of various systems of belief and about good and evil. The pragmatist's basic premise is that, try as we might, the currency of our ideas cannot be placed on the gold standard of correspondence with reality as it is. To call a statement true is merely to praise it for how it functions in some area of discourse. It is not to say anything about how it relates to the universe at large. From the point of view of pragmatism, the notion that our beliefs might correspond with reality is absurd. Beliefs are simply tools for making one's way in the world. Does a hammer correspond with reality? No. It has merely proven its usefulness for certain tasks. So it is, we are told, with the truths of biology, history, or any other field. For the pragmatist, the utility of a belief trumps all other concerns, even the concern for coherence. If a literalist reading of the Bible works for you on Sundays, while agnosticism about God is better suited to Mondays at the office, there is no reason to worry about the resulting contradictions in your worldview. These are not so much incompatible claims about the way the world is, as different styles of talking, each suited to a particular occasion. If all of this seems rather academic, it might be interesting to note that Sayyid Qutb, Osama bin Laden's favorite philosopher, felt that pragmatism would spell the death of American civilization. He thought that it would, in Berman's phrase, undermine America's ability to fend off its enemies. There may be some truth to this assertion. Pragmatism, when civilizations come clashing, does not appear likely to be very pragmatic. To lose the conviction that you can actually be right about anything seems a recipe for the end of days chaos envisioned by Yeats, when the best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. I believe that relativism and pragmatism have already done much to muddle our thinking on a variety of subjects, many of which have more than a passing relevance to the survival of civilization. In philosophical terms, pragmatism can be directly opposed to realism. For the realist, our statements about the world will be true or false, not merely in virtue of how they function amid the welter of our other beliefs, or with reference to any culture-bound criteria, but because reality simply is a certain way, independent of our thoughts. Realists believe that there are truths about the world that may exceed our capacity to know them. There are facts of the matter, whether or not we can bring such facts into view. To be an ethical realist is to believe that in ethics, as in physics, there are truths waiting to be discovered, and thus we can be right or wrong in our beliefs about them. According to pragmatists like Rorty, realism is doomed because there is no way to compare our description of reality with a piece of undescribed reality. As Jürgen Habermas says, since the truth of beliefs or sentences can in turn be justified only with the help of other beliefs and sentences, we cannot break free from the magic circle of our language. This is a clever thesis, but is it true? The fact that language is the medium in which our knowledge is represented and communicated says nothing at all about the possibilities of unmediated knowledge per se. The fact that no experience, when talked about, escapes being mediated by language, this is a tautology, does not mean that all cognition, and hence all knowing, is interpretive. If it were possible for any facet of reality to be known perfectly, if certain mystics, for instance, were right to think that they had enjoyed unmediated knowledge of transcendental truths, then pragmatism would be just plain wrong, realistically. The problem for the pragmatist is not that such a mystic stands a good chance of being right. The problem is that, whether the mystic is right or wrong, he must be right or wrong realistically. In opposing the idea that we can know reality directly, the pragmatist has made a covert, realistic claim about the limits of human knowledge. Pragmatism amounts to a realistic denial of the possibility of realism, and so, like the relativist, the pragmatist appears to reach a contradiction before he has even laced his shoes. Relativists and pragmatists believe that truth is just a matter of consensus. I think it is clear, however, that while consensus among like minds may be the final arbiter of truth, it cannot constitute it. It is quite conceivable that everyone might agree and yet be wrong about the way the world is. It is also conceivable that a single person might be right in the face of unanimous opposition. From a realist point of view, it is possible, though unlikely, for a single person or culture to have a monopoly on the truth. It would seem, therefore, that nothing stands in the way of our presuming that our beliefs about the world can correspond, to a greater or lesser degree, to the way the world is, whether or not we will ever be in a position to finally authenticate such correspondence. Given that there are likely to be truths to be known about how members of our species can be made as happy as possible, there are almost certainly truths to be known about ethics. To say that we will never agree on every question of ethics is the same as saying that we will never agree on every question of physics. In neither case does the open-endedness of our inquiry suggest that there are no real facts to be known, or that some of the answers we have in hand are not really better than some others. Respect for diversity in our ethical views is, at best, an intellectual holding pattern until more of the facts are in. Intuition. One cannot walk far in the company of moral theorists without hearing our faculty of moral intuition either exalted or scorned. The reason for the latter attitude is that the term intuition has always carried the scent of impropriety in philosophical and scientific discourse, having been regularly disgraced by its appearance in colloquialisms like woman's intuition, meaning psychic, or otherwise directly contrasted with reason. The word now seems to conjure up all that is cloying and irrational outside the university gates. The only striking exception to this rule is to be found among mathematicians, who apparently speak of their intuitions without the least embarrassment, rather like travelers to exotic places in the developing world, who can often be heard discussing the misadventures of their colon over breakfast. But, as we know, mathematicians travel to very exotic places indeed. We might also note that many of them admit to being philosophical Platonists, without feeling any apparent need to consult a trained philosopher for an exorcism. Whatever its stigma, intuition is a term that we simply cannot do without, because it denotes the most basic constituent of our faculty of understanding. While this is true in matters of ethics, it is no less true in science. When we can break our knowledge of a thing down no further, the irreducible leap that remains is intuitively taken. Thus, the traditional opposition between reason and intuition is a false one. Reason is itself intuitive to the core, as any judgment that a proposition is reasonable or logical relies on intuition to find its feet. One often hears scientists and philosophers concede that something or other is a brute fact, that is, one that admits of no reduction. The question of why physical events have causes, say, is not one that scientists feel the slightest temptation to ponder. It is just so. To demand an accounting of so basic a fact is like asking how we know that 2 + 2 = 4. Scientists presuppose the validity of such brutishness, as indeed they must. The point, I trust, is obvious. We cannot step out of the darkness without taking a first step. And reason, without knowing how, understands this axiom if it would understand anything at all. The reliance on intuition, therefore, should be no more discomforting for the ethicist than it has been for the physicist. We are all tugging at the same bootstraps. It is also true that our intuitions have been known to fail. Indeed, many of the deliverances of reason do not seem reasonable at first glance. When asked how thick a piece of newspaper would be if one could fold it upon itself 100 times in succession, most of us imagine something about the size of a brick. A little arithmetic reveals, however, that such an object would be as thick as the known universe. If we've learned anything in the last 2,000 years, it is that a person's sense of what is reasonable sometimes needs a little help finding its feet. Or consider the unreliable species of intuition that might be summed up in the statement, like breeds like, yielding sympathetic magic and other obvious affronts to reason. Is it reasonable to believe, as many Chinese apparently do, that tiger bone wine leads to virility? No, it is not. Could it become reasonable? Indeed it could. We need only be confronted with a well-run, controlled study yielding a significant correlation between tiger bones and human prowess. Would a reasonable person expect to find such a correlation? It does not seem very likely. But if it came, reason would be forced to yield its present position, which is that the Chinese are destroying a wondrous species of animal for no reason at all. But notice that the only manner in which we can criticize the intuitive content of magical thinking is by resort to the intuitive content of rational thinking. Controlled study? Correlation? Why do these criteria persuade us at all? Isn't it just obvious that if one doesn't exclude other possible causes of increased potency, the placebo effect, delusion, environmental factors, differences in health among the subjects, etc., one will have failed to isolate the variable of tiger bones effects on the human body? Yes, it's just as obvious as a poke in the eye. Why is it obvious? Once again, we hit bedrock. As Wittgenstein said, our spade is turned. The fact that we must rely on certain intuitions to answer ethical questions does not in the least suggest that there is anything insubstantial, ambiguous, or culturally contingent about ethical truth. As in any other field, there will be room for intelligent dissent on questions of right and wrong. But intelligent dissent has its limits. People who believe the earth is flat are not dissenting geographers. People who deny the Holocaust ever occurred are not dissenting historians. People who think that God created the universe in 4004 BC are not dissenting cosmologists. And we will see that people who practice barbarisms like honor killing are not dissenting ethicists. The fact that good ideas are intuitively cached does not make bad ideas any more respectable. Ethics, moral identity, and self-interest. While our ethical concerns are necessarily bound up with the understanding that others experience happiness and suffering, there is more to ethics than the mere knowledge that we are not alone in the world. For ethics to matter to us, the happiness and suffering of others must matter to us. It does matter to us, but why? Strict reductionism does not seem to offer us much hope of insight into ethics. The same, of course, can be said of most higher-level phenomena. Economic behavior necessarily supervenes upon the behavior of atoms, but we will not approach an understanding of economics through particle physics. Fields like game theory and evolutionary biology, for instance, have some plausible stories to tell about the roots of what is generally called altruistic behavior in the scientific literature, but we should not make too much of these stories. The finding that nature seems to have selected for our ethical intuitions is relevant only insofar as it gives the lie to the ubiquitous fallacy that these intuitions are somehow the product of religion. But nature has selected for many things that we would have done well to leave behind us in the jungles of Africa. The practice of rape may have once conferred an adaptive advantage on our species, and rapists of all shapes and sizes can indeed be found in the natural world, dolphins, orangutans, chimpanzees, etc. Does this mean that rape is any less objectionable in human society? Even if we concede that some number of rapes are inevitable, given how human beings are wired, how is this different from saying that some numbers of cancers are inevitable? We will strive to cure cancer in any case. To say that something is natural, or that it has conferred an adaptive advantage upon our species, is not to say that it is good in the required sense of contributing to human happiness in the present. Admittedly, the problem of adjudicating what counts as happiness and which forms of happiness should supersede others is difficult, but so is every other problem worth thinking about. We need only admit that the happiness and suffering of sentient beings, including ourselves, concerns us, and the domain of such concerns is the domain of ethics, to see the possibility that much that is natural in human nature will be at odds with what is good. Appeals to genetics and natural selection can take us only so far, because nature has not adapted us to do anything more than breed. From the point of view of evolution, the best thing a person can do with his life is have as many children as possible. As Steven Pinker observes, if we really took a gene's eye view of the world, men would line up outside sperm banks, and women would pray to have their eggs harvested and given away to infertile couples. After all, from my genome's point of view, nothing could be more gratifying than the knowledge that I have fathered thousands of children, for whom I now bear no financial responsibility. This, needless to say, is not how most of us seek happiness in this world. Nor are most of us resolutely selfish, in the narrowest sense of the term. Our selfishness extends to those with whom we are morally identified, to friends and family, to coworkers and teammates, and, if we are in an expansive mood, to humans and animals in general. As Jonathan Glover writes, our entanglements with people close to us erode simple self-interest. Husbands, wives, lovers, parents, children, and friends all blur the boundaries of selfish concern. Francis Bacon rightly said that people with children have given hostages to fortune. Inescapably, other forms of friendship and love hold us hostage too. Narrow self-interest is destabilized. To treat others ethically is to act out of concern for their happiness and suffering. It is, as Kant observed, to treat them as ends in themselves, rather than as means to some further end. Many ethical injunctions converge here: Kant's categorical imperative, Jesus' golden rule. But the basic facts are these. We experience happiness and suffering ourselves. We encounter others in the world and recognize that they experience happiness and suffering as well. We soon discover that love is largely a matter of wishing that others experience happiness rather than suffering. And most of us come to feel that love is more conducive to happiness, both our own and that of others, than hate. There is a circle here that links us to one another. We each want to be happy. The social feeling of love is one of our greatest sources of happiness, and love entails that we be concerned for the happiness of others. We discover that we can be selfish together. This is just a sketch, but it suggests a clear link between ethics and positive human emotions. The fact that we want the people we love to be happy, and are made happy by love in turn, is an empirical observation. But such observations are the stuff of nascent science. What about people who do not love others, who see no value in it, and yet claim to be perfectly happy? Do such people even exist? Perhaps they do. Does this play havoc with a realistic account of ethics? No more so than an inability to understand the special theory of relativity would cast doubt upon modern physics. Some people can't make heads or tails of the assertion that the passage of time might be relative to one's frame of reference. This prevents them from taking part in any serious discussion of physics. People who see no link between love and happiness may find themselves in the same position with respect to ethics. Differences of opinion do not pose a problem for ethical realism. Consider the practice of honor killing that persists throughout much of Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. We live in a world in which women and girls are regularly murdered by their male relatives for perceived sexual indiscretions, ranging from merely speaking to a man without permission to falling victim of rape. Coverage of these atrocities in the Western media generally refers to them as a tribal practice, although they almost invariably occur in a Muslim context. Whether we call the beliefs that inspire this behavior tribal or religious is immaterial. The problem is clearly a product of what men in these societies believe about shame and honor, about the role of women, and about female sexuality. One consequence of these beliefs has been to promote rape as a weapon of war. No doubt there are more creaturely and less calculating motives for soldiers to commit rape on a massive scale, but it cannot be denied that male beliefs about honor have made it a brilliant instrument of psychological and cultural oppression. Rape has become a means through which the taboos of a community can be used to rend it from within. Consider the Bosnian women systematically raped by Serbs. One might have thought that since many of their male relatives could not escape getting killed, it would be only reasonable to concede that the women themselves could not escape getting raped. But such flights of ethical intelligence cannot be made with a sufficient payload of unjustified belief. In this case, belief in the intrinsic sinfulness of women, in the importance of virginity prior to marriage, and in the shamefulness of being raped. Needless to say, similar failures of compassion have a venerable pedigree in the Christian West. Augustine, for instance, when considering the moral stature of virgins who had been raped by the Goths, wondered whether they had not been unduly puffed up by their integrity, continence, and chastity. Perhaps they suffered some lurking infirmity which might have betrayed them into proud and contemptuous bearing, had they not been subjected to the humiliation that befell them. Perhaps, in other words, they deserved it. Given the requisite beliefs about honor, a man will be desperate to kill his daughter upon learning that she was raped. The same angel of compassion can be expected to visit her brothers as well. Such killings are not at all uncommon in places like Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, Pakistan, Iraq, the Gaza Strip, and the West Bank. In these parts of the world, a girl of any age who gets raped has brought shame upon her family. Luckily, this shame is not indelible and can be readily expunged with her blood. The subsequent ritual is inevitably a low-tech affair, as none of these societies have devised a system for administering lethal injections for the crime of bringing shame upon one's family. The girl either has her throat cut, or she is doused with gasoline and set on fire, or she is shot. The jail sentences for these men, if they are prosecuted at all, are invariably short. Many are considered heroes in their communities. What can we say about this behavior? Can we say that Middle Eastern men who are murderously obsessed with female sexual purity actually love their wives, daughters, and sisters less than American or European men do? Of course we can. And what is truly incredible about the state of our discourse is that such a claim is not only controversial, but actually unutterable in most contexts. Where's the proof that these men are less capable of love than the rest of us? Well, where would the proof be if a person behaved this way in our own society? Where's the proof that the person who shot JFK didn't really love him? All the proof we need came from the book depository. We know how the word love functions in our discourse. We have all felt love, have failed to feel it, and have occasionally felt its antithesis. Even if we don't harbor the slightest sympathy for their notion of honor, we know what these honor killers are up to, and it is not a matter of expressing their love for the women in their lives. Of course, honor killing is merely one facet in that terrible kaleidoscope that is the untutored male imagination. Dowry deaths and bride burnings, female infanticide, acid attacks, female genital mutilation, sexual slavery. These and other joys await unlucky women throughout much of the world. There is no doubt that certain beliefs are incompatible with love, and this notion of honor is among them. What is love? Few of us will be tempted to consult a dictionary on the subject. We know that we want those we love to be happy. We feel compassion for their suffering. When love is really effective, that is, really felt rather than merely imagined, we cannot help sharing in the joy of those we love, and in their anguish as well. The disposition of love entails the loss, at least to some degree, of our utter self-absorption, And this is surely one of the clues as to why this state of mind is so pleasurable. Most of us will find that cutting a little girl's head off after she has been raped just doesn't capture these sentiments very well. At this point, many anthropologists will want to argue for the importance of cultural context. These murderers are not murderers in the usual sense. They are ordinary, even loving gentlemen who have become the pawns of tribal custom. Taken to its logical conclusion, this view suggests that any behavior is compatible with any mental state. Perhaps there is a culture in which you are expected to flay your firstborn child alive as an expression of love. But unless everyone in such a culture wants to be flayed alive, this behavior is simply incompatible with love as we know it. The golden rule really does capture many of our intuitions here. We treat those we love more or less the way we would like to be treated ourselves. Honor killers do not seem to be in the habit of asking others to drench them in gasoline and immolate them in turn. Any culture that raises men and boys to kill unlucky girls rather than comfort them is a culture that has managed to retard the growth of love. Such societies, of course, regularly fail to teach their inhabitants many other things, like how to read. Not learning how to read is not another style of literacy, and not learning to see others as ends in themselves is not another style of ethics. It is a failure of ethics. How can we encourage other human beings to extend their moral sympathies beyond a narrow locus? How can we learn to be mere human beings, shorn of any more compelling national, ethnic, or religious identity? We can be reasonable. It is the very nature of reason to fuse cognitive and moral horizons. Reason is nothing less than the guardian of love. Morality and happiness. The link between morality and happiness appears straightforward, though there is clearly more to being happy than merely being moral. There is no reason to think that a person who never lies, cheats, or steals is guaranteed to be happier than a person who commits each of these sins with abandon. As we all know, a kind and compassionate person can still be horribly unlucky, and many a brute appears to have seized fortune herself by the skirts. Children born without a functioning copy of the gene that produces the enzyme hypoxanthine guanine phosphorobosyl transferase will have a constellation of ailments and incapacities known as Lesch-Nyhan syndrome. They will also compulsively mutilate themselves, possibly as a result of the buildup of uric acid in their tissues. If left unrestrained, such children helplessly gnaw their lips and fingers, and even thrust pointed objects into their eyes. It is difficult to see how instruction in morality will contribute meaningfully to their happiness. What these children need is not better moral instruction, or even more parental love. They need hypoxanthine guanine phosphorobosyl transferase. Without denying that happiness has many requisites, good genes, a nervous system that does not entirely misbehave, etc., we can hypothesize that whatever a person's current level of happiness is, his condition will be generally improved by his becoming yet more loving and compassionate, and hence more ethical. This is a strictly empirical claim, one that has been tested for millennia by contemplatives in a variety of spiritual traditions, especially within Buddhism. We might wonder whether, in the limit, the unchecked growth of love and compassion might lead to the diminution of a person's sense of well-being, as the suffering of others becomes increasingly his own. Only people who have cultivated these states of mind to an extraordinary degree will be in a position to decide this question, but in the general case, there seems to be no doubt that love and compassion are good, in that they connect us more deeply to others. Given this situation, we can see that one could desire to become more loving and compassionate for purely selfish reasons. This is a paradox of sorts, because these attitudes undermine selfishness by definition. They also inspire behavior that tends to contribute to the happiness of other human beings. These states of mind not only feel good, they ramify social relationships that lead one to feel good with others, leading others to feel good with oneself. Hate, envy, spite, disgust, shame. These are not sources of happiness, personally or socially. Love and compassion are. Like so much that we know about ourselves, claims of this sort need not be validated by a controlled study. We can easily imagine evolutionary reasons for why positive social emotions make us feel good, while negative ones do not. But they would be beside the point. The point is that the disposition to take the happiness of others into account, to be ethical, seems to be a rational way to augment one's own happiness. As we will see in the next chapter, the linkage here becomes increasingly relevant, the more rarefied one's happiness becomes. The connection between spirituality, the cultivation of happiness directly through precise refinements of attention, and ethics is well attested. Certain attitudes and behaviors seem to be conducive to contemplative insight, while others are not. This is not a proposition to be merely believed. It is rather a hypothesis to be tested in the laboratory of one's life. A loophole for Torquemada? Casting questions about ethics in terms of happiness and suffering can quickly lead us into unfamiliar territory. Consider the case of judicial torture. It would seem at first glance to be unambiguously evil. And yet, for the first time in living memory, reasonable men and women in our country have begun to reconsider it publicly. Interest in the subject appears to have been provoked by an interview given by Alan Dershowitz, an erstwhile champion of the rights of the innocent until proven guilty, on CBS's 60 Minutes. There, before millions who would have thought the concept of torture impossible to rehabilitate, Dershowitz laid out the paradigmatic ticking bomb case. Imagine that a known terrorist has planted a large bomb in the heart of a nearby city. This man now sits in your custody. As to the bomb's location, he will say nothing except that the site was chosen to produce the maximum loss of life. Given this state of affairs, in particular, given that there is still time to prevent an imminent atrocity, it seems there would be no harm in dusting off the strappado and exposing this unpleasant fellow to a suasion of bygone times. Dershowitz has argued that this situation can be cast in terms that will awaken the Grand Inquisitor in all of us. If a ticking bomb doesn't move you, picture your 7-year-old daughter being slowly asphyxiated in a warehouse just 5 minutes away, while the man in your custody holds the keys to her release. If your daughter won't tip the scales, then add the daughters of every couple for 1,000 miles. Millions of little girls have, by some perverse negligence on the part of our government, come under the control of an evil genius who now sits before you in shackles. Clearly, the consequences of one man's uncooperativeness can be made so grave, and his malevolence and culpability so transparent, as to stir even the most self-hating moral relativist from his dogmatic slumbers. It is generally thought that the gravest ethical problem we face in resorting to torture is that we would be bound to torture some number of innocent men and women. Most of us who were eager to don the Inquisitor's cap in the case above begin to falter in more realistic scenarios, as a person's guilt becomes a matter of some uncertainty. And this is long before other concerns even attract our notice. What, for instance, is the reliability of testimony elicited under torture? We need not even pose questions of this sort yet, since we have already balked at the knowledge that, in the real world, we will not be able to tell the guilty from the innocent just by looking. So it seems that we have two situations that will strike most sane and decent people as ethically distinct. In the first case, as envisioned by Dershowitz, it seems perverse to worry about the rights of an admitted terrorist when so many innocent lives are at stake, while under more realistic conditions, uncertainty about a person's guilt will generally preclude the use of torture. Is this how the matter really sits with us? Probably not. It appears that such restraint in the use of torture cannot be reconciled with our willingness to wage war in the first place. What, after all, is collateral damage but the inadvertent torture of innocent men, women, and children? Whenever we consent to drop bombs, we do so with the knowledge that some number of children will be blinded, disemboweled, paralyzed, orphaned, and killed by them. It is curious that while the torture of Osama bin Laden himself could be expected to provoke convulsions of conscience among our leaders, the unintended, though perfectly foreseeable and therefore accepted, slaughter of children does not. So we can now ask, if we are willing to act in a way that guarantees the misery and death of some considerable number of innocent children, why spare the rod with suspected terrorists? What is the difference between pursuing a course of action where we run the risk of inadvertently subjecting some innocent men to torture, and pursuing one in which we will inadvertently kill far greater numbers of innocent men, women, and children? Rather, it seems obvious that the misapplication of torture should be far less troubling to us than collateral damage. There are, after all, no infants interned at Guantanamo Bay, just rather scrofulous young men, many of whom were caught in the very act of trying to kill our soldiers. Torture need not even impose a significant risk of death or permanent injury on its victims, while the collaterally damaged are, almost by definition, crippled or killed. The ethical divide that seems to be opening up here suggests that those who are willing to drop bombs might want to abduct the nearest and dearest of suspected terrorists, their wives, mothers, and daughters, and torture them as well, assuming anything profitable to our side might come of it. Admittedly, this would be a ghastly result to have reached by logical argument, and we will want to find some way of escaping it. In this context, we should note that many variables influence our feelings about an act of physical violence, as well as our intuitions about its ethical status. As Glover points out, in modern war, what is most shocking is a poor guide to what is most harmful. To learn that one's grandfather flew a bombing mission over Dresden in the Second World War is one thing. To hear that he killed 5 little girls and their mother with a shovel is another. We can be sure that he would have killed more women and girls by dropping bombs from pristine heights, and they are likely to have died equally horrible deaths, but his culpability would not appear the same. Indeed, we seem to know intuitively that it would take a different kind of person to perpetrate violence of the latter sort, and, as we might expect, the psychological effects of participating in these types of violence are generally distinct. Consider the following account of a Soviet soldier in Afghanistan. It's frightening and unpleasant to have to kill, you think, but you soon realize that what you really find objectionable is shooting someone point blank. Killing en masse, in a group, is exciting, even, and I've seen this myself, fun. This is not to say that no one has ever enjoyed killing people up close. It is just that we all recognize that such enjoyment requires an unusual degree of callousness to the suffering of others. It is possible that we are simply unequipped to rectify this disparity, to be, in Glover's terms, most shocked by what is most harmful. A biological rationale is not hard to find, as millions of years on the African veldt could not possibly have selected for an ability to make emotional sense of 21st century horror. That our Paleolithic genes now have chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons at their disposal is, from the point of view of our evolution, little different from our having delivered this technology into the hands of chimps. The difference between killing one man and killing 1,000 just doesn't seem as salient to us as it should. And, as Glover observes, in many cases we will find the former far more disturbing. 3 million souls can be starved and murdered in the Congo, and our Argus-eyed media scarcely blink. When a princess dies in a car accident, however, a quarter of the Earth's population falls prostrate with grief. Perhaps we are unable to feel what we must feel in order to change our world. What does it feel like to see 3,000 men, women, and children incinerated and crushed to ash in the span of a few seconds? Anyone who owned a television on September 11, 2001, now knows. But most of us know nothing of the sort. To have watched the World Trade Center absorbing 2 jet planes, along with the lives of thousands, and to have felt, above all things, disbelief, suggests some form of neurological impairment. Clearly, there are limits to what the human mind can make of the deliverances of its senses, of the mere sight of an office building, known to be full of people, dissolving into rubble. Perhaps this will change. In any case, if you think the equivalence between torture and collateral damage does not hold, because torture is up close and personal, while stray bombs aren't, you stand convicted of a failure of imagination on at least 2 counts. First, a moment's reflection on the horrors that must have been visited upon innocent Afghanis and Iraqis by our bombs will reveal that they are on par with those of any dungeon. That such an exercise of the imagination is required to bring torture and collateral damage to parity accounts for the dissociation between what is most shocking and what is most harmful that Glover notes. It also demonstrates the degree to which we have been bewitched by our own euphemisms. Killing people at a distance is easier, but perhaps it should not be that much easier. Second, if our intuition about the wrongness of torture is born of an aversion to how people generally behave while being tortured, we should note that this particular infelicity could be circumvented pharmacologically, because paralytic drugs make it unnecessary for screaming ever to be heard, or writhing seen. We could easily devise methods of torture that would render a torturer as blind to the plight of his victims as a bomber pilot is at 30,000 feet. Consequently, our natural aversion to the sights and sounds of the dungeon provides no foothold for those who would argue against the use of torture. To demonstrate just how abstract the torments of the tortured can be made to seem, we need only imagine an ideal torture pill, a drug that would deliver both the instruments of torture and the instrument of their utter concealment. The action of the pill would be to produce transitory paralysis and transitory misery of a kind that no human being would willingly submit to a second time. Imagine how we torturers would feel if, after giving this pill to captive terrorists, each lay down for what appeared to be an hour's nap, only to arise and immediately confess everything he knows about the workings of his organization. Might we not be tempted to call it a truth pill in the end? No, there is no ethical difference to be found in how the suffering of the tortured or the collaterally damaged appears. Which way should the balance swing? Assuming that we want to maintain a coherent ethical position on these matters, this appears to be a circumstance of forced choice. If we are willing to drop bombs, or even risk that pistol rounds might go astray, we should be willing to torture a certain class of criminal suspects and military prisoners. If we are unwilling to torture, we should be unwilling to wage modern war. Opponents of torture will be quick to argue that confessions elicited by torture are notoriously unreliable. Given the foregoing, however, this objection seems to lack its usual force. Make these confessions as unreliable as you like. The chance that our interests will be advanced in any instance of torture need only equal the chance of such occasioned by the dropping of a single bomb. What was the chance that the dropping of bomb number 117 on Kandahar would effect the demise of Al-Qaeda? It had to be pretty slim. Enter Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, our most valuable capture in the War on Terror. Here is a character who actually seems cut from Dershowitzian cloth. U.S. officials now believe that his was the hand that decapitated the Wall Street Journal reporter Daniel Pearl. Whether or not this is true, his membership in Al-Qaeda more or less rules out his innocence in any important sense, and his rank in the organization suggests that his knowledge of planned atrocities must be extensive. The bomb is ticking. Given the damage we were willing to cause to the bodies and minds of innocent children in Afghanistan and Iraq, our disavowal of torture in the case of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed seems perverse. If there is even one chance in a million that he will tell us something under torture that will lead to the further dismantling of Al-Qaeda, it seems that we should use every means at our disposal to get him talking. In all likelihood, you began reading this chapter much as I began writing it, convinced that torture is a very bad thing, and that we are not wise to practice it. Indeed, that we are civilized, in large measure, because we do not practice it. Most of us feel, intuitively at least, that if we can't quite muster a retort to Dershowitz and his ticking bomb, we can take refuge in the fact that the paradigmatic case will almost never arise. From this perspective, adorning the machinery of our justice system with a torture provision seems both unnecessary and dangerous, as the law of unintended consequences may one day find it throwing the whole works into disarray. Because I believe the account offered above is basically sound, I believe that I have successfully argued for the use of torture in any circumstance in which we would be willing to cause collateral damage. Paradoxically, this equivalence has not made the practice of torture seem any more acceptable to me, nor has it, I trust, for most readers. I believe that here we come upon an ethical illusion of sorts, analogous to the perceptual illusions that are of such abiding interest to scientists who study the visual pathways in the brain. The full moon appearing on the horizon is no bigger than the full moon when it appears overhead, but it looks bigger, for reasons that are still obscure to neuroscientists. A ruler held up to the sky reveals something that we are otherwise incapable of seeing, even when we understand that our eyes are deceiving us. Given a choice between acting on the basis of the way things seem in this instance, or on the deliverances of our ruler, most of us will be willing to dispense with appearances, particularly if our lives, or the lives of others, depended on it. I believe that most readers who have followed me this far will find themselves in substantially the same position with respect to the ethics of torture. Given what many of us believe about the exigencies of our war on terrorism, the practice of torture in certain circumstances would seem to be not only permissible, but necessary. Still, it does not seem any more acceptable in ethical terms than it did before. The reasons for this are, I trust, every bit as neurological as those that give rise to the moon illusion. In fact, there is already some scientific evidence that our ethical intuitions are driven by considerations of proximity and emotional salience, of the sort I addressed above. Clearly, these intuitions are fallible. In the present case, many innocent lives could well be lost as a result of our inability to feel a moral equivalence, where a moral equivalence seems to exist. It may be time to take out our rulers and hold them up to the sky. The false choice of pacifism. Pacifism is generally considered to be a morally unassailable position to take with respect to human violence. The worst that is said of it generally is that it is a difficult position to maintain in practice. It is almost never branded as flagrantly immoral, which I believe it is. While it can seem noble enough when the stakes are low, pacifism is ultimately nothing more than a willingness to die, and to let others die, at the pleasure of the world's thugs. It should be enough to note that a single sociopath, armed with nothing more than a knife, could exterminate a city full of pacifists. There is no doubt that such sociopaths exist, and they are generally better armed. Fearing that the above reflections on torture may offer a potent argument for pacifism, I would like to briefly state why I believe we must accept the fact that violence, or its threat, is often an ethical necessity. I was once walking the streets of Prague, late at night, and came upon a man and a young woman in the midst of a struggle. As I drew nearer, it became obvious that the man, who appeared to be both drunk and enraged, was attempting to pull the woman into a car against her will. She was making a forceful show of resistance, but he had seized her arm with one hand and was threatening to strike her in the face with the other, which he had done at least once, it seemed, before I arrived on the scene. The rear door of the car was open, and an accomplice had taken a seat behind the wheel. Several other men were milling about, and from the looks of them, they appeared to approve of the abduction in progress. Without knowing how I would proceed, I at once found myself interceding on the woman's behalf. As my adrenaline rose and her assailant's attention turned my way, it occurred to me that his English might be terrible or non-existent. The mere effort to understand me could be made so costly that it might prove a near total diversion. The inability to make my intentions clear would also serve to forestall actual conflict. Had we shared a common language, our encounter would have almost certainly come to blows within moments, as I would have thought of nothing more clever than to demand that he let the woman go, and he, to save face, would have demanded that I make him, since he had at least 2 friends that I could see, and several fans. My evening would probably have ended very badly. Thus, my goal, as I saw it, was to remain unintelligible, without antagonizing any of the assembled hooligans, long enough for the young woman to get away. "Excuse me," I said. "I seem to have lost my hotel, my lodging, my place of residence, where I lie supine, not prone. Can you help me? Where is it? Where is it?" "Sex?" the man asked, with obvious outrage, as though I had declared myself a rival for his prisoner's affections. It now occurred to me that the woman might be a prostitute, and he an unruly customer. "No, not sex. I am looking for a specific building. It has no aluminum siding or stained glass. It could be filled with marzipan. Do you know where it is? This is an emergency." In an instant, the man's face underwent a remarkable transformation, changing from a mask of rage to a vision of perplexity itself. While he attempted to decipher my request, I threw a conspiratorial glance at the woman, who, it must be said, seemed rather slow to appreciate that the moment of her emancipation was at hand. The man began to discuss my case in fluent Czech with one of his friends. I continued to rave. The woman, for her part, glared at me as though I were an idiot. Then, realizing her opportunity for the first time, like a bird that had long sat within an open cage, she suddenly broke free and fled down the street. Her erstwhile attacker was too engrossed by his reflections even to notice that she had left. Mission accomplished, I at once thanked the group and moved on. While my conduct in the above incident seems to meet with the approval of almost everyone, I relate it here because I consider it an example of a moral failure. First, I was lying, and lying out of fear. I was not lost, and I needed no assistance of any kind. I resorted to this tactic because, quite frankly, I was afraid to openly challenge an indeterminate number of drunks to a brawl. Some may call this wisdom, but it seemed to me to be nothing more than cowardice at the time. I made no effort to communicate with these men, to appeal to their ethical scruples, however inchoate, or to make any impression upon them whatsoever. I perceived them not as ends in themselves, as sentient creatures capable of dialogue, appeasement, or instruction, but as a threat in its purest form. My ethical failure, as I see it, is that I never actually opposed their actions. Hence, they never received any correction from the world. They were merely diverted for a time, and to only a single woman's advantage. The next woman who became the object of their predations will have little cause to thank me. Even if a frank intercession on the woman's behalf would have guaranteed my own injury, a clear message would have been sent. Not all strangers will stand idly by as you beat and abduct a woman in the street. The action I took sent no such message. Indeed, I suspect that even the woman herself never knew that I had come to her aid. Gandhi was undoubtedly the 20th century's most influential pacifist. The success he enjoyed in forcing the British Empire to withdraw from the Indian subcontinent brought pacifism down from the ethers of religious precept and gave it new political relevance. Pacifism in this form no doubt required considerable bravery from its practitioners and constituted a direct confrontation with injustice. As such, it had far more moral integrity than did my stratagem above. It is clear, however, that Gandhi's nonviolence can be applied to only a limited range of human conflict. We would do well to reflect on Gandhi's remedy for the Holocaust. He believed that the Jews should have committed mass suicide, because this would have aroused the world and the people of Germany to Hitler's violence. We might wonder what a world full of pacifists would have done once it had grown aroused. Commit suicide as well? Gandhi was a religious dogmatist, of course, but his remedy for the Holocaust seems ethically suspect, even if one accepts the metaphysical premises upon which it was based. If we grant the law of karma and rebirth, to which Gandhi subscribed, his pacifism still seems highly immoral. Why should it be thought ethical to safeguard one's own happiness, or even the happiness of others, in the next life, at the expense of the manifest agony of children in this one? Gandhi's was a world in which millions more would have died, in the hopes that the Nazis would one day doubt the goodness of their 1,000-year Reich. Ours is a world in which bombs must occasionally fall, where such doubts are in short supply. Here we come upon a terrible facet of ethically asymmetric warfare. When your enemy has no scruples, your own scruples become another weapon in his hand. It is as yet unclear what it will mean to win our war on terrorism, or whether the religious barbarism that animates our enemies can ever be finally purged from our world. But it is all too obvious what it would mean to lose it. Life under the Taliban is, to a first approximation, what millions of Muslims around the world want to impose on the rest of us. They long to establish a society in which, when times are good, women will remain vanquished and invisible, and anyone given to spiritual, intellectual, or sexual freedom will be slaughtered before crowds of sullen, uneducated men. This, needless to say, is a vision of life worth resisting. We cannot let our qualms over collateral damage paralyze us, because our enemies know no such qualms. Theirs is a kill the children first approach to war, and we ignore the fundamental difference between their violence and our own, at our peril. Given the proliferation of weaponry in our world, we no longer have the option of waging this war with swords. It seems certain that collateral damage of various sorts will be a part of our future for many years to come. Chapter 7. Experiments in Consciousness. At the core of every religion lies an undeniable claim about the human condition. It is possible to have one's experience of the world radically transformed. Although we generally live within the limits imposed by our ordinary uses of attention, we wake, we work, we eat, we watch television, we converse with others, we sleep, we dream. Most of us know, however dimly, that extraordinary experiences are possible. The problem with religion is that it blends this truth so thoroughly with the venom of unreason. Take Christianity as an example. It is not enough that Jesus was a man who transformed himself to such a degree that the Sermon on the Mount could be his heart's confession. He also had to be the Son of God, born of a virgin, and destined to return to earth trailing clouds of glory. The effect of such dogma is to place the example of Jesus forever out of reach. His teaching ceases to be a set of empirical claims about the linkage between ethics and spiritual insight, and instead becomes a gratuitous and rather gruesome fairy tale. According to the dogma of Christianity, Becoming just like Jesus is impossible. One can only enumerate one's sins, believe the unbelievable, and await the end of the world. But a more profound response to existence is possible for us, and the testimony of Jesus, as well as that of countless other men and women over the ages, attests to this. The challenge for us is to begin talking about this possibility in rational terms. The search for happiness. Though the lilies of the field are admirably clothed, you and I were driven from the womb, naked and squalling. What do we need to be happy? Almost everything we do can be viewed as a reply to this question. We need food, shelter, and clothing. We need the company of others. Then we need to learn countless things to make the most of this company. We need to find work that we enjoy, and we need time for leisure. We need so many things, and there seems no alternative but to seek and maintain them, one after the next, hour after hour. But are such things sufficient for happiness? Is a person guaranteed to be happy merely by virtue of having health, wealth, and good company? Apparently not. Are such things even necessary for happiness? If so, what can we make of those Indian yogis who renounce all material and familial attachments, only to spend decades alone in caves practicing meditation? It seems that such people can be happy as well. Indeed, some of them claim to be perfectly so. It is difficult to find a word for that human enterprise which aims at happiness directly, at happiness of a sort that can survive the frustration of all conventional desires. The term spirituality seems unavoidable here, and I have used it several times in this book already, but it has many connotations that are frankly embarrassing. Mysticism has more gravitas, perhaps, but it has unfortunate associations of its own. Neither word captures the reasonableness and profundity of the possibility that we must now consider, that there is a form of well-being that supersedes all others, indeed, that transcends the vagaries of experience itself. I will use both spirituality and mysticism interchangeably here, because there are no alternatives, but the reader should remember that I am using them in a restricted sense. While a visit to any New Age bookstore will reveal that modern man has embraced a daunting range of spiritual preoccupations, ranging from the healing power of crystals and colonic irrigation to the ardors of alien abduction, our discussion will focus on a specific insight that seems to have special relevance to our pursuit of happiness. Most spiritual teachings agree that there is more to happiness than becoming a productive member of society, a cheerful consumer of every licit pleasure, and an enthusiastic bearer of children, disposed to do the same. Indeed, many suggest that it is our search for happiness, our craving for knowledge and new experience, our desire for recognition, our efforts to find the right romantic partner, even our yearning for spiritual experience itself, that causes us to overlook a form of well-being that is intrinsic to consciousness in every present moment. Some version of this insight seems to lie at the core of many of our religions, and yet it is by no means always easy to discern among the articles of faith. While many of us go for decades without experiencing a full day of solitude, we live every moment in the solitude of our own minds. However close we may be to others, our pleasures and pains are ours alone. Spiritual practice is often recommended as the most rational response to this situation. The underlying claim here is that we can realize something about the nature of consciousness in this moment that will improve our lives. The experience of countless contemplatives suggests that consciousness, being merely the condition in which thought, emotion, and even our sense of self arises, is never actually changed by what it knows. That which is aware of joy does not become joyful. That which is aware of sadness does not become sad. From the point of view of consciousness, we are merely aware of sights, sounds, sensations, moods, and thoughts. Many spiritual teachings allege that if we can recognize our identity as consciousness itself, as the mere witness of appearances, we will realize that we stand perpetually free of the vicissitudes of experience. This is not to deny that suffering has a physical dimension. The fact that a drug like Prozac can relieve many of the symptoms of depression suggests that mental suffering can be no more ethereal than a little green pill. But the arrow of influence clearly flies both ways. We know that ideas themselves have the power to utterly define a person's experience of the world. Even the significance of intense physical pain is open to subjective interpretation. Consider the pain of labor. How many women come away from the experience traumatized? The occasion itself is generally a happy one, assuming all goes well with the birth. Imagine how different it would be for a woman to be tortured by having the sensations of a normal labor inflicted upon her by a mad scientist. The sensations might be identical, and yet this would certainly be among the worst experiences of her life. There is clearly more to suffering, even physical pain, than painful sensation alone. Our spiritual traditions suggest that we have considerable room here to change our relationship to the contents of consciousness, and thereby to transform our experience of the world. Indeed, a vast literature on human spirituality attests to this. It is also clear that nothing need be believed on insufficient evidence for us to look into this possibility with an open mind. Consciousness. Like Descartes, most of us begin these inquiries as thinkers, condemned by the terms of our subjectivity to maneuver in a world that appears to be other than what we are. Descartes accentuated this dichotomy by declaring that two substances were to be found in God's universe, matter and spirit. For most of us, a dualism of this sort is more or less a matter of common sense, though the term spirit seems rather majestic, given how our minds generally comport themselves. As science has turned its reifying light upon the mysteries of the human mind, however, Descartes' dualism, along with our own folk psychology, has come in for some rough treatment. Bolstered by the undeniable successes of 3 centuries of purely physical research, many philosophers and scientists now reject Descartes' separation of mind and body, spirit and matter, as the concession to Christian piety that it surely was, and imagine that they have thereby erased the conceptual gulf between consciousness and the physical world. In the last chapter we saw that our beliefs about consciousness are intimately linked to our ethics. They also happen to have a direct bearing upon our view of death. Most scientists consider themselves physicalists. This means, among other things, that they believe that our mental and spiritual lives are wholly dependent upon the workings of our brains. On this account, when the brain dies, the stream of our being must come to an end. Once the lamps of neural activity have been extinguished, there will be nothing left to survive. Indeed, many scientists purvey this conviction as though it were itself a special sacrament, conferring intellectual integrity upon any man, woman, or child who is man enough to swallow it. But the truth is that we simply do not know what happens after death. While there is much to be said against a naive conception of a soul that is independent of the brain, the place of consciousness in the natural world is very much an open question. The idea that brains produce consciousness is little more than an article of faith among scientists at present, and there are many reasons to believe that the methods of science will be insufficient to either prove or disprove it. Inevitably, scientists treat consciousness as a mere attribute of certain large-brained animals. The problem, however, is that nothing about a brain, when surveyed as a physical system, declares it to be a bearer of that peculiar interior dimension that each of us experiences as consciousness in his own case. Every paradigm that attempts to shed light upon the frontier between consciousness and unconsciousness, searching for the physical difference that makes the phenomenal one, relies upon subjective reports to signal that an experimental stimulus has been observed. The operational definition of consciousness, therefore, is reportability. But consciousness and reportability are not the same. Is a starfish conscious? No science that conflates consciousness with reportability will deliver an answer to this question. To look for consciousness in the world on the basis of its outward signs is the only thing that we can do. To define consciousness in terms of its outward signs, however, is a fallacy. Computers of the future, sufficiently advanced to pass the Turing test, will offer up a wealth of self-report, but will they be conscious? If we don't already know, their eloquence on the matter will not decide the issue. Consciousness may be a far more rudimentary phenomenon than are living creatures and their brains, and there appears to be no obvious way of ruling out such a thesis experimentally. And so, while we know many things about ourselves in anatomical, physiological, and evolutionary terms, we currently have no idea why it is like something to be what we are. The fact that the universe is illuminated where you stand, the fact that your thoughts and moods and sensations have a qualitative character, is an absolute mystery, rivaled only by the mystery, famously articulated by the philosopher Schelling, that there should be anything at all in this universe, rather than nothing. The problem is that our experience of brains, as objects in the world, leaves us perfectly insensible to the reality of consciousness, while our experience as brains grants us knowledge of nothing else. Given this situation, it is reasonable to conclude that the domain of our subjectivity constitutes a proper and essential sphere of investigation into the nature of the universe, as some facts will be discovered only in consciousness in first-person terms, or not discovered at all. Investigating the nature of consciousness directly, through sustained introspection, is simply another name for spiritual practice. It should be clear that whatever transformations of your experience are possible, after 40 days and 40 nights in the desert, after 20 years in a cave, or after some new serotonin agonist has been delivered to your synapses, these will be a matter of changes occurring in the contents of your consciousness. Whatever Jesus experienced, he experienced as consciousness. If he loved his neighbor as himself, this is a description of what it felt like to be Jesus while in the presence of other human beings. The history of human spirituality is the history of our attempts to explore and modify the deliverances of consciousness through methods like fasting, chanting, sensory deprivation, prayer, meditation, and the use of psychotropic plants. There is no question that experiments of this sort can be conducted in a rational manner. Indeed, they are some of our only means of determining to what extent the human condition can be deliberately transformed. Such an enterprise becomes irrational only when people begin making claims about the world that cannot be supported by empirical evidence. What are we calling I? Our spiritual possibilities will largely depend on what we are as selves. In physical terms, each of us is a system, locked in an uninterrupted exchange of matter and energy with the larger system of the earth. The life of your very cells is built upon a network of barter and exchange, over which you can exercise only the crudest conscious influence, in the form of deciding whether to hold your breath or take another slice of pizza out of the fridge. As a physical system, you are no more independent of nature at this moment than your liver is of the rest of your body. As a collection of self-regulating and continually dividing cells, you are also continuous with your genetic precursors, your parents, their parents, and backward through tens of millions of generations, at which point your ancestors begin looking less like men and women with bad teeth, and more like pond scum. It is true enough to say that, in physical terms, you are little more than an eddy in a great river of life. But of course, your body is itself an environment teeming with creatures, in relation to which you are sovereign in name alone. To examine the body of a person, its organs and tissues, cells and intestinal flora, sometimes fauna, alas, is to be confronted by a world that bears no more evidence of an overriding conscious intelligence than does the world at large. Is there any reason to suspect, when observing the function of mitochondria within a cell, or the twitching of muscle fibers in the hand, that there is a mind above and beyond such processes, thinking, l'état c'est moi? Indeed, any privilege we might be tempted to accord the boundary of the skin in our search for the physical self seems profoundly arbitrary. The frontiers of the mental self are no easier to discern. Memes, taboos, norms of decorum, linguistic conventions, prejudices, ideals, aesthetic biases, commercial jingles. The phenomena that populate the landscape of our minds are immigrants from the world at large. Is your desire to be physically fit, or your taste in clothing, your sense of community, your expectation of reciprocal kindness, your shyness, your affability, your sexual quirks, etc., something that originates with you? Is it something best thought of as residing in you? These phenomena are the direct result of your embeddedness in a world of social relationships and culture, as well as a product of your genes. Many of them seem to be no more you, ultimately, than the rules of English grammar are. And yet, this feeling of being a self persists. If the term I refers to anything at all, it does not refer simply to the body. After all, most of us feel individuated as a self within the body. I speak of my body, more or less as I speak of my car, for the simple reason that every act of perception or cognition conveys the tacit sense that the knower is something other than the thing known. Just as my awareness of my car demonstrates that I, as a subject, am something other than it as an object, I can be aware of my hand or an emotion and experience the same cleavage between subject and object. For this reason, the self cannot simply be equated with the totality of a person's mental life, or with his personality as a whole. Rather, it is the point of view around which the changing states of his mind and body appear to be constellated. Whatever the relationship between consciousness and the body actually is, in experiential terms, the body is something to which the conscious self, if such there be, stands in relation. Exactly when, in evolutionary or developmental terms, this point of view emerges is not known, but one thing is clear. At some point in the first years of life, most human beings are christened as I, the perennial subject, for whom all appearances, inside and out, become objects of a kind, waiting to be known. And it is as I that every scientist begins his inquiry into the nature of the world, and every pious man folds his hands in prayer. The sense of self seems to be the product of the brain's representing its own acts of representation. Its seeing of the world begets an image of a one who sees. It is important to realize that this feeling, the sense that each of us has of appropriating rather than merely being a sphere of experience, is not a necessary feature of consciousness. It is, after all, conceivable that a creature could form a representation of the world without forming a representation of itself in the world. And indeed, many spiritual practitioners claim to experience the world in just this way, perfectly shorn of self. A basic finding of neurophysiology lends credence to such claims. It is not so much what they are, but what they do, that makes neurons see, hear, smell, taste, touch, think, and feel. Like any other function that emerges from the activity of the brain, the feeling of self is best thought of as a process. It is not very surprising, therefore, that we can lose this feeling, because processes, by their very nature, can be interrupted. While the experience of selflessness does not indicate anything about the relationship between consciousness and the physical world, and is thus mute on the question of what happens after death, it has broad implications for the sciences of mind, for our approach to spirituality, and for our conception of human happiness. As a mental phenomenon, loss of self is not as rare as our scholarly neglect of it suggests. This experience is characterized by a sudden loss of subject-object perception. The continuum of experience remains, but one no longer feels that there is a knower standing apart from the known. Thoughts may arise, but the feeling that one is the thinker of these thoughts has vanished. Something has definitely changed at the level of one's moment-to-moment experience, and this change, the disappearance of anything to which the pronoun I can be faithfully attached, signals that there had been a conscious experience of selfhood all the while, however difficult it may be to characterize. Look at this book as a physical object. You are aware of it as an appearance in consciousness. You may feel that your consciousness is one thing. It is whatever illuminates your world from some point behind your eyes, perhaps, and the book is another. This is the kind of dualistic, subject-object perception that characterizes our normal experience of life. It is possible, however, to look for yourself in such a way as to put this subject-object dichotomy in doubt, and even to banish it altogether. The contents of consciousness, sights, sounds, sensations, thoughts, moods, etc., whatever they are at the level of the brain, are merely expressions of consciousness at the level of our experience. Unrecognized as such, many of these appearances seem to impinge upon consciousness from without, and the sense of self emerges and grows entrenched, as the feeling that which knows is circumscribed, modified, and often oppressed by that which is known. Indeed, it is likely that our parents found us in our cribs long before we found ourselves there, and that we were merely led by their gaze and their pointing fingers to coalesce around an implied center of cognition that does not, in fact, exist. Thereafter, every maternal caress, every satisfaction of hunger or thirst, as well as the diverse forms of approval and rebuke that came in reply to the actions of our embodied minds, seem to confirm a self-sense that we, by example, finally learned to call I, and thus we became the narrow locus around which all things and events, pleasant and unpleasant, continue to swirl. In subjective terms, the search for self seems to entail a paradox. We are, after all, looking for the very thing that is doing the looking. Thousands of years of human experience suggests, however, that the paradox here is only apparent. It is not merely that the component of our experience that we call I cannot be found. It is that it actually disappears when looked for in a rigorous way. The foregoing is just a gloss on the phenomenology here, but it should be sufficient to get us started. The basic, and I think uncontestable, fact is that almost every human being experiences the duality of subject and object in some measure, and most of us feel it powerfully, nearly every moment of our lives. It is scarcely an exaggeration to say that the feeling that we call I is one of the most pervasive and salient features of human life, and its effects upon the world, as 6 billion selves pursue diverse and often incompatible ends, rival those that can be ascribed to almost any other phenomenon in nature. Clearly, there is nothing optimal or even necessarily viable about our present form of subjectivity. Almost every problem we have can be ascribed to the fact that human beings are utterly beguiled by their feelings of separateness. It would seem that a spirituality that undermined such dualism through the mere contemplation of consciousness could not help but improve our situation. Whether or not great numbers of human beings will ever be in a position to explore this terrain depends on how our discourse on religion proceeds. There is clearly no greater obstacle to a truly empirical approach to spiritual experience than our current beliefs about God. The wisdom of the East. Inevitably, the foregoing will strike certain readers as a confusing eruption of speculative philosophy. This is unfortunate, for none of it has been speculative, or even particularly philosophical, at least not in the sense that this term is acquired in the West. Thousands of years have passed since any Western philosopher imagined that a person should be happy, peaceful, or even wise, in the ordinary sense, by his search for truth. Personal transformation, or indeed, liberation from the illusion of the self, seems to have been thought too much to ask, or rather, not thought of at all. Consequently, many of us in the West are conceptually unequipped to understand empirical claims of the sort adduced above. In fact, the spiritual differences between the East and the West are every bit as shocking as the material differences between the North and the South. Jared Diamond's fascinating thesis, to sum it up in a line, is that advanced civilization did not arise in sub-Saharan Africa because one can't saddle a rhinoceros and ride it into battle. If there is an equally arresting image that accounts for why non-dualistic empirical mysticism seems to have arisen only in Asia, I have yet to find it. But I suspect that the culprit has been the Christian, Jewish, and Muslim emphasis on faith itself. Faith is rather like a rhinoceros, in fact. It won't do much in the way of real work for you, and yet at close quarters it will make spectacular claims upon your attention. This is not to say that spiritual realization has been a common attainment east of the Bosporus. Clearly it has not. It must also be conceded that Asia has always had its fair share of false prophets and charlatan saints, while the West has not been entirely bereft of wisdom. Nevertheless, when the great philosopher-mystics of the East are weighed against the patriarchs of the Western philosophical and theological traditions, the difference is unmistakable. Buddha, Shankara, Padmasambhava, Nagarjuna, Klongchenpa, and countless others down to the present, have no equivalents in the West. In spiritual terms, we appear to have been standing on the shoulders of dwarfs. It is little wonder, therefore, that many Western scholars have found the view within rather unremarkable. While this is not a treatise on Eastern spirituality, it does not seem out of place to briefly examine the differences between the Eastern and the Western canons, for they are genuinely startling. To illustrate this point, I have selected a passage at random from a shelf of Buddhist literature. The following text was found with closed eyes on the first attempt from among scores of books. I invite the reader to find anything even remotely like this in the Bible or the Quran. In the present moment, when your mind remains in its own condition without constructing anything, awareness at that moment in itself is quite ordinary. And when you look into yourself in this way, nakedly, without any discursive thoughts, since there is only this pure observing, there will be found a lucid clarity without anyone being there who is the observer. Only a naked, manifest awareness is present. This awareness is empty and immaculately pure, not being created by anything whatsoever. It is authentic and unadulterated, without any duality of clarity and emptiness. It is not permanent, and yet it is not created by anything. However, it is not a mere nothingness, or something annihilated because it is lucid and present. It does not exist as a single entity because it is present and clear in terms of being many. On the other hand, it is not created as a multiplicity of things because it is inseparable and of a single flavor. This inherent self-awareness does not derive from anything outside itself. This is the real introduction to the actual condition of things. Padmasambhava. One could live an eon as a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jew, and never encounter any teachings like this about the nature of consciousness. The comparison with Islam is especially invidious, because Padmasambhava was virtually Muhammad's contemporary. While the meaning of the above passage might not be perfectly apparent to all readers, it is just a section of a longer teaching on the nature of mind, and contains a fair amount of Buddhist jargon, clarity, emptiness, single flavor, etc. It is a rigorously empirical document, not a statement of metaphysics. Even the contemporary literature on consciousness, which spans philosophy, cognitive science, psychology, and neuroscience, cannot match the kind of precise phenomenological studies that can be found throughout the Buddhist canon. Although we have no reason to be dogmatically attached to any one tradition of spiritual instruction, we should not imagine that they are all equally wise or equally sophisticated. They are not. Mysticism, to be viable, requires explicit instructions, which need suffer no more ambiguity or artifice in their exposition than we find in a manual for operating a lawnmower. Some traditions realized this millennia ago. Others did not. Meditation. Most techniques of introspection that aim at uncovering the intrinsic properties of consciousness are referred to as methods of meditation. To be told that a person is meditating, however, is to be given almost no information at all about the content of his experience. Meditation, in the sense that I use it here, refers to any means whereby our sense of self, of subject-object dualism in perception and cognition, can be made to vanish, while consciousness remains vividly aware of the continuum of experience. Inevitably, the primary obstacle to meditation is thinking. This leads many people to assume that the goal of meditation is to produce a thought-free state. It is true that some experiences entail the temporary cessation of thought, but meditation is less a matter of suppressing thoughts than of breaking our identification with them, so that we can recognize the condition in which thoughts themselves arise. Western scientists and philosophers generally imagine that thinking is the epitome of conscious life, and would no sooner have a mind without thoughts than hands without fingers. The fundamental insight of most Eastern schools of spirituality, however, is that while thinking is a practical necessity, the failure to recognize thoughts as thoughts, moment after moment, is what gives each of us the feeling that we call I, and this is the string upon which all our states of suffering and dissatisfaction are strung. This is an empirical claim, not a matter of philosophical speculation. Break the spell of thought, and the duality of subject and object will vanish, as will the fundamental difference between conventional states of happiness and suffering. This is a fact about the mind that few Western scholars have ever made it their business to understand. It is on this front that the practice of meditation reveals itself to be both intellectually serious and indispensable. There is something to realize about the nature of consciousness, and its realization does not entail thinking new thoughts. Like any skill that requires refinements in perception or cognition, the task of recognizing consciousness prior to the subject-object dichotomy can be facilitated by an expert, but it is, at least in principle, an experience that is available to anyone. You are now seated, reading this book. Your past is a memory. Your future is a matter of mere expectation. Both memories and expectations can arise in consciousness only as thoughts in the present moment. Of course, reading is itself a species of thinking. These sentences do not feel like your thoughts, however. Your thoughts are the ones that arrive unannounced and steal you away from the text. They may have some relevance to what you are now reading. You may think, didn't he just contradict himself there? Or they may have no relevance at all. You may suddenly find yourself thinking about tonight's dinner, or about an argument you had days ago. We all know what it is like to read whole paragraphs and even pages of a book without assimilating a word. Few of us realize that we spend most of our lives in such a state. Perceiving the present sights, sounds, tastes, and sensations, only dimly, through a veil of thought. We spend our lives telling ourselves the story of past and future, while the reality of the present goes largely unexplored. Now we live in ignorance of the freedom and simplicity of consciousness, prior to the arising of thought. Your consciousness, while still inscrutable in scientific terms, is an utter simplicity as a matter of experience. It merely stands before you, and as everything else that appears to your notice. You see this book, you hear a variety of sounds, you feel the sensations of your body in space, and then thoughts of past and future arise, endure for a time, and pass away. If you will persistently look for the subject of your experience, however, its absence may become apparent, if only for a moment. Everything will remain, this book, your hands, and yet the illusory divide that once separated knower from known, self from world, inside from outside, will have vanished. This experience has been at the core of human spirituality for millennia. There is nothing we need believe to actualize it. We need only look closely enough at what we are calling I. Once the selflessness of consciousness has been glimpsed, spiritual life can be viewed as a matter of freeing one's attention more and more, so that this recognition can become stabilized. This is where the connection between spirituality and ethics becomes inescapable. A vast literature on meditation suggests that negative social emotions, such as hatred, envy, and spite, both proceed from and ramify our dualistic perception of the world. Emotions such as love and compassion, on the other hand, seem to make our minds very pliable in meditative terms, and it is increasingly easy to concentrate under their influences. It does not seem surprising that it would be easier to free one's attention from the contents of thought and simply abide as consciousness if one's basic attitude toward other human beings were positive, and if one had established relationships on this basis. Lawsuits, feuds, intricate deceptions, and being shackled and brought to The Hague for crimes against humanity are not among the requisites for stability in meditation. It also seems a matter of common sense that the more the feeling of selfhood is relaxed, the less those states that are predicated upon it will arise, states like fear and anger. Scientists are making their first attempts to test claims of this sort, but every experienced meditator has tested them already. While much of the scientific research done on meditation has approached it as little more than a tool for stress reduction, there is no question that the phenomenon of selflessness has begun to make its way into the charmed circle of third-person experimental science. As in any other field, spiritual intuitions are amenable to intersubjective consensus and refutation, just as mathematicians can enjoy mutually intelligible dialogue on abstract ideas, though they will not always agree about what is intuitively obvious. Just as athletes can communicate effectively about the pleasures of sport, mystics can consensually elucidate the data of their sphere. Thus, genuine mysticism can be objective, in the only normative sense of the word that is worth retaining, in that it need not be contaminated by dogma. As a phenomenon to be studied, spiritual experience is no more refractory than dreams, emotions, perceptual illusions, or, indeed, thoughts themselves. A strange future awaits us. Mind-reading machines, genuine virtual reality, neural implants, and increasingly refined drugs may all have implications for our view of ourselves and of our spiritual possibilities. We have entered an era when our very humanness, in genetic terms, is no longer a necessary condition of our existence. The fusion of human and machine intelligence is also a serious possibility. What will such changes in the conventional boundaries between self and world mean for us? Do they have any relevance for a spirituality that is rooted in the recognition of the non-duality of consciousness? It seems to me that the nature of consciousness will trump all these developments. Whatever experience awaits us, either with the help of technology or after death, experience itself is a matter of consciousness and its content. Discover that consciousness inherently transcends its contents. Discover that it already enjoys the well-being that the self would otherwise seek. and you have transcended the logic of experience. No doubt, experience will always have the potential to change us, but it appears these changes will still be a matter of what we can be conscious of in the next moment, not of what consciousness is in itself. Mysticism is a rational enterprise. Religion is not. The mystic has recognized something about the nature of consciousness prior to thought, and this recognition is susceptible to rational discussion. The mystic has reasons for what he believes, and these reasons are empirical. The roiling mystery of the world can be analyzed with concepts, this is science, or it can be experienced free of concepts, this is mysticism. Religion is nothing more than bad concepts held in place of good ones for all time. It is the denial, at once full of hope and full of fear, of the vastitude of human ignorance. A kernel of truth lurks at the heart of religion, because spiritual experience, ethical behavior, and strong communities are essential for human happiness. And yet our religious traditions are intellectually defunct and politically ruinous. While spiritual experience is clearly a natural propensity of the human mind, we need not believe anything on insufficient evidence to actualize it. Clearly, it must be possible to bring reason, spirituality, and ethics together in our thinking about the world. This would be the beginning of a rational approach to our deepest personal concerns. It would also be the end of faith. Epilogue. My goal in writing this book has been to help close the door to a certain style of irrationality. While religious faith is the one species of human ignorance that will not admit of even the possibility of correction, it is still sheltered from criticism in every corner of our culture. Forsaking all valid sources of information about this world, both spiritual and mundane, our religions have seized upon ancient taboos and pre-scientific fancies as though they held ultimate metaphysical significance. Books that embrace the narrowest spectrum of political, moral, scientific, and spiritual understanding. Books that, by their antiquity alone, offer us the most dilute wisdom with respect to the present, are still dogmatically thrust upon us as the final word on matters of the greatest significance. In the best case, faith leaves otherwise well-intentioned people incapable of thinking rationally about many of their deepest concerns. At worst, it is a continuous source of human violence. Even now, many of us are motivated not by what we know, but by what we are content merely to imagine. Many are still eager to sacrifice happiness, compassion, and justice in this world for a fantasy of a world to come. These and other degradations await us along the well-worn path of piety. Whatever our religious differences may mean for the next life, they have only one terminus in this one, a future of ignorance and slaughter. We live in societies that are still constrained by religious laws and threatened by religious violence. What is it about us, and specifically about our discourse with one another, that keeps these astonishing bits of evil loose in our world? We have seen that education and wealth are insufficient guarantors of rationality. Indeed, even in the West, educated men and women still cling to the blood-soaked heirlooms of a previous age. Mitigating this problem is not merely a matter of reining in a minority of religious extremists. It is a matter of finding approaches to ethics and to spiritual experience that make no appeal to faith, and broadcasting this knowledge to everyone. Of course, one senses that the problem is simply hopeless. What could possibly cause billions of human beings to reconsider their religious beliefs? And yet, it is obvious that an utter revolution in our thinking could be accomplished in a single generation, if parents and teachers would merely give honest answers to the questions of every child. Our doubts about the feasibility of such a project should be tempered by an understanding of its necessity, For there is no reason whatsoever to think that we can survive our religious differences indefinitely. Imagine what it would be like for our descendants to experience the fall of civilization. Imagine failures of reasonableness so total that our largest bombs finally fall upon our largest cities in defense of our religious differences. What would it be like for the unlucky survivors of such a holocaust to look back upon the hurtling career of human stupidity that led them over the precipice? A view from the end of the world would surely find that the 6 billion of us currently alive did much to pave the way to the apocalypse. This world is simply ablaze with bad ideas. There are still places where people are put to death for imaginary crimes, like blasphemy, and where the totality of a child's education consists of his learning to recite from an ancient book of religious fiction. There are countries where women are denied almost every human liberty, except the liberty to breed. And yet, these same societies are quickly acquiring terrifying arsenals of advanced weaponry. If we cannot inspire the developing world, and the Muslim world in particular, to pursue ends that are compatible with a global civilization, then a dark future awaits all of us. The contest between our religions is zero-sum. Religious violence is still with us because our religions are intrinsically hostile to one another. Where they appear otherwise, it is because secular knowledge and secular interests are restraining the most lethal improprieties of faith. It is time we acknowledge that no real foundation exists within the canons of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, or any of our other faiths for religious tolerance and religious diversity. If religious war is ever to become unthinkable for us in the way that slavery and cannibalism seem poised to, it will be a matter of our having dispensed with the dogma of faith. If our tribalism is ever to give way to an extended moral identity, our religious beliefs can no longer be sheltered from the tides of genuine inquiry and genuine criticism. It is time we realized that to presume knowledge where one has only pious hope is a species of evil. Wherever conviction grows in inverse proportion to its justification, we have lost the very basis of human cooperation. Where we have reasons for what we believe, we have no need of faith. Where we have no reasons, we have lost both our connection to the world and to one another. People who harbor strong convictions without evidence belong at the margins of our societies, not in our halls of power. The only thing we should respect in a person's faith is his desire for a better life in this world. We need never have respected his certainty that one awaits him in the next. Nothing is more sacred than the facts. No one, therefore, should win any points in our discourse for deluding himself. The litmus test for reasonableness should be obvious. Anyone who wants to know how the world is, whether in physical or spiritual terms, will be open to new evidence. We should take comfort in the fact that people tend to conform themselves to this principle whenever they are obliged to. This will remain a problem for religion. The very hands that prop up our faith will be the ones to shake it. It is as yet undetermined what it means to be human, because every facet of our culture, and even our biology itself, remains open to innovation and insight. We do not know what we will be 1,000 years from now, or indeed that we will be, given the lethal absurdity of many of our beliefs. But whatever changes await us, one thing seems unlikely to change. As long as experience endures, the difference between happiness and suffering will remain our paramount concern. We will therefore want to understand those processes, biochemical, behavioral, ethical, political, economic, and spiritual, that account for this difference. We do not yet have anything like a final understanding of such processes, but we know enough to rule out many false understandings. Indeed, we know enough at this moment to say that the God of Abraham is not only unworthy of the immensity of creation, he is unworthy even of man. We do not know what awaits each of us after death, but we know that we will die. Clearly, it must be possible to live ethically, with a genuine concern for the happiness of other sentient beings, without presuming to know things about which we are patently ignorant. Consider it. Every person you have ever met, every person you will pass in the street today, is going to die. Living long enough, each will suffer the loss of his friends and family. All are going to lose everything they love in this world. Why would one want to be anything but kind to them in the meantime? We are bound to one another. The fact that our ethical institutions must, in some way, supervene upon our biology does not make ethical truths reducible to biological ones. We are the final judges of what is good, just as we remain the final judges of what is logical, and on neither front has our conversation with one another reached an end. There need be no scheme of rewards and punishments transcending this life to justify our moral intuitions, or to render them effective in guiding our behavior in the world. The only angels we need invoke are those of our better nature, reason, honesty, and love. The only demons we must fear are those that lurk inside every human mind: ignorance, hatred, greed, and faith, which is surely the devil's masterpiece. Man is manifestly not the measure of all things. This universe is shot through with mystery. The very fact of its being, and of our own, is a mystery absolute, and the only miracle worthy of the name. The consciousness that animates us is itself central to this mystery, and the ground for any experience we might wish to call spiritual. No myths need be embraced for us to commune with the profundity of our circumstance. No personal God need be worshipped for us to live in awe at the beauty and immensity of creation. No tribal fictions need be rehearsed for us to realize one fine day that we do, in fact, love our neighbors, that our happiness is inextricable from their own, and that our interdependence demands that people everywhere be given the opportunity to flourish. The days of our religious identities are clearly numbered. Whether the days of civilization itself are numbered would seem to depend, rather too much, on how soon we realize this. Afterward. The human psyche has two great sicknesses: the urge to carry vendetta across generations, and the tendency to fasten group labels on people rather than see them as individuals. Abrahamic religion gives strong sanction to both, and mixes explosively with both. Only the willfully blind could fail to implicate the divisive force of religion in most, if not all, of the violent enmities in the world today. Without a doubt, it is the prime aggravator of the Middle East. Those of us who have for years politely concealed our contempt for the dangerous collective delusion of religion need to stand up and speak out. Things are different now. All is changed utterly. Richard Dawkins. It has been nearly a year since The End of Faith was first published in the United States. In response, I have received a continuous correspondence from readers and non-readers alike, expressing everything from ecstatic support to nearly homicidal condemnation. Many thousands of people have apparently read the book, and millions more have heard its contents discussed in the media. In response, letters and emails have come to me from scientists and physicians at every stage of their careers, from soldiers fighting in Iraq, from Christian ministers who have lost their faith, and from those who haven't, from Muslims who agree with my general disparagement of their religion, and from others who would have me meet them at a local mosque so that I might better learn the will of God. I have also heard from hundreds of embattled free thinkers living in red state America. Judging from this last group of correspondents, the American heartland is fast becoming as blinkered as the wilds of Afghanistan. It may be too much to hope that the efforts of reasonable people will yet turn the tide. According to several recent polls, 22% of Americans are certain that Jesus will return to Earth sometime in the next 50 years. Another 22% believe that he will probably do so. This is likely the same 44% who go to church once a week or more, who believe that God literally promised the land of Israel to the Jews, and who want to stop teaching children about the biological fact of evolution. Believers of this sort constitute the most cohesive and motivated segment of the American electorate. Consequently, their views and prejudices now influence almost every decision of national importance. Political liberals seem to have drawn the wrong lesson from these developments, and are now thumbing Scripture, wondering how best to ingratiate themselves to the legions of men and women in our country who vote mainly on the basis of religious dogma. More than 50% of Americans have a negative or highly negative view of people who do not believe in God. 70% think it important for presidential candidates to be strongly religious. Because it is taboo to criticize a person's religious beliefs, political debate over questions of public policy, stem cell research, the ethics of assisted suicide and euthanasia, obscenity and free speech, gay marriage, etc., generally gets framed in terms appropriate to a theocracy. Unreason is now ascendant in the United States, in our schools, in our courts, and in each branch of the federal government. Only 28% of Americans believe in evolution. 72% believe in angels. Ignorance in this degree, concentrated in both the head and the belly of a lumbering superpower, is now a problem for the entire world. Having seen my argument against faith discussed, attacked, celebrated, and misconstrued in blogs and book reviews throughout the world, I would like to take the occasion of its release in paperback as an opportunity to respond to the most common criticisms and misconceptions. These are by no means straw man arguments. These are what real people, and the occasional book reviewer, believe to be devastating retorts to my basic thesis. 1. Yes, religion occasionally causes violence, but the greatest crimes of the 20th century were perpetrated by atheists. Godlessness, as witnessed by the regimes of Hitler, Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, and Kim Jong-il, is the most dangerous condition of all. This is one of the most common criticisms I encounter. It is also the most depressing, as I anticipate and answer it early in the book. While some of the most despicable political movements in human history have been explicitly irreligious, they were not especially rational. The public pronouncements of these regimes have been mere litanies of delusion about race, economics, national identity, the march of history, or the moral dangers of intellectualism. Auschwitz, the Gulag, and the killing fields are not examples of what happens when people become too critical of unjustified beliefs. To the contrary, these horrors testify to the dangers of not thinking critically enough about specific secular ideologies. Needless to say, my argument against religious faith is not an argument for the blind embrace of atheism as a dogma. The problem I raise in the book is none other than the problem of dogma itself, of which every religion has more than its fair share. I know of no society in human history that ever suffered because its people became too reasonable. As I argue throughout the book, certainty without evidence is necessarily divisive and dehumanizing. In fact, respect for evidence and rational argument is what makes peaceful cooperation possible. As human beings, we live in a perpetual choice between conversation and violence. What apart from a fundamental willingness to be reasonable, can guarantee that we will keep talking to one another. 2. We need faith to do almost anything. It is absurd to think that we could ever do without it. One email I received on this subject began, "I like your writing style, but you are an idiot." Fair enough. My correspondent then went on to point out, as many have, that each of us has to get out of bed in the morning and live his life, and we do this in a context of uncertainty, and in the context of terrible certainties, like the certainty of death. This positive disposition, this willingness to set a course in life without any assurance that things will go one's way, is occasionally called faith. Thus, one may prop up a disconsolate friend with the words, "Have faith in yourself." Such words are almost never facetious, even on the forked tongue of an atheist. Let me state for the record that I see nothing wrong with this kind of faith. But this is not the faith that has given us religion. It would be rather remarkable if a positive attitude in the face of uncertainty led inevitably to ludicrous convictions about the divine origin of certain books, to bizarre cultural taboos, to the abject hatred of homosexuals, and to the diminished status of women. Adopt too positive an outlook, and the next thing you know, architects and engineers may start flying planes into buildings. As I do my best to spell out over the course of the book, religious faith is the belief in historical and metaphysical propositions without sufficient evidence. When the evidence for a religious proposition is thin or non-existent, or there is compelling evidence against it, people invoke faith. Otherwise, they simply cite the reasons for their beliefs. For example, the New Testament confirms Old Testament prophecy. I saw the face of Jesus in a window. We prayed, and our daughter's cancer went into remission. Such reasons are generally inadequate, but they are better than no reasons at all. People of faith naturally recognize the primacy of reasons and resort to reasoning whenever they possibly can. Faith is simply the license they give themselves to keep believing when reasons fail. When rational inquiry supports the creed, it is championed. When it poses a threat, it is derided, sometimes in the same sentence. Faith is the mortar that fills the cracks in the evidence and the gaps in the logic, and thus it is faith that keeps the whole terrible edifice of religious certainty still looming dangerously over our world. 3. Islam is no more amenable to violence than any other religion is. The violence we see in the Muslim world is the product of politics and economics, not faith. The speciousness of this claim is best glimpsed by the bright light of bomb blasts. Where are the Palestinian Christian suicide bombers? They, too, suffer the daily indignity of the Israeli occupation. Where, for that matter, are the Tibetan Buddhist suicide bombers? The Tibetans have suffered an occupation far more cynical and repressive than any that the United States or Israel has ever imposed upon the Muslim world. Where are the throngs of Tibetans ready to perpetrate suicidal attacks against Chinese non-combatants? They do not exist. What is the difference that makes the difference? The difference lies in the specific tenets of Islam. This is not to say that Buddhism could not help inspire suicidal violence. It can, and it has. Japan, World War II. But this concedes absolutely nothing to the apologists for Islam. As a Buddhist, one has to work extremely hard to justify such barbarism. One need not work nearly so hard as a Muslim. Recent events in Iraq offer further corroboration on this point. It is true, of course, that the Iraqi people have been traumatized by decades of war and repression. But war and repression do not account for suicidal violence directed against the Red Cross, the United Nations, foreign workers, and Iraqi innocents. War and repression would not have attracted an influx of foreign fighters willing to sacrifice their lives merely to sow chaos. The Iraqi insurgents have not been motivated principally by political or economic grievances. They have such grievances, of course, but politics and economics do not get a man to intentionally blow himself up in a crowd of children, or get his mother to sing his praises for it. Miracles of this order generally require religious faith. There are other confounding variables here, of course. State sponsorship of terrorism, the occasional coercion of reluctant suicide bombers. But we cannot let them blind us to the pervasive and lunatic influence of religious belief. The truth that we must finally confront is that Islam contains specific doctrines about martyrdom and jihad that now directly inspire Muslim terrorism. Unless the world's Muslims can find some way of expunging a theology that is fast turning their religion into a cult of death, we will ultimately face the same perversely destructive behavior throughout much of the world. Wherever these events occur, we will find Muslims tending to side with other Muslims, no matter how sociopathic their behavior. This is the malignant solidarity that religion breeds. It is time that sane human beings stopped making apologies for it, and it is time for Muslims, especially Muslim women, to realize that nobody suffers the consequences of Islam more than they do. 4. The End of Faith is not a truly atheistic book. It is really a stalking horse for Buddhism, New Age mysticism, or some other form of irrationality. As almost every page of my book is dedicated to exposing the problems of religious faith, it is ironic that some of the harshest criticism has come from atheists, who feel that I have betrayed their cause on peripheral issues. If there is a book that takes a harder swing at religion, I'm not aware of it. This is not to say that my book does not have many shortcomings, but appeasing religious irrationality is not among them. Nevertheless, atheists have found much to complain about in the book, especially in the last chapter, where I attempt to put meditation and spirituality on a rational footing. Meditation, in the sense that I use the term, merely requires that a person pay extraordinarily close attention to his moment-by-moment experience of the world. There is nothing irrational about doing this. In fact, it constitutes the only rational basis for making detailed claims about the nature of our subjectivity. Through meditation, a person can come to observe the flow of his experience with remarkable clarity, and this sometimes results in a variety of insights that people tend to find both intellectually credible and personally transformative. As I discuss in the final chapter of the book, one of these insights is that the feeling we call I, the sense that we are the thinker of our thoughts, the experiencer of our experiences, can disappear when looked for in a rigorous way. This is not a proposition to be accepted on faith. It is an empirical observation, analogous to the discovery of one's optic blind spots. Most people never notice their blind spots, caused by the transit of the optic nerve through the retina of each eye, but they can be pointed out to almost anyone with a little effort. The absence of the self can also be pointed out with some effort, though this discovery tends to require considerably more training on the part of both teacher and student. The only faith required to get such a project off the ground is the faith of scientific hypothesis. The hypothesis is this: if I use my attention in a certain way, it may have a specific, reproducible effect. Needless to say, what happens, or fails to happen, along any path of spiritual practice must be interpreted in light of some conceptual scheme, and everything should be open to rational argument. I have also taken considerable heat from atheists for a few remarks I made about the nature of consciousness. Most atheists appear to be certain that consciousness is entirely dependent on, and reducible to, the workings of the brain. In the last chapter of the book, I briefly argue that this certainty is unwarranted. The fact is that scientists still do not know what the relationship between consciousness and matter actually is. I am not suggesting that we make a religion out of this uncertainty, or do anything else with it. And, needless to say, the mysteriousness of consciousness does nothing to make conventional religious notions about God and paradise any more plausible. Since The End of Faith was first published, current events have remained a running confirmation of its central thesis. There are days when almost every headline in the morning paper attests to the social costs of religious faith, and the nightly news seems miraculously broadcast from the 14th century. One spectacle of religious hysteria follows fast upon the next. Sanctimonious eruptions announcing the death of the Pope, a man who actively opposed condom use in sub-Saharan Africa and shielded frocked child molesters from secular justice, are soon followed by other outbursts of religious lunacy. At the time of this writing, Muslims in several countries are rioting over a report that U.S. interrogators desecrated a copy of the Quran. 17 people are dead and hundreds injured. The response of the U.S. government has been to offer up some lunacy of its own. No less a spokeswoman than the Secretary of State has assured the righteous hordes that the United States government will not tolerate any disrespect for the Holy Quran. What form our government's intolerance will take remains unspecified. I await a knock on the door. Such perfect visions of unreason have been punctuated by the more ordinary trespasses of faith. Daily reports of pious massacres in Iraq, of evangelical ravings against the evils of a secular judiciary, of widespread religious coercion in the U.S. Air Force, of efforts in at least 20 states to redefine science to include supernatural explanations of the origin of life, of devout pharmacists refusing to fill prescriptions for birth control, of movie theaters refusing to show documentaries that report the actual age of the Earth, and on and on and onward to the 15th century. For anyone with eyes to see, there can be no doubt that religious faith remains a perpetual source of human conflict. Religion persuades otherwise intelligent men and women to not think, or to think badly, about questions of civilizational importance. And yet it remains taboo to criticize religious faith in our society, or to even observe that some religions are less compassionate and less tolerant than others. What is worst in us, outright delusion, has been elevated beyond the reach of criticism, while what is best, reason and intellectual honesty, must remain hidden for fear of giving offense. The End of Faith represents my first attempts to call attention to the dangers and absurdities inherent in this situation. I sincerely hope that readers will continue to find the book useful. Sam Harris, New York, May 2005. This concludes the reading of The End of Faith, Religion, Terror, and the Future of Reason by Sam Harris. This book was read by Brian Emerson. Copyright 2004 and 2005 by Sam Harris. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with W. W. Norton